Welcome to TalkSport 2 listeners here in Christchurch, where excitement, anticipation and the crowd has been building steadily over the course of the last hour. Hagley Oval looking a picture. Despite low dark cloud, there's a chill in the air. Bowling conditions, some would say, although Harmy's been out on the pitch, he thinks still looks a belter. Running past the ground this morning around 8 o'clock, lost as ever. And already people queuing to get into the grounds. And if you've ever watched cricket in this country, you'll know why. Because whilst the overheads may be cool and chilly, gaining a position under a little bit of shade is always wise. Harmy has been out there. We will get his thoughts on how the pitch is looking. The game situation is this. New Zealand yesterday asked to bat first, 319 for 8. Kane Williamson, their best bat, with 93, but it was just England's day, we feel, as Chris Woakes starts at day 2, and Glenn Phillips tucks the ball on the body into the leg side, and that comes through for a single. So 319 for 8 becomes 320 for 8 as the first strains of Jerusalem start to play out in front and across another full house here at the Hagley Oval. Steve Harmison, former England fast bowler, who's of course always part of our commentary team here, there and everywhere. We're set for an absolute belter.
Yeah, we are. An absolute, a really, really good day. England need these 2 wickets very, very quickly. Tim Southee can be destructive, and so can Glenn Phillips. But Chris Woakes got a new ball in his hand, and he will hopefully look to put it in a better area as he did yesterday. Woakes in to Southee on a good length, and Southee's just defended it gently back to the bowler. Jerusalem goes. England fans, they were scattered yesterday. I think they look as though they're in more of a similar area, so hopefully the noise level will be a lot better than what it was yesterday, because I thought they were a little bit quiet yesterday. But they're right behind the other wicketkeeper, Ollie Pope, on his left hand shoulder. They're all congregated there, giving it to Jerusalem. Welcome Neil Manthorpe.
Thanks, Harmy. Woakes in once again, and that one goes past the outside edge, and a little flat-footed Tim Southee, a little prod at that one. It was full and wide and tempting. But, he's not a great exponent of foot movement, and that ball, I think, Harmy, swung more than any other in this innings so far. Bowled it full, and it's swung past the outside edge.
Yeah, I think it has. I think you're right. I think there's your answer. You asked me yesterday if it swings and it's when it's cold. It's not exactly, Durham in early, end of March, early April. I told you it's 15 degrees. It will swing this morning.
3 slips in a gully. Here's Southee comes down the wicket and hammers this through long on for 4. Bryden Cass is trotting after it, but only to retrieve it. He's used his feet there, Tim Southee, just when I said that he wasn't a great exponent of foot movement. He's on the charge.
He was on the charge. It was a good swing of the bat, that one. The ball swung before, and it was full, it was wide, and it kept going with the arm. That one there. It kept going with the arm. Decided to get closer to the ball, closer to Chris Woakes. To the ball, closer to Chris Woakes. He's flat batted it straight back down the ground.
Here is Woakes once again, and here is Southee on the back foot, punches it out towards backward point. 324 for 8. 324 for 8. As Steve Harmison said, need to pick up these last 2 wickets as quickly as possible. With Glenn Phillips there's always the possibility of a significant tail wag. Significant tail wag. Part of the tail. He's number 7.
No, he's number 7. If it wags, it'll wag quickly. Because this boy could. It'll wag quickly. He's a big hitter. We've seen a couple of times yesterday. He's a big hitter. We've seen a couple of times yesterday when Bashir dropped short.
Woakes in again to Southee. Stands tall and upright in the crease and pushes it through the offside. Pushes it towards Zach Crawley, sweeping on the cover boundary. It's another single. Southee moves on to 16. Glenn Phillips has 42. I don't suppose there's a target for New Zealand. When they're 8 wickets down, it's just as many as possible. But they won't have a number in mind, but they will have a strategy. They will have discussed that. They presumably, Harmy, would have spoken about whether they would bother trying to farm the strike, whether Glenn Phillips would try and take more of the strike, whether they would turn down singles. I mean, there's absolutely no sign of that.
No sign of that. Possibly when O'Rourke comes in, whoever's left, Southey or Phillips especially, then I think you might see a bit of that. But no, Tim Southey, I think I would want to give Tim Southey as much strike as I possibly can here and have a swing, especially against Chris Woakes. 2 slips in the gully, and that's smashed straight up into the air, and there's a man underneath it at deep square leg who takes the catch, judges it perfectly. It's Gus Atkinson out there, I think, and Tim Southey has perished to Bryden Carse, who picks up a well-deserved 3rd wicket. 3 for 57 now. New Zealand 9 down, 325. Good, well-judged catch. Actually, the outfielding has been very good from England. The catching has been very good. Yesterday afternoon, with a strong breeze blowing, the ball was swirling, and Atkinson becomes the 4th man to take a very good catch in the deep. Yeah, good catch in the deep, and we'll look at the replay again there. I think Tim Southey thinks it's coming quicker. I think he's thinking it's coming more towards his body, and it was just outside his, just outside his reach a little bit. He's had to pull it round, and that's a massive. This is a massive ground either side of the wicket. So, a good start for England. From New Zealand point of view, look, Southey plays that way, a bit like what Broad used to do for England. You want him on strike because you know something's going to happen quickly. If he gets out, he gets out. He's meant to get out. He's a number 10. But if he is on strike, he can hit boundaries, and we've seen a couple of times he hit the boundaries. This time he holed out. Good catch by Atkinson. Good start from Carse and a wicket again. England going to that short ball technique. I think it was this is the right thing to do, especially against Southey and O'Rourke. Really make it uncomfortable. Don't give them a chance to stand there and just flare it everywhere or run down the wicket. I mean, I love the job of bowling at the tail. I hated the job of being the tail ender, but I loved your job at bowling at the tail. See the whites in the batter's eyes, moving away from the stumps, trying to get them away from the stumps, and trying to, sometimes body line. It does happen, but that's what Bryden Carse has got to be now.
Carse in to Will O'Rourke, the new batsman, and that one's taken off. That's a good bounce there. Will O'Rourke, the bowler, will have enjoyed that. Not so much the number 11 batsman, but he had a little push at it, I think, and possibly he can claim that he left it, but Ollie Pope's taken that by his right shoulder. Good bounce.
Good bounce. From a fuller length as well. Ollie Pope, probably, what will he be? Manners, he'll be, 20 metres back? 20 yards back, sorry. 20 yards back, taking it above his head, kissed the deck lovely from a 5 metre, 4.5, 5 metre length. Just kissed beautifully straight into Pope's hands above his head. And I think Will O'Rourke, yeah, right. I think as the bowler, watching that go by, thinking, I might enjoy bowling on this.
Got a 3rd slip in now, tinkering with the field. It's a good lead from Will O'Rourke as Carse pitches up outside the off stump. So England now back to 3 slips of gully, backward point, and a man at cover. I suspect that comes down to a little bit of analysis, doesn't it? Maybe he's more of an offside player, or was that just to keep him on strike?
It looks as though he is an offside player, giving him natural width, the number 11. Probably batting on middling leg stump, not much foot movement, so there's not a great deal going to go to the leg side unless he bowls at the back of a length.
Carse with a bouncer. Will O'Rourke is... he ducked so early underneath that it was almost like he knew. I think he was ducking as Carse was getting into his delivery stride.
It was short. It was really short. When England... to be fair, Carse is probably the only one in the team yesterday that bowled genuine bouncers. The rest of them, I don't think they were in the game. They were either far too short and lollipopped and looped over the top, or they weren't quite short enough and they got belted. So that one there was just a bit too short.
Carse in again outside the off stump. O'Rourke, I have to say, for a number 11, he leaves the ball elegantly. He's got a nonchalant little flick of the bat up out of the way as Carse pitches up again outside the off stump. Barmy Army are in good voice.
Yeah, they're in good voice, but like I said, man, I think yesterday they were all over the ground. Today, as we look diagonally straight across the ground, they're all in one area. They're all standing up. St George's flags, just to the left of the side screen of where Bryden Carse is running in from.
broadcasts in once again to O'Rourke, and again an impressive bounce, but a little wide outside the off stump, and the number 11 can leave it alone. 325 for 9. Glenn Phillips on 42. Will O'Rourke is naught. Tim Southey the man out in the first ball of the second over of the morning's play on this second day of the first Test match here on TalkSport 2, and of course the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Fabulous. Fabulous crowd, well marshalled. A lot of people were asking how come the grass banks where 90% of the crowd are situated, how come they seem so organised? Well, there are areas you can sit and there are areas you have to keep clear for safety reasons, and there are stewards, plenty of them, making sure that people don't encroach on the pathways, so people are able to go and get their coffee and croissants at this time of day. Beers a little bit later.
Polite stewards as well, not the ones that you sometimes get in England shouting, "Oh, get out of the way." These are polite stewards. Come up, tap you on the shoulder. You're not sitting in the right place. Just 10 yards in there. Have a nice afternoon, madam, sir. Yeah, it's just, I think it typifies the place of New Zealand. There's a lot of politeness here. It's not like that in England. I do the football matches and you, "Oi, get out of the way, I'll sit down." It's a bit different.
Here is Chris Woakes continuing to Glenn Phillips. England giving Phillips a single if he wants it. There are 2 slips, everyone else is not saving one. There's a wide third, sweet cover sweeper, extra cover sweeper. Mid-off and mid-on are both conceding 1. There's a deep mid-wicket, a long leg. So Phillips has a single if he wants it into the tail end game. There's a difference in, I think, the approach to stewarding. In terms of those who are applicable or those who are appointed. Age, I'm talking. Woakes in to Phillips, hits him on the pads. Ricochets out towards second slip, where Harry Brook trots after it. I think volunteer stewards, and I think they're given a stipend, aren't they? It's probably $50 and a pie. But it seems to be there seems to be more of a move towards employing younger student-type stewards in New Zealand
who
rather
just sit
than
and play on their
retired.
phones.
I think you'd find in a similar situation in England that they'd probably be retired and a little crusty around the edges. Here is Woakes once again, slower ball. That's very cleverly bowled, and Glenn Phillips immediately will suck it into it and thought, I'll have some of that, and in fact I'll have a lot of that. He was trying to hit that for 6.
He was trying to hit that to us, wasn't he? He threw everything at that. I like this from Ben Stokes. I said yesterday there's a couple of times where he could have been more ruthless. Chris Woakes came on to bowl, and after 1 over he just didn't look right, and I was saying, right, take him off because it's not working. Now Woakes didn't have the greatest of days yesterday, and Ben Stokes is bowling him at the tail, hoping that if he gets a wicket, just build a bit of confidence, get some more overs under his belt.
Woakes in down the leg side here. Glenn Phillips wanted a glance that, but it was actually too wide. It's a good take from Ollie Pope diving down the leg side. 4 balls gone then.
And Ollie Pope was excellent yesterday. I really thought he was good yesterday. Ollie Robinson's on his way out here. I think he gets here tomorrow. I know what that journey's like because I did it all the way from the northeast of England. But England, I'm not saying they've stumbled across something, but it wouldn't surprise me if Ollie Pope, this top 7 stays this top 7 for the 3 Test matches. I thought Ollie Pope was really good yesterday.
Here is Woakes once again, bowls down the leg side again. Good diving stop from Pope, but he doesn't gather it cleanly, knocks it on, and Glenn Phillips is able to take a leg by. It's just flicked the thigh pad. That one, the previous delivery, which went a long way down the leg side, was clearly Woakes looking to bowl an in-swinger. He's encouraged. Yesterday, for some reason, there just was no swing. And this is, remember, a brand new ball. They bowled 3 overs with the new ball yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah.
The second new ball.
It's 5.5 overs old.
And today, suddenly, it's swinging, and he's encouraged by that. So he went for the big in-swinger, and it disappeared down the leg side. So he's now got just 1 ball to Willow.
He just hasn't quite got it right, unfortunately, Chris. He really hasn't. He's just been a little bit off, a bit like the start of the summer.
Here is Woakes then. Last ball of the over to Will O'Rourke. Manages to keep that one out. Actually, make it sound like it's a struggle. He looks very organised. Brief time that he's been at the crease, he's only faced half a dozen balls, but you just get a sense, don't you?
Yeah, his movements are good. He stood, especially against Bryden Cast, bowling quickly, bowling short. I think Cast bowled 2 balls at 138, a couple at 136, short balls, a couple of full balls. He stood there and his balance was good, left them comfortably. Hang on to your hats. Here we go. This is the fun part. Bryden Cast is going to bowl, back of a length, short balls at Phillips, and Phillips is not going to be blocking these. I think this is going to be a fascinating passage of play when Phillips is on against Bryden Cast, because of that extra pace, that extra bounce, and the ability to bowl the bouncer as well as bowl the full ball. I think England have spread out. They've got deep third, deep point, deep extra cover, long on and long off are both wide. This could be good fun.
Bryden Cast then to Glenn Phillips, and it's short, and he's trying to pull, and it's hit him on the grill. Well, and he knows immediately he's okay physically, but he knows his helmet's gone, because he's just took it straight off immediately and signalled to the change room that he needed another helmet. In fact, the physio is running out to. Maybe he's not okay physically.
No, I think it's snapped. The strap on his helmet snapped. He's top edged into his face. He's got a top edge straight into the grill, and I think the strap, that obviously the chin strap, it's connected at one side. I think it's snapped, but it's definitely busted his grill. He's going to need a new helmet. Concussion protocol is going ahead because the physio's out there. But it was a big top edge into his face.
I don't know what the question was, but the physio is asking it. And the look on Glenn Phillips' face was, "I'm fine. Don't ask me ridiculous questions." And he's probably walked out there and said, "What did you have for breakfast today?" And Phillips is thinking, "Just give me a new helmet. I'm fine. Scrambled eggs."
Yeah, scrambled eggs. Because some of the questions they're a bit different. They're a bit out there. They make you think. I can think of 1 or 2 other fast bowlers, and I'm putting myself included in this. Can you count to 3? Name first 4 letters of the alphabet. All these things. And if you get one wrong, you have to walk off. That's what the protocol says. So
there was
can you write it on the back of my hand or the back of my bat? The answers.
Do you remember Dennis Waite, who was the West Indies physio for a very, very long time? I think concussion tests weren't as strictly regimented as back in those days, but he used to sort of walk out. Courtney Walsh would be hitting the helmet, and he'd walk out and go, "What's the capital of Peru?" And Courtney would go, "I've got no idea."
I'll just get the map out of my pocket.
Here is Cast to Phillips, and it's another short one. He goes for the pull shot, and he misses it. It's nicely taken by Ollie Pope. I don't know whether England are just. Bryden Cast has just had some boerewors for breakfast, and whether he's just bowling a bit quicker, but there really does seem to be a bit more pace in the pitch.
A bit more pace, there's a bit more bounce, but looking at the speeds, his speeds are a bit down. 131, them two balls are at 131. So he was bowling.
It's an optical illusion.
It is. He was bowling at 141 yesterday, and it wasn't coming through as quick as this.
Here is Cast again to Phillips. Edged and dropped at slip by Joe Root, who's done brilliantly to get a hand to it. I loathe to actually use the term dropped, but it's his fault. He's dived into his right and he's got a hand to it, so he's made it into a drop.
Yeah, he's standing at no first slip, he's standing at second slip, and he's getting that probably to about third slip's right hand in a standing position. So diving full stretch, and it's gone in and out very, very quickly. It was a great effort from Joe Root. Good bit of bowling from Cast. He's bowled a couple of short balls. That one was a bit pitched up a little bit fuller, enticing Phillips to drive.
4 men on or close to the boundary on the leg side, but Phillips this time goes through the offside out to man sweeping on the cover boundary. It's Shoaib Bashir out there, and Glenn Phillips has taken the single, so Bryden Cast will have 2 balls to Will O'Rourke, and I was going to say Ben Stokes will rearrange his field, but I think everyone knows exactly what they need to do. It's a pre-planned manoeuvre. Everybody runs back into their designated orthodox fielding positions, the slips, the gullies, and nobody else on the... Oh, actually, they are leaving a man at deep backward point.
Yeah, just leaving one there, just in case. I can't see Will O'Rourke going for the single. I'd like a short leg in. I really would. I'd like to see a short leg just popped in now on the leg side.
Here is cast to Will O'Rourke. Good leave outside the off stump. I think you can tell a lot about a tail-ender's ability by the way he doesn't play.
Yeah, he's not looking to play a shot, is he? He's comfortably, he's batting for his partner at the other end. That's always the hard part as a tail ender. There's two ways of batting. You bat. If I was batting with Matthew Hoggard, I'd be swinging at things like that. If I was batting with Geraint Jones or Andrew Flintoff, I'd be doing what Will O'Rourke's doing now.
Cast in, good leave once again. It's nothing wrong with the ball. I tell you what, it's not very far wide of off stump. It's not a wasted delivery in that sense. But Will O'Rourke has, it would appear, a very well developed sense of stump geography.
Yes, and that's half the battle as a tail ender. If you know where your off stump is, what you have to play outside of it, and so far so good. He's stood up tall. He's been comfortable. Hasn't had to use his bat in defence. He's made sure that if it's out wide of off stump, he's comfortably left it. So, from a Phillips point of view, he knows that he's comfortable leaving Will O'Rourke 2 balls. So now, Glenn Phillips, the anxiety of batting with the tail is outface 4 balls, play the way I see it, and I'm comfortably leaving Will O'Rourke 2 balls and have no real anxiety off the back of that. So I think from Phillips's point of view, he's got his game plan, he knows what he's doing, and he's comfortable leaving Will O'Rourke 2 balls. Good morning, John Norman.
Good morning to you, Harmy. Hope you're well. Good morning to all our listeners on TalkSport 2 and on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Now the Butte here, not quite as hot as yesterday, quite a drop in degrees actually, a drop in temperature as Woakes is in, and it's Phillips who plays this as though it's come on a touch quicker than he expected, but jabs the bat down, plays straight, and turns down the single. 327 for 9 if you're just joining us. England with an early wicket. Brydon Cast, who you will hear from during the mid-innings break, unless of course New Zealand bat till lunch and then you'll hear it then. I'd say that's unlikely, but Brydon Cast, who for me was the standout bowler of day one. I know Shoaib Bashir took 4 wickets and spoke to the media afterwards, including us, as Phillips is down. This is a glorious one-day shot in the Test arena. Just scoops the ball with a straight bat and flicks it over Joe Root's head for 4.
I like that. I really like that a lot. People were complaining when Joe Root was doing that, and Joe Root's answer was, well, there's no fielders behind the stumps. Right behind Ollie Pope and Joe Root, there's no fielders. That fine. So as long as I get it past slip, it's a safe shot, and that's his boundary option. England have got pretty much the boundary covered from backward point all the way around to deep square leg. That's a good shot for me. Well executed.
331 for 9 then. Phillips facing as Woakes is in, and this time plays, trying to clip the ball into the leg side. The field is spread, as you'd imagine, for a powerful middle order hitter like Glenn Phillips. We've got fine leg by the boundary, backward is square, deep square leg also. I think that's Crawley, who's just doing a little stretch. He's going to be batting soon, he hopes. I think it's Crawley anyway. We've got
Crawley deep square leg in it.
Just as a fielder, Harry Brook, I think, about 10 yards in from the boundary at mid-wicket. Brydon Cast, who took that wicket earlier today, he's just inside the boundary, about the same, about 10 yards inside at long on, with Stokes at long off. And Woakes is in, and this is driven hard, but along the ground, and this early on in the over, Phillips isn't going to take the single. 2 balls left of the over, fielded by Woakes, or rather Stokes. Jacob Bethel, again, nobody's actually on the boundary, are they, Harmy? But he's at deep extra cover with a fielder at point and 1 at third. The only fielder, apart from the keeper, close to the bat is Joe Root, who has technically put a chance down, but boy, I mean, it was a good fielding stop, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're not on the boundary because there's a fine balance between being in the right place to catch it and also saving 2. Glenn Phillips can get back for 2. That's not what England want.
Woakes again, bowling over the wicket, and Phillips will take a single. There's a little flick at the stumps as O'Rourke comes through. Wokes fielding from his own bowling. But the single has been completed. It is a big ground, isn't it? Or rather, the boundaries are pushed back pretty much as far as they can go. So 70 yards on either side. And we've seen a couple of batters perish to the big shot. It's a ground synonymous with fast scoring, quick scoring, but actually that isn't how it's played out so far.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't because it's been slow on the ground. I mean, there's been a lot of I would imagine there'll be a lot more threes run here in this test match than the majority of test cricket that's happened in the last 12, 18, 24 months. It is a big ground, but the outfield is very, very slow.
3 slips in the gully then for the tail end of Will O'Rourke, who again shows good and knowledge of where his off stump is. And just pulls the bat out the line of the ball. And Chris Wokes, who has been thrown a new ball as he was at the start of day one, still to pick up his first wicket. Gary Morgan, our scorer, back in England. Good morning or good evening to you, Gary. Chris Wokes has gone wicketless 14 times out of 39 in away games previous to this test match. And he would love a wicket, even if it would be the final one, Phillips or O'Rourke. We saw, as you mentioned earlier this summer, it did take him a test to get back in to the swing of things. He gets better as he bowls.
Stokes would like to get him a wicket as well. I think that's why he's bowling. And Gus Atkinson is about 15 yards away from us, 20 yards away from us, down here on our left. And I think a ruthless Stokes would have Atkinson. I would have Atkinson on now from the opposite end of Carse.
It is Carse who's bowling from the Botanical Gardens end. And this is a good-looking shot from Phillips, who plays square of the wicket, but again turns down the chance of a simple single. Good outfielding yesterday, as Neil Manthorpe mentioned earlier, but there was one drop, wasn't there? And that was, and he's looking like a real costly one. New Zealand possibly bowled out by now if Phillips hadn't been put down by the skipper, Ben Stokes. He had a couple of, you can't call them lives. Can you call it a life when you're given out incorrectly? Is that a life? I mean, if there's no reviews left, you're out, aren't you? So I don't know if it still qualifies as a life, but he was given out, caught behind, and successfully overturned as plays up with bat well away from body. Opens up the wickets, and he does want to. There's a chase on, and Ollie Pope may well have run Glenn Phillips out. The throw coming in from the deep, it was Duckett at deep third, in from the boundary. Phillips set off so quickly for the first one, came back for the second, but the fact that the England fielders are staying exactly where they are stood suggests he may be home.
That's unbelievable running. I give him no chance there. The minute he picked it up.
Just keep running at 3 for me, please. Just get back a frame at 2.
I give him no chance there when he turned, but
Just ride it forward for me, please.
just wonder if has he got him.
Ride it forward.
No, he's getting home.
That's
I mean, when he turns there, Ben Duckett's got a ball in his hand. Yes, we've been saying it's a big outfield.
I'm ready to make
But
my decision.
I give him absolutely no chance when he turned. And that had to be a bad throw or a mistake from Pope for Phillips to survive that. But I mean, he was lightning quick turn, quite lightning quick into the turn, and he put a good dive in. Excellent throw from Duckett. Excellent bit of take from Pope because it was on a little bit of a half volley, but even better running. And that's what I mean, John. You've got to be in a place to try and stop two.
Phillips again, and he's hurried up. He's on the pull, but he actually wears that on the body, does Phillips. Gets the ball away. Good dive. I think Michael Phelps would have been pleased with that.
It was a beaut, wasn't it? We've just seen the replay here. He has at not one point when after he made contact with that ball did he hesitate and think, I can't get back for 2. And if he did have any little slight hesitation, he would have been out. Brilliant take from Pope.
Well, the throw was brilliant. The take was brilliant. As he's on the pull is Phillips. He'll take a single down to long leg, and that's 50 up for Glenn Phillips. Dropped on naught, and he's made England pay. New Zealand's number 7 in what could be a relatively low-scoring affair. Innings like this can prove more than their weight in gold. And it's certainly been appreciated by the crowd here at the Hagley Oval. 335 for 9 then if you're listening to us on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Get your comments in the chat facility. Subscribe. Plenty of content on the channel. There's a Rook. There's a full delivery, and how was that missed?
Oh my word, how on earth has this missed Will O'Rourke's off stomp? It looked an absolute beaut.
Well, it's arrowed in and then shaped away, and that's too good for a top order batter, let alone a 6'4" tail ender.
Yeah, you as a number 11 there, you really get up the bowler's nose. You really cheese the bowler off, because you stand there and you just have a smile on your face looking at the bowler and say, keep bowling them there. I have got no chance of hitting them.
Last ball of the over then. Cast hunting a fourth, and O'Rourke could have taken a single, could have got off the mark to his 11th delivery. Bags of room on the leg side, but no run wanted from New Zealand. It means that Glenn Phillips will face the first delivery of the next over. Will it be bowled by Chris Woakes, or will Gus Atkinson be brought into the attack for the first time this morning? It is going to be Woakes. Woakes to continue from the Port Hills end, with New Zealand 335 for 9. Plenty of chatter in the back of the box. Delighted to say that Jeremy Coney is going to be joining us, the former New Zealand all-rounder, part of the commentary team that we brought you the series in India alongside Sport Nation. And I suppose all New Zealanders, as they made their way to the ground this morning, are saying one thing: half an hour of Glenn Phillips. That's all we ask for. Well, you've got that. He's got 50, but now I suppose you're thinking, another 20 minutes of Glenn Phillips. Woakes it is. Past the umpire in, and this is cracked through the covers and away to the boundary for 4. It looked like a moment that Jacob Bethel was going to claw the ball in, a diving attempt. But whilst he might have got fingertips to it, that was a powerful drive, square of the wicket. And it's another 4 to the score. Jeremy Coney, welcome.
Morning. Yes.
A good morning for
John.
New Zealand, despite the customary disappointment at the shot that Tim Southey played, possibly his early dismissal.
Oh, well, that's, I think people have grown accustomed to the way Tim bats.
I think so. Dot ball here at the Hagley Oval.
He's got an instinct for hitting, hasn't he? I mean, there's no doubt about that. But he kind of can't get the idea of getting Tim Southey out of the way of being hit, and hasn't been able to kind of remove that image from his own mind every time he has to bat. And so when perhaps he should be supporting maybe the batsman, he doesn't bother to do that.
Well, there was a comparison with our own Stuart Broad made by Steve Harmison, and I'd say that's probably a fair one. Woakes again, and this time Phillips is pushing into the offside again. Single there, but not taken.
Pitch a bit quicker today, isn't it? And it's also swung a little bit this morning, and I just wonder whether now whether New Zealand start to really hit out and try and, in other words, even if you get out, the ball might just swing for New Zealand as well. And if anything, I think the line of the bowling from the English two who have been bowling here have been just a tad wide, hasn't it?
Woakes again. He's bowling around the mid 120s. It did seem to be, this is short and just left alone. Call wide, actually. No chance Phillips is going to be able to get a layer bat on that. Sails through to the keeper, Ollie Pope. So 340 up, 340 for 9. And certainly New Zealand would have taken that when they were 252 for 7 yesterday. But yeah, it just does seem to have just been getting through a bit quicker. The speed gun suggesting that Bryden Cast a touch slower than he was yesterday, but it seems to be more pace in the pitch. Swing and a miss from Phillips. Not for the first time today. Connects only with air. And he stays on 54. This is an important little knock from Glenn Phillips, isn't it?
Yeah, it's handy. It's handy. Oof. I mean, New Zealand, I think probably if you'd said yesterday when they started the match and you'd have said, we'll give you 350, they'd say, well, that's not too bad. But I also think when you get to, after 2 sessions in New Zealand are 200 basically for 3, that England have pulled themselves back into this game, and New Zealand had a bad 3rd session yesterday.
Works again. There was extravagant seam movement there. Beat that extravagant drive from Phillips. He takes a single down to third, moves to 55. O'Rourke's faced 11 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. He could have done, but they've turned down a single or two along the way. 341 for 9. The conditions for bowling, Jeremy, in this first half an hour seem as good as we've seen in the match.
I think so. Yesterday, the thick mat of grass that was covering the whole of this entire wicket, really, it just took speed away from bowlers, didn't it? It just pilfered pace, and so that, you know, when the ball struck the surface, a lot of friction went out of the ball and the effort from the bowler, and then it came rather lazily, but also the gradient sort of steepened slightly, so it was coming to the batsman quite high.
So it's important to be bowling faster and maybe from a height, as we saw from Brydon Castles. O'Rourke comes forward and sees the over off. Pass it was just getting a little bit more lift and a little bit more pace, a bit more out of the pitch, because maybe it's coming down a little bit from a higher angle, possibly.
Yeah, well, I just felt yesterday, for example, if you think of the dismissal of Conway, the ball not quite arriving, so the bat gets further and further and further away from his body out and in front, and you lose control of the stroke, so he gets caught and bowled because it's gone past the vertical, the bat, and now it's going to go back in the air slightly. And then also, I think you'll also find that the ball coming quite lazily towards the batsman, a little bit shorter, and it's easier to score off the back foot. It's got to be very full so that you can drive the ball safely, or you wait for the ball to come to you. And that's what Williamson did yesterday. He took time out to try and work his way into the innings and find what shots were safe.
Phillips facing, and he's beaten by Cast. Ball that's come in to the right-hander. A diving attempt behind the stumps by Ollie Pope. Has that come off the inside edge or via the pad? Reaction from the keeper is that he's disappointed, but that may be because he's let the ball go. No, that has moved extravagantly back into the right-hander, and it's beaten the keeper as well. 4 byes.
I wonder whether that's just swung after. Does it? No, it's actually just the move. No, it's also moved away slightly and down. Difficult one for the keeper.
Yeah, he got a glove to it, got a fingertip to it, but that was bowled at pace, and there was movement.
I think the other thing we learned from yesterday...
Cast again, and this time Phillips. Just a little movement, tricky movement to the leg side, pushing the ball towards point, no run.
Was field setting, in that the catches that were taken in the normal field, just in the ring, that were backward point, 2 catches taken at backward point, one from Bashir, one from Atkinson, that little tuck, off by Nathan Smith to Root, just rolling it, but because of the pace and so on, and the bounce that was supplied from that slower surface yesterday. So I think those things are going to be very important.
And the slowness of the pitch, driven handsomely by Phillips along the ground. There's a chase by Stokes at extra cover. He does well to come down and stop the ball with his left hand, fires it back into Ollie Pope, but there's another couple of runs to the score. 347 for 9 here on TalkSport 2.
The other thing I'd say, so I think Latham has got quite an important role here today, later on, is that what depth is he going to put his fielders, because they were quite important yesterday. It has quickened up today, there's no doubt about that, but if the English batsmen are going to go hard at the ball...
Cast again, and this is played defensively by Phillips. Back to the bowler, no run, 347 for 9.
And get the bat out in front of themselves a little bit. If it's just holding a tad...
Which is their want.
It is, absolutely. And if they're not going to apply themselves, we found yesterday application actually mattered. And if they don't bother to go through that phase and discover the safer shots to play on this surface, they will provide opportunities for the New Zealand field. Get your fielders at the right depth. The other point is the slips, because it slowed once it hit the pitch. You've got to go up. You can't be comfortable standing back, and therefore we saw probably 4 or 5 catches bounce in front of the cordon yesterday.
Short. Local knowledge clipped off the pads of Phillips. He'll take a single. Time-stamped that, Katie, our producer, Jeremy Coney. We may be revisiting that in about 3 or 4 hours' time with England 120 for 4 or 5. possibly.
Well, you don't know, do you? It could go that way. I don't know how English people are responding to the way that the England side, when they began to use a more aggressive approach with the bat and use time. That's basically what you're attacking. You're saying we're going to take time out of the batting part of the game, that variable, and we're going to put it into the bowling variable so that we've got more time to actually dismiss the opposition. Now, that makes fun. That's not a new idea, folks. It has been tried before. There's nothing new about that. Aussie used to do it around the 2000, that time.
One ball to see off. He's not managed it. William O'Rourke, late to get the bat down onto the ball. Fired in full, targeting off stump. Came close to the dismissal in the last over. And Bryden Carse has picked up his 4th wicket in the innings. And New Zealand's innings has come to an end. Phillips walks off unbeaten with 58. O'Rourke has gone though. And England celebrate. But New Zealand will feel that they've put a score on the board and they will back themselves to defend. And I think that may well be a competitive one as well.
Look, I mean, O'Rourke did his business there. I mean, and certainly, Phillips did as well as the main component of the partnership. He leaves with 58 not out, and O'Rourke is the one who's bowled from a very full ball from Bryden Carse, who hasn't scored, O'Rourke, but he's, however, faced 13 balls. He's been there for quite some time and allowed Phillips to go from in the 40s through to 58. So he's actually played his role as a tail-end batsman, letting the ball go, trying to get forward. He got that particular one from Carse got underneath the bat because it was that full and into the stumps before O'Rourke could realise and get the bat down. So good delivery from Carse. He deserves, I think, was that 4 wickets for him? Yeah, 4 for 60 odd.
That's right.
So a good effort. I think probably the pick of the bowlers yesterday as well, in what were not easy conditions to bowl in, because if you dropped it a wee bit short, because the ball, all that pace was taken out and it sat up slightly, like tennis ball bounce, then you could pull the ball, you could cut the ball and so on, tuck it away on the leg side. You had a range of shots, as I say, off the back foot. And that allowed, therefore the bowlers went too full and they got driven a few times as well. So I felt every bowler in the England bowling attack found it quite awkward to find a good length that they could operate from and still create problems for the opposition batsmen. So we'll have to wait and see as this pitch quickens up, as it looks like it's doing today with all that heat yesterday and the wind together have dried this surface out. There's more, it's actually coming through and you can play more shots, I think, as far as the batsmen are concerned.
Brilliant stuff. Jeremy Coney is going to be part of our coverage today and throughout the Test series. Delighted to say that. Daniel McCarty will be joining us very, very shortly. I'll just run through the bowling card though. Chris Wokes ended up with 20 overs, no wicket for 70, 5 maidens in there. He bowled this morning. Gus Atkinson didn't, 2 for 61 from his 18, 2 maidens with Bryden Carse, the pick of the bowlers for me yesterday and today. 4 for 64 he's ended up with from his 19 overs, 1 maiden in there. Stokes didn't bowl, we didn't see him today. He went wicketless, although should have picked up the wicket of Rachin Ravindra. England had realised the outside edge had been taken the over before the lunch break yesterday, seems a while ago. 0 for 59 from his 13 with the maiden, and 4 for 69 from Shoaib Bashir, who spoke about bowling to Kane Williamson. In awe, he said. 20 overs bowled, 1 maiden, 4 for 69, and Jacob Bethel with a single over yesterday, which went for 5 runs. Okay, before we greet Daniel McCarty back into the commentary box, let's hear an interview that took place shortly before play today, and it's lovely when it works out like this. But the TalkSport producer, cricket reporter Scott Taylor, caught up with England's man of the moment, Bryden Carse.
Right, and thanks for joining us. Well bowled yesterday. How much did you enjoy the challenge of bowling in that heat?
Yeah, of course. Look, I think slightly different conditions to Pakistan earlier on in the year. I think there was relatively good bounce throughout the day and carry, and I think it kept the seamers in the game for most of the day.
And Stokesy went to a sort of bouncer plan for you midway through the afternoon. How much did you relish that role of being the enforcer in the side?
Yeah, look, I obviously done that quite a bit for Durham and for England against Pakistan. So to come out after tea and stick to that plan and get the breakthrough that we needed is a good feeling.
And how much have you enjoyed the last few weeks being part of this test side?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. The environment that's created on the field and off the field is something that I feel like I'm thriving in, and yeah, it's been a pretty special couple of weeks so far.
And the competition amongst the fast bowlers in England's pretty high, so when you go out on the field knowing that you have to perform, does that motivate you?
Of course, yeah. We've got a group of 5 or 6 fast bowlers out here now that are all good enough to play, and there's even a couple back home.
All right.
So I think from an English cricket point of view, I think we're in a really good space when it comes to that department.
Well, the man of the moment for England, Brydon Carr's finishing with 4 for 64 off 19 overs. Just tuning into our coverage on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand has been bowled out for 348, adding 29 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in 8 overs. Matt Henry will lead New Zealand's attack. Let's hear from him. I caught up with him prior to today's play. Mr. Matt Henry joins us. Matt, sent in, home ground. How do you reflect on the state of play? You happy enough?
Yeah, obviously when you get sent in on day one to finish a day over 300s, it is a nice touch, and hopefully we can add a few more on this morning.
Getting over 300 is obviously not a slow surface, but is it a little bit slower than normal and a little bit more sort of, I don't know, trampoline type bounce, or is that always the case here, that if you dig it in like Casted, you get some rewards?
Well, traditionally, yeah, it's probably a little bit maybe on the greener side and a little bit faster, I suppose, but we don't really know. We haven't bowled on it yet, so we'll make those assessments later on.
Yeah, do you try and glean information from the batsmen as they come in? What's it like?
Yeah, but wicket's always really hard when they bat on it, and then it's flat when we bowl on it. So, no, you obviously get a lot of information from the guys, and they'll let us know what length they found most difficult and the challenges they faced, and we'll try and implement that to them.
You must have great admiration for Kane Williamson. In and out due to injuries, comes back like he hasn't missed a beat.
Oh, mate, that's why Kane is world class. He's done it for a long time for us now, and his consistency and his approach to cricket is second to none. And the way he just goes out there and does his job, and like I said, he makes it look easy. He's very, very lucky to have him on my side.
And of course, you want to get as many as possible this morning, but when you get out there, tell us about the conditions. Yesterday I found quite unusual, quite a strong nor'wester, really hot. Wind's coming from a different direction, much cooler today. A better bowling day, you would think?
Yeah. Hopefully it just gets a bit darker, and but yeah, it's definitely not going to be as warm as yesterday. And that gusty wind that you had yesterday, traditionally the southerly kicks in the afternoon, and it does get a bit windy and gusty, but in the morning it tends to be quite nice bowling conditions.
What are the keys to bowling here?
I think you just have to. It's a good cricket wicket. Obviously, it's fast, and you get reward for being good for a long period of time. So if you can create pressure and bowl that one guy long enough, usually you can get yourself in a position to take his wicket. But it's also on the flip side of it quite a fast scoring ground where your margin of error is quite small. So you're always in the game, but if you do slightly miss, usually there's runs to be had. So it's a great cricket wicket. But yeah, if you can be consistent and create pressure, you're definitely in the game.
England have their own style. That's obvious for all to see. How do you plan for them? Or is it a case of not trying to reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, well, I think first and foremost, the reason they're doing that is to
Okay,
take
mate.
you off what works for you.
How you doing,
so
bud?
you have to be, I suppose, clear in your plans, accepting the way that they're going to try to play.
See us, I keep forgetting
not
about
getting
that.
too caught up in what they're
Picking the
doing.
nose.
But also make sure that you're brave enough to make some calls out there, and I think that's why you do your planning. So then when you're out there, you play the game that's in front of you, and you can adapt accordingly.
But if a team comes at you, I guess it presents opportunities.
Yeah, it does. It does create opportunities, but I think also you try and understand of why they're trying to do it. Are they trying to take you off your length, or are they trying to just advance the game? And they're two probably different scenarios. And if they're trying to change what you're doing because it's effective, well then you're probably best to stick there. Likewise, if they're looking to try to take the game forward, well then you can create pressure with the fields, with maybe blocking those areas and asking to hit tougher options.
Nathan Smith on debut. What advice, if any, do you have for a guy who's going to bowl for the first time?
just enjoy it. Your test debut, it's pretty special, and one you always remember, and it goes very, very quickly. So it definitely takes stock and just enjoy the day. Don't get too nervous what you've done. 10 years proven that it's going to be good enough, so just enjoy it.
Preventing boundaries, obviously you've got that India beautiful style bowler here now, feels completely different conditions, but is that mantra sort of similar? You want to deny them boundaries?
Well, yeah, traditionally you look at the style of play, the boundary hitters, aren't they? So if you can block them up and create pressure and ask them to hit different areas. But like I said, we've done scouting and everything like that, but we'll have to assess what happens out there. There's no point getting too caught up in those things, and just we'll play the game as we see it.
Always appreciate your time, go get them.
Awesome, thanks very much.
It is Matt Henry who I spoke with prior to the start of today's play, the figurehead now of the New Zealand attack after being in and out for a number of years, a string of tests over the last couple of seasons, and he really has blossomed. Now 105 test wickets, and only Sir Richard Hadley, who's a pretty darn fine bowler, got to 100 test wickets quicker for New Zealand. You'll listen to TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England and their opening pair of Crawley and Duckett arrived to the middle of Hagley Oval. Matt Henry will be happy. Jeremy Coney mentioned in that interview he'd like it to get a little bit darker. The clouds getting a bit thicker above. No threat of rain. Very pleasant day for bowling, isn't it? Just a gentle southeasterly breeze.
Yeah, it is. It's and there's not a really strong breeze either. It's relatively still. If you can see some of the smoke from to our right, the barbecue has been lit, and you can see it's almost rising, just almost perpendicular up into the air. So there's not much breeze out there at all. There's a lot of trees at the far end of the Botanic Gardens end as we gaze past the players here, and Tim Southee looks as if he's going to take the new ball, which is pretty customary because he swings the ball. I'll be interested to see his pace. I personally think it's got to be at 130 k's, because anything lower than that, you can see it from the hand and you can decide therefore whether you want to attack it or not. And also if he wants to run wider and nip it back in towards the front pad and get an LBW, quite often you think as a player you can get the bat on it, or at least get an edge on the ball as well, so it prevents you getting an LBW. So the pace is still important, and I think 130 is about the lowest speed you can go to, so we're going to keep an eye on that for you.
Here we go, the start of the England first innings. Southee from over the wicket bowling to Crawley, who leaves a ball that swings a long way from the right-hander. Look at the pace, Jerry. That's not going to cheer you up. Just 124.6k.
Yeah, we give him a few deliveries just to get up there, please, Tubby. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there's the movement. There's 3 slips and a gully in position. I wonder whether the point is actually too square, whether he should be just slightly behind with that movement as well. Those positions are going to be very important, and just the 2 men out in the cover area.
Crawley waits the tall right-hander. Southee gets nice and close to the stumps. It goes past the outside edge. It's fuller, it's straighter, and it's too good.
Yep, that's a good line from Southee, just a tad short, going past the edge. You don't want to look pretty. It's not about looking pretty, it's about taking wickets. And Blundell, taking that quite low down, and I'm interested at the depth of the New Zealand cordon. If they're too deep and the edge doesn't carry, they're no use there at all.
2 balls and 3 slips and a gully behind the wicket. Southee in his last test series was too wide of off stump to entire city stroke from. Well, he leaves alone. There will be no drinks break in the session through to lunch. After the change of innings, New Zealand bowled out for 348. Southee gone for 15. O'Rourke without scoring. My dear friend Jarrah Kimber will be delighted. 0 off 13. Yeah, quite a fan of O'Rourke batting.
Yeah, fine innings.
Fine night.
126.9. Oh dear, we're getting a bit closer. Not much though. And he's too wide from the stumps. He can run a little bit wider on the crease and straighten it up.
He's in again, moves past the umpire, gets into the thigh pad of Crawley, doesn't catch up with it as he just sort of falls over. Ballooning to the onside, and Conway's in quickly to field.
So what have we got? We've got Mitchell at first, we've got Latham at second, hands in pockets. Who have we got at third there? I can't quite see that. You'll know that one And I'm imagining that is Phillips in the gully. Doesn't look like it though, does it?
No.
Looks taller.
I left the binoculars today in the hotel room. That was a really smart plan. Yeah, they're quite helpful now. We look through the slightly tinted glass. Southey's away from us, and a slashing drive attempt. Playing a miss. Number 2 for the over. He really threw his hands at that drive attempt. I think Kane Williamson's at third slip. How do I know this? Because the camera crews just zoomed in on him. And well, Phillips, who is excellent in the gully, made a very important knock. 58 not out. Thought England could have tried to get him out more conventionally. It's in the rear vision mirror now. Important. Southey, last ball of the first over from the Port Hills end, and he goes past the outside edge. That one bounced just a little bit more, popping a fraction forward. Was Crawley, credit to him, he didn't follow with the right arm. Medium fast bowler nipping it away. Tidy stuff from Tim Southey, Jeremy Coney.
Yep.
133.8k.
There you
Do we have
go.
to convert that to miles per hour?
So
I can't.
why are we both leaping to our feet out of our chairs? Yeah, because it's over 130, everybody. I'm not sure. That's a big leap of 7k from the prior delivery.
Well, Wokes was bowling 122 according to the speed
I know.
radar.
There's something that the police have been involved here. They don't like the speed, do they?
83 miles an hour.
Now it's
Just from, just pop that up. It had nothing to do with amazing production crew here on TalkSport 2. Telling me it's 83. Matt Henry, looking forward to this.
So that'll be Southey, I would think, at third here now, looking from behind. He's a pretty accurate catcher in the gully. That is Phillips in the gully, a fine gully. And I'm talking about the angle rather than the ability, although he is a fine gully.
Fine and fine.
Yes.
Fine in many ways. Ravindra's just slightly backward at point. Williamson's gone to mid-off quite short. Mid-on, forward square leg and long leg. Full delivery and falling over is Matt Henry. I've got to see the iridescent pink soles he's rocking on his boots. It was quite jarring when he fell over. He went for the Yorker first one.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was part of Jacob Warham's bowling plan.
Yeah, very full. Duckett a much shorter stature than Crawley. Crawley quite tall, isn't he?
Yeah.
In fact, they're quite a tall team. Bashir, I don't think I've seen such a lofty off-spinner in my life.
Henry from over the wicket. Drive nicely put away. Straight. Williamson sets off. Needs to keep going. It's a slow outfield here, as identified by Kane Williamson himself at the end of today's play when we spoke with him, but he cannot get there. And England off the mark with a boundary. Duckett is 4. It's 4 without loss.
Good stroke. Good stroke. Just held the position. Just a check drive. Very much no. Just holding the follow through. Had to do a little bit of work because it was quite straight, and he's just got inside it and just punched it in between mid-off and the bowler's stumps. A good shot. Nicely timed. Henry very full at the moment, trying to find a length. He's normally a man who sort of seams the ball, a consistent bowler. Trying to find that in the first couple of overs.
The hometown hero Henry in again. Goes past the outside edge. Brings the length back a touch. Following it was Duckett. Through to Blundell. We're not going to see too many leaves from Duckett. We know that.
Well, I don't know whether you would call that a leave. It's a play and miss.
It's a play and miss. Or runs, generally. The options. Nibbled away off the ceiling. Cutter away from the left-hander. Bends at the knee. Waits. Bat raised nice and high. And again, popping forward. Well, bounce as it goes past the outside edge. Very high on the bat. Almost threatening the gloves too.
Yeah, that's a different bounce, that one, isn't it? Whether that's an effort ball or whether it's from a very similar position, and that one has nipped away from the left-hander and bounced. And so going past nearer the shoulder of the bat. It's where you like to have them, certainly as a cordon from that area.
Any of interest for the New Zealand cordon, the first couple of overs. Straighter, 2 straight from Henry, getting into the pads of Duckett, who tucks it for a single. Conway hits across in his rather unique fashion and then side arms it towards the stumps. Not sure if he's got shoulder issues. He's certainly got hand issues. So stressed about his hands. And his batting always coming off the bat.
Something about that milk and schools policy in South Africa early on in his time. He's just broken so many fingers. Something wrong with those bones of his.
Shame all those
Might be genetic.
Shame all those Springbok players didn't have the same lunch. They go all right. The right-hander Crawley waits. His first look at Henry from over the wicket. Good carry high to the left shoulder of Blundell. No stroke played. The end of the Henry over. 5 runs off it. Duckett has all 5 for England. Reply to New Zealand's 348.
Decent over. Yes, a good shot from Duckett, second ball, punching down the ground for 4, but also beaten twice in the over, nipping away from the pitching on the stumps and then moving past the outside edge of Ben Duckett, and then just getting in a little bit tight to leg stump, and then he was tucked away for a single. So, good start. I think New Zealand would generally be happy with that. They'll be very pleased to see Southee swinging the ball. He's got to make the batsman play. This will help him a little bit with Duckett. Duckett will be wanting to go into the leg side against Southee, so he's just got to make sure he keeps it out there, straightening and bringing the ball back in towards the pads, and perhaps with an LBW decision, maybe holding its line and bringing just the 2 slips. There's 2 and then there's a 5th slip and then a gully.
Also deep point out. Duckett looks up, sees Southee bowling into his pads, worked around the corner for at least 1. He slips a little bit, Duckett. Then Will O'Rourke helps about one, not picking up the ball cleanly. Duckett returns for a second at 7 without loss. So 2 slips, 5th slip, gully. We all know Duckett so good at working the ball towards that point, 3rd man region. New Zealand immediately looking to protect, try out boundary options. Southee's ready to go. Duckett, very open stance. Waits, sees Southee bowling and going past the outside edge. That one just angled across and bounced.
Yeah, Duckett motioning that he's actually let that go, but it was rather late. I think a late leave you'd call it. So it's the 3/4 ball, if you like, and just hold its line. So it's actually rotating in the air as it's going down towards the batsman. It's definitely not an attempt at to swing the ball.
Southee away from us. Once more, past umpire Tucker, bowling full into the pads, clipped uppishly towards Ravindra, landing 2 or 3 metres in front. Jeremy Coney's come in. Is that the body language?
Well, it's about the depth again that we've been talking about all the time, that if you're going to play aggressively, sort out the depth that you want to be at, and that's tucked just in front, perhaps about 3 or 4 yards in front of Ravindra, who's kind of at a squarish mid-wicket.
Southee in his last Test series at 3 venues, he's had a lot of success, 173 wickets combined at 3 venues for this Test series. He bowls back of a length, shuffling across defending. There is no run, and at this venue, 61 wickets at 22. Does enjoy bowling here. There's your speed gun having a little moment, down to 121. I'm not sure it's particularly accurate today. Jerry, what would Harmy still be bowling at? Quicker than that? He'd still get it through quicker than that. 65 miles I'm hearing from the back of the box. Was that, well, you're in New Zealand, so that's kilometres. Yeah, kilometres. Kilometres, kilometres. What do you go with, Wordsmith? Come on, English teacher, you want to tell me.
Either does for there.
Southee yet again, catching the outside edge. High on the back, goes straight to ground though, towards the 5th slip, so no real threat or chance. Bounce does seem to be a bit of a concern. 12 mils of grass certainly helped with that on day number 1. It's browned off. That warm nor'wester yesterday and 27 degrees certainly would have helped. There was more moisture at the start of the test yesterday than what we saw when Australia were here in March, but it's browned off. Noticeable difference.
Yeah, all that
Colour
combination of heat yesterday and the wind. It's quite strong wind in that middle session.
Last ball of the Southie over, the third of the innings. It's 7 without loss, and at least another run here. Tucked neatly off the front hip of Duckett towards backward square. Long chase in for O'Rourke. They come back. That is the end of the over. 3 overs have been bowled. Duckett has all 9. He's 9. Crawley yet to get off the mark. More from Jeremy Coney and then John Norman.
Yeah, I think as far as the swing is concerned for Southie, it's happening very early in the flight, and that's to do with pace as well. And I do feel he's just got to try and get a little bit quicker. Certainly the umpire is also looking at the way he's getting very close to the area of the pitch where you're not allowed to put your feet as a bowler. He was just starting to transgress slightly there with one foot, and he's very quickly onto that, and that's exactly what he should be as an umpire. But as I say, as far as the batsmen are concerned, the earlier in flight you see the movement, it makes it easier for you.
Matt Henry to continue from the Botanical Gardens end, and Crawley yet to get off the mark after facing 7 deliveries. We'll have to wait one more. Jabs the bat down onto the ball. Touch ungainly as Jeremy Coney makes way. He's going to be replaced for the next half an hour by Steve Harmison. Just another big hour of cricket coming up here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Is right on over the wicket. Henry is in, left alone this time by Crawley. 3 slips, a 5th slip, or is a backward point, mid off, mid on, is square leg. So fielders in catching positions all around the bat. And I knew I was missing one. Nathan Smith is just signing an autograph just to the left of me here, down at Fine Leg. There's 14 or 15 black-capped kids. I'm just going to have to wait as Henry is in again. And this is edged down into the ground, fielded by Phillips, who weighed in with a really handy knock of 58 unbeaten. As New Zealand were bowled out after about 40 minutes of play for 348. 40 minutes of play on day 2. Southey went early, caught in the deep for 15. Going to miss saying that. And O'Rourke, well, he was dismissed without scoring, but he did his job. Stuck around. And here is Henry. And this is an attempted clip through mid-wicket by Crawley, but it's gone straight. Henry attempts to dive and stop the ball in his follow-through, but the fielding is completed by Kane Williamson. Back in the side and back at mid-off. He used to field at backward point or in the slip cordon, did Williamson, one of the finest in the game. But he's at mid-off, and Henry has the ball in hand, playing on his home track. Spoke to us here on TalkSport prior to the match. Spoke really well. And there's a big shout for a leg before wicket by Henry, and the finger's gone up. Well, it took an age for umpire Hassan Raza to make his decision, but New Zealand wanted it. The fielders wanted it. Steve Harmison in the commentary box alongside me. He had his finger up in the air, and after a consultation with his opening partner, Zach Crawley has been advised not to review, and he's got to go. Gone without scoring. New Zealand have struck early, and England are 9 for 1.
Yeah, an absolute beauty. Just nips back from Matt Henry. It's a good ball in a good area, just underneath the knee roll. It's probably pitched on off stump, and it's just nipped back a touch. I would say it's leg stump on the full, or umpires call leg stump. That's where there was a little bit of a consultation with Ben Duckett, but it looked good straight up. It looked very, very good. Ben Duckett tried to walk in front of Hassan Raza before he made the decision, just to put a little bit of doubt in the umpire's mind, but none in my mind. Sitting here, as soon as the ball hit Zach Crawley's pad, my finger was up, bowler instinct, and I think the Pakistan umpire made the right call.
So early breakthrough, and what that means, Steve Harmison, as applause rings out around this ground, another full house here at the Hagley Oval, is that Jacob Bethel walks to the crease on debut. and he walks to the crease early. 9 for 1. He's got to see off one ball of Matt Henry's second over. New Zealand, who at one point yesterday were 252 for 7, managed to muscle their way to 348, so they added 96 for the last 3 wickets, and they've struck early in conditions that seem far more suited to seam and swing than we saw yesterday. This is going to be a test. Seeing a replay, by the way, and it was just clipping leg stump, wasn't it?
Umpire's call. It did nip back. The pitch just outside off stump, just on off stump, nip back. It was the right decision. It was a big booming drive from Zach Crawley. It just looked out. It looked good, and I can see why the umpire give it.
4 slips in place. Williamson's been drafted in. Bethell to face his first delivery in Test cricket, and he's forward and an inside edge onto the pads. He survived. Phew.
He's survived. He's still on naught, but he's got the first ball on Test cricket out of the way. One thing I will say, straight off the bat, no matter what happens now from Jacob Bethell, all the numbers and all the talk and everything that goes, 20 first-class matches, no hundreds, whatever you want to say. For me, I'd like to think I can see a player, identify talent. This boy is talented, and I think forget the numbers. He's batting at number 3 for England. Give the boy a chance. It's not. I don't think it's like Dan Lawrence coming in for Zach Crawley in the summer. Going out, experiment, top of the order. Give the boy a chance. He might play 1 test match. Ollie Robinson might be back, and Pope might be at 3 come Wellington. You don't know what's going to happen. This boy's got a future in test match cricket, so give him a chance. Don't judge him on numbers, judge him on performance. And I'll say that right off the bat. He's faced 1 ball in test cricket. I want this boy to be given a chance because I think he's ceiling level. I don't think England have been as excited about a young player since Harry Brook, and look what Harry's done in international cricket.
Southey bowling to Ben Duckett here on TalkSport 2, and he beats the outside edge, not for the first time today. Duckett isn't playing a scoring shot. He's playing a defensive shot, and you can actually make sense of his method when he does try and play through that arc between point and gully so often, because he's been beaten 3 times now playing defensively. At some point you can understand where you think, well, I'm just going to hit it through those gaps, through small gaps.
That's his natural game. As a bowler, you've got to get him playing with a straight bat. If you can get him playing with a straight bat, like Adam Gilchrist.
Little flex of the knees from Duckett as Southey is in, and there is an aggressive shot, no timing, and scuffs the ball into the turf. It's fielded by Southey. Those numbers, by the way, we won't focus, but that was an impassioned and really interesting point you make about Jacob Bethell. 21 years of age. He has played 8 ODIs and 7 T20s for England, so he should, he's not coming in cold. He's only played for England for the last 2 months. Made his debut in September, but in terms of first-class matches, 20 played, 30 innings, an average of 25 with 5 50s and yet to register a century. Highest score of 93.
Batting at 7. 6 and 7.
He has also signed a 250k deal with Royal Challengers Bangalore, and they can spot a player.
Yeah, exactly. They can spot a player.
Here is Southey again. He's a player, and this is driven. Fine diving stop to his left. Is that Henry at mid-off? We'll have a little look as he makes his own. Nathan Smith it was. 1 bounce. If that had gone past it, even if he deflected it, it was hit so hard that would have whistled away to the long-off boundary for 4. But what it does, it just maintains that pressure. 9 for 1 England in first innings, and there was just a little bit of shape from that delivery from Tim Southey as well.
Yeah, good ball again from Southey, trying to making Duckett play with a straight bat. I mentioned before, 05, Andrew Flintoff bowling it, it's Adam Gilchrist. If we got Adam Gilchrist playing with a straight bat as opposed to an angle bat or a horizontal bat, we felt as though we were in the game, and that's how you bowl to Ben Duckett.
Here is Southey, left alone this time by Duckett. It's a touch fuller and wider, and Duckett watchful. He's 9. He's scored all 9 runs so far. New Zealand with their tails up, and that will continue throughout this session now, you'd imagine, although England love to get on the counter, and it does look a relaxed scene up in the dressing room. Ben Stokes with his feet on the table, socks and shoes off, as Southey again is in. He'd love to get a wicket. And this is a fraction too wide this time by Southey. When you look at the 3 matches that are going to be played in this series, here at the Hagley Oval at Christchurch, top wicket taker in the history at this ground, Tim Southey. Wellington, Basin Reserve, top wicket taker in the history at that ground, Tim Southey. And the same at Hamilton, Seddon Park, top wicket taker at that ground, Tim Southey. 61 here at 23, similar number of wickets at Wellington, 61 at 33 and 52 at 24. Enjoy him while you can, folks. He's been a legend of New Zealand cricket. And this is driven again, fielded again by Nathan Smith, who keeps Jacob Bethel honest at the non-striker's end. And that's the end of a maiden over from Tim Southey. England 9 for 1 here on TalkSport 2 after 5 overs.
Yeah, a good start from Southey. A bit like what Anderson always gives England. Gives you control as a captain. That's the one thing that England really lacked in that first morning. I think there was a bit of rustiness. First morning nerves, footholds not being great and a bit damp, inconsistent. Whatever you want to say about that, England didn't get their length right in that first hour of yesterday's play, and I think it cost them a few runs. They get off to New Zealand go off to a start. Not going to happen with Tim Southey on the pitch. This is what he gives you. He might be slowing up in pace and stuff like that, but not in control.
Here is Henry and Bethel driving once again for the 3rd time in the last over or so. Can't beat the fielder at mid-off. It's Rachin Ravindra this time who dives and puts in the effort. Bethel faces 2 deliveries in his Test career now. First ball in international cricket that he delivered was swept away for 4 down the leg side. But, pressure on England. 4 slips and a gully in place with that point mid-off, mid-on. And the pressure on as Henry again is in, left alone this time. If you are listening to us, one of the joys of broadcasting through the night, as it was when we were here in New Zealand at the start of last year, lying in bed, the other half asleep, put the little earpods in, listening to commentary on TalkSport 2, or maybe you're out and about on the night shift. Who knows? Get in contact though. Let's get your what did we call them, producer Scott? Silent shout-outs.
Shout-outs, wasn't it?
Yeah, silent shout-outs. Beaten this time. Matt Henry just draws that Bethel forward, just tries to cover the line, beaten past the outside edge. Get in contact with us at cricket_TS if you want to give your partner or a friend or your cat. We had a few cats, a few dogs, given a silent shout out whilst they are sleeping, so when they wake up in the morning you can say, I gave you a silent shout out on the cricket last night at about 2:30 in the morning, or whenever. Just hashtag silent shout outs as Bethel again trying to get on the front foot, fraction too short from Henry possibly this time, and it's just placed into the offside where there are 3 hungry fielders just waiting for that opportunity. Who have we got there? There's Phillips at gully, Conway at point, and it's got his back to us at the moment. Is that Ravindra at mid-off, or is it Southey?
Ravindra.
It is Ravindra.
Yeah, Ravindra. Southey's at 3rd slip.
That's right. Mitchell at 1st, Latham at 2nd, Southey at 3rd, and Williamson at 4th, and this is too wide and left alone by Jacob Bethel. So, get in contact with us either via the chat facility on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, hashtag silent shout-outs, wherever you are in the world, and also via Twitter or X, hashtag silent shout-outs, and we'll mention them throughout the day.
From Henry, he's just moving Jacob Bethel across the crease. It wouldn't surprise me if this is a swinging ball and it's coming back into the front pad. He's just, the last 3 balls have gone away from off stump.
He's already picked up 1 leg before, and he's flying and missing, and there is a heart in the mouth moment for Bethel. It was the double bluff, pulling him across the stumps, and Bethel maybe with what you were just saying in mind there, Steve Harmison, but it actually went across the left-hander, past the outside edge. There is a little chat between bowler and slipcord about whether the edge was taken, but they are not going to review.
Mitchell's keen on it. It's gone now, 15 seconds have gone, but Mitchell was keen. His first slip, he went flying past Blundell. He thinks he's got a little fine edge on it. Tom Latham was encouraged, but didn't really sort of take it up, and I don't think Matt Henry, the bowler, was too encouraged by it. But a good bit of bowling. You're just trying to, you can see what Matt Henry's trying to do. He's trying to move Jacob Bethel across the stumps. More of a one-day player, white ball player, likes bat on ball, and we've seen in I think it was about the third or the fourth ball of that over, just on off stump, Jacob Bethel played at the ball. It looked as though he's tried to pull his bat away, but he played at it first, so he played and missed, and the ball was probably going fifth stump, so he needs to learn and work out where his off stump is.
Southey in again. Tell you what, that went close to the off stump of Ben Duckett, who holds his pose and lets the ball whistle past. So just seeing a replay, ball going past the bat, but New Zealand were correct not to try and overturn the on-field not out call. We've had Liam Smith on YouTube get in contact with his, well, it's not quite a silent shout out because it's to him. He's on the night shift at Sainsbury's. Other supermarkets, of course, available in the UK. Thanks for listening, Liam. I'm more of a pack and save man here in New Zealand.
Good pies at Pack and
Excellent
Save.
pies at an affordable price. Southey again, and this time back does meet ballers. Duckett, but that ball is it's in that channel. New Zealand, you talk about the consistency and just applying the pressure. You know, how many were New Zealand after 6 overs? I've got the feeling they're about 25 for 1, 25, 26. Latham had hit a couple of boundaries. 9 for 1, start the 7th over. And with challenge to come as well. William O'Rourke, Nathan Smith, and then of course Phillips. I'm not sure we're going to see too much of Ravindra bowling. Certainly Phillips fancies himself as a bowler. 3 slips in place, and this time challenging the inside edge onto the pads, possibly from the bat of Ben Duckett, fielded at mid-wicket. Southey, inexpensive. 4 runs coming from his first 3.2 overs, and there was a little bit of seam movement there back into the left-handed Duckett, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's a bit of swing and a bit of seam movement, so it swung back onto off stump and then nipped back. I don't mind this from England. I mean, I really do. I quite enjoy it for England. Just absorb the new ball. This is a new ball wicket. Get over the new ball 10, 12, 15 overs and a little bit more. Trying not to lose too many wickets, and then you can really cash in as a batter.
Do England play like that? I'm not sure. Crash through the covers. The chase on from Nathan Smith. He is never going to reach this. This is as true a shot as we've seen all game from the bat of Ben Duckett, unfurling the cover drive, and this has been laced to the boundary. England moved to 13 for 1.
Yeah, and England play like this, and that's a ball to be hit. That's a ball outside off stump. What I've been encouraged from before is they've respected the ball. They haven't tried to hit the new ball off a length or off stump. You know, they've played solid, tried to be solid in defence, and anything offline, bang, that's what Ben Duckett does well.
Southey again, what's the follow-up? Drive and a miss from Duckett. He's an old canny campaigner, is Southey. He's not going to drag his length back. He's not going to fire it in at the boots. He's just going to give him another little tempter with the swing. He's backing himself. Duckett goes for the big booming drive, and he misses by an inch or 2.
It's a good job he didn't go with his feet for the booming drive, because I think that's the only reason he's missed it. I mean, no foot movement whatsoever. If anything, his front foot went leg side of the ball as opposed to going towards the ball. Ball was outside, well outside off stump. The footwork was non-existent. Not a tall man is Ben Duckett. Doesn't move his feet that much. But the one before, when it did have width on it, he got a bit closer to the ball. His right shoulder was going into the ball. From a technical point of view, his balance was good there. He was all off.
Deep square, or square leg, is just being pushed back towards the boundary. There's a catching mid-wicket as Southey is in again. Duckett is playing a little bit of tip and run, popping the ball into the offside, and it comes through for a single. 14 for 1 England, losing Zach Crawley early and without scoring. A 12-ball duck. Crawley made his debut in this country back in 2019, the same match as Darren Mitchell, actually. not bothering the scorers. Neil Manthorpe's going to be coming in for the next 20 minutes or so after a word from Steve Harmison.
It's been a good start from New Zealand. There's questions of the England batters outside off stump. Ben Duckett, apart from one or two false shots, has been quite solid in defence. Jacob Bethel's left a couple of balls, played it a couple of balls, but still to get his first runs out from 7 balls in Test match cricket. Southey's been as economical as he always is. Henry's been the threat. Henry's been a real threat. He's picked the only wicket up so far, but Duckett's now come down to Matt Henry's end. It'll be the first time he does get to face Matt Henry on his home ground, and you know, Jacob Bethel, it wouldn't be a bad thing for just watch from the non-strikers end for just that little bit more while everything gets calmed down. Remember, first up debut, batting at number 3 for England.
3 sips in a gully, and Duckett now chips it away through the offside as only Duckett can. I don't know that I've ever seen a batsman or a left-hander like Duckett with that little wristy push through the offside to finds the gap and scuttles through for a single. So Jacob Bethel, 7 balls in Test cricket so far, debut at number 3, England 15 for 1. I was commentating next door for Sport Nation, the local New Zealand station, with Ian Smith, when here's Henry again. Bethel leaves alone outside the off stump when New Zealand were finally dismissed for 348, and I asked him naturally whether he thought that was a good score, par score, below par, and he said above par, and he thought that New Zealand, particularly Matt Henry and Tim Southey, would bowl better lengths than England, and he thought that England were under pressure. And so far he's proven to be right. 4 slips in a gully now as Bethel drives up towards mid-off, and a pick up and a shy at the stumps from Rachin Ravindra, but they decided against the run.
Yeah, I think it's par score. I'm not convinced it's above par score. I think it's 350 on a pitch which is now flattened out. Today, tomorrow, decent days for batting on. Temperature's not too bad. Wants to get over the new ball. I think it is. I do believe it's a new ball surface. So once that new ball wears off in about 5, 6, 7 overs time, I think it'll be beautiful to bat on.
Here is Henry again. Bowls beaten outside the off stump here, Jake Bethel. He's bowling wonderfully well, Matt Henry. I have to say that he's been, I mean, his record and also evidence of those who've watched him over 3 years suggests that he has been in form for 3 years, which is not a bad effort for a fast bowler.
It's not a bad effort for a fast bowler, and I think being fit helps. I think if you put a run of games together from a fitness point of view and you can get onto a run, we were talking about it the other day, I think, especially these back-to-back-to-back series.
Here is Henry again outside the off stump and left alone by Jake Bethel.
Back-to-back-to-back series, if you get off to a good start in the first Test match, then all of a sudden, you know, by the time the third one comes, you're not chasing your tail. And I think when you are fit and you feel as though you are comfortable to bowl and 20 on average 20 overs an innings, then you know it comes down to your skill sets, and Matt Henry's skill sets are high class. Problem Henry had in the early part of his career was he struggled with injuries, but now supreme form.
Henry in again, bowls. Bethel drives, beautifully fielded by the bowler, diving away to his left, tumbling. I always think those fielding low down off your own bowling when you're a fast bowler is a very impressive effort, and it denies Jake Bethel his first run in Test cricket. He's faced a dozen deliveries now. Really top stuff from Matt Henry. 8 overs gone, England 15 for 1. I know that Gary Morgan will be able to answer this, but I'm just thinking, in fact, I'll say confidently that should we wait for 10 overs? That might make it easier for you, Gary, but I would say that this is comfortably England's slowest start to a Test innings since the new dispensation of Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. 8 overs gone, 15 for 1. Zach Crawley the man out. LBW to Matt Henry for a 12-ball duck. Ben Duckett has all 15 runs from 24 balls, and Jake Bethel has faced a dozen deliveries and has yet to score. Earlier, New Zealand finally dismissed for 348. Glenn Phillips shepherding the tail beautifully with an unbeaten 58. Here's Tim Southey around the wicket to Duckett. Pushes it defensively and watchfully straight back to the bowler. Southey does his own fielding. And Duckett wants to go for a wonder out of his crease. He just waited to make sure that Southey didn't have the ball in his hands. Just avoiding the Johnny Bairstow dismissal, and he's concerned. He's clearly concerned by a particular spot on the pitch, which looks like it's a good length, and he's tapping it not firmly but rather gently, as if to suggest that there's a crack he doesn't want to deteriorate. And Southey is in again around the wicket. Duckett plays defensively once again, and there's no run. I think that Ian Smith may well have had a point when he said that England would find it difficult, hard going. I think they're beginning to realise that, if they didn't know it already. I know that New Zealand, four batsmen at least, made mistakes and were responsible for their own demise, but I still think that Ian Smith is right. 348 is a challenging total, and I think that the New Zealand bowlers will bowl better lengths and pose more of a consistent challenge. Southey in again, bowls Duckett, swinging wildly at this one outside the off stump, playing that Duckett late cut, and Frankie Mackay has joined me just in time to describe what happened there, because he was trying to hit that behind square on the offside and it's ended up at long leg. What happened, Frankie? Did you get a bottom edge? Inside edge?
Yeah, big one. They take them however they come. They still count. It's another couple towards the total. But yeah, trying to absolutely leather that one square through the offside, and ends up with a huge inside edge. And it's deep backward square who's the one who's doing the fielding.
Peculiar. 3 slips in a gully. Here is Southey once again, and Duckett leaves. Oh, we'll get that on the highlights reel. Ben Duckett's left one. Of all Test openers since these statistics were measured, Ben Duckett is now famous for having the lowest leave percentage, which is, it's actually at one point it was 1% of all deliveries he faced. It's now up to 2%. So he's calming down. And do you know who the second highest is of all Test openers since these stats were? It's an obvious one, Frankie. You've got hundreds to choose from. But when I tell you, you'll go, oh yeah, of course. That's driven down the ground from Duckett. That's a wonderful off drive. Third one in this innings, and just sumptuous. I mean, he hits straight so well, and yet he plays square so well too. But sometimes when he plays like that, just absolutely classic. Beautiful shot for 4. He's on 21. England are on 21 for 1.
And that's no half volley either. That's just full of a good length, inviting the drive in, as met full face of the bat. Ben Duckett, as you said, that's what makes him so difficult to bowl to. The fact that he is able to be dominant off the front foot, is very good at playing off the back foot, playing square of the wicket as well.
Here's Southey once again running away from us from the Port Hills end, and that's driven through extra cover this time. Won't get to the boundary. There's an animated chase from Nathan Smith. And, well, you told us a couple of weeks ago that how much of an athlete he was, a genuine all-purpose fielder, as well as being an all-round cricketer with bat and ball. And he runs like an athlete. He runs like a 400-metre runner there. Well, even a sprinter, in fact. 9 overs gone, 23 for 1. The answer is David Warner. But Duckett, 2%. He's got this theory. I think he mentioned a couple of days ago that he says, well, look what happened to Marnus Labuschagne. He made 2 off 52 balls. And if the 52nd ball is going to get you out, rather have 30 or 40 than 2. And that's just his theory, and he seems genuinely, and I've seen a lot of cricketers, a lot of batters say to me, look, oh, it doesn't matter, the team won, I don't care if I got 90. Forward comes Jacob Bethel, and he's off the mark. To the applause of the knowledgeable and paying attention England supporters. Fervent round of applause, I would say, for that single, as he just dropped it out on the offside and scuttled through, and he's got a big smile on his face now. Ben Duckett's giving him a glove punch. Great single, mate.
I like that. I think that's really nice, because you can't tell me there was a bit of pressure there just building up internally on the young man. Got through 12 balls, haven't scored a run, and you finally get one off your 13th and just breathe that sigh of relief that comes with it.
Here is Matt Henry, edged and dropped at second slip by Tom Latham. If it carried, body language suggests it was on the half volley. Genuine edge, beautifully bowled, Matt Henry. Ben Duckett now walking up the crease. Frankie, talk us through this. Did that carry to Latham? Oh,
It sure did.
ooh. Oh dear, it did, didn't it? I reckon that was ankle height.
You just expect him to swallow those.
Well, let's see how costly that'll be. Glenn Phillips was dropped before he scored by Ben Stokes. Driven by Duckett through mid-off. That's his response. Another glorious off drive and another boundary, the result. With Duckett continuing to play the straight drives with glorious confidence. And do you know what? That's the fourth now, Frankie. I don't think any of them have been half volleys.
No, well, he's prepared to take it on. He's prepared to, whenever the ball is pitched up, to be looking to be aggressive. Ball before, the one that found the edge, that is that length, that back of a length, hitting up towards the splice of the bat. And there'll be a lot of frustration there and disappointment. It always seems to be the way as well. Catch goes down, next ball goes for 4. Just to rub a little bit of salt in.
3 slips in the gully remain. No short leg, I find interesting. And that's pushed away behind square on the offside into the gully. Glenn Phillips, possibly the most athletic fielder in world cricket, pounces to his left and does the fielding that they go through for a single. Ben Duckett 28, Jacob Bethel has a single. 29 for 1 England in reply to New Zealand's total of 348. Bryden Cars took the final 2 wickets to fall this morning. If you're joining us for the first time here on TalkSport 2 and indeed the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, Cars finishing with 4 for 64. Shoaib Bashir took 4 yesterday. Henry in again to Bethel, who pushes rather than drives up to mid-off. It's gone straight to the fielder, Rachin Ravindra, and there's no run. Intriguing test match this. Fascinating test match in Durban, where Sri Lanka were bowled out for 42 yesterday in 13.5 overs. It was the second shortest test innings of all time.
Yeah, new lowest test score for them.
Bethel struck on the pad here as Matt Henry brings one back into him at lively pace, and there's an ooh and an ah and a yelp, but no genuine appeal. And 10 overs gone, 29 for 1. Marco Jansen took 7 for 13, lanky left armer seamer. And South Africa have a lead of 270 odd, having made 190 in their first innings. Temba Bavuma top scoring with 70, second highest score of 24 in very, very difficult conditions. Spicy, lively, lots of grass, swinging ball, and that's kind of a quarter-final, if you like, for the World Test Championship. Those 2 test matches between South Africa and Sri Lanka, both of whom harbouring serious ambitions and belief that they can reach the final of the World Test Championship. New Zealand will have to win 3-0 in this series, won't they, to have a chance?
Yeah, I think there's perhaps the slimmest of chances if all other results go exactly perfectly in New Zealand's favour that they could get away with winning just 2.
Tim Southey continues down the leg side to Jacob Bethel. Ben Duckett rather, and he helps it on its way down to fine leg, fielded by Willow Rourke. Some people questioned Tim Southey's retirement announcement, and he said, this will be my last series. I'd like to play my last ground at my last game on my home ground in Hamilton, but I will be available for the final of the World Test Championship. I actually thought that was entirely reasonable. I thought that was of course. I mean, it just made sense. It's sort of like now's the perfect time to retire, maybe. You know, but it does. It makes perfect sense. He just said he'd be available. He wasn't making assumptions that he would naturally be picked for the final at Lord's if New Zealand did qualify.
Yeah, exactly. I have no qualms with it whatsoever, to be really honest. I think it's a nice way to front foot it, to say coming into a series, this is it, this is the end. It's at 3 grounds that I've really loved playing at, ending up home ground, chance to play in front of family and friends. Had a lovely career, it's been great. But if we do make that final, you bet I'm going to be available for it if you'll have me.
It's like I'm not going to go off in 5 months. Here's Southey once again, bowls to Bethel, and that's pushed defensive out on the offside. I mean, he's the leading wicket taker at all 3 grounds, which is just what a way to go. I mean, and imagine if he does take 15 wickets in these 3 tests. Wouldn't that just be the most perfect way to go out?
Well, better yet, he ends up on 398. New Zealand get into that World Test Championship final, and then you get to take your 400th and go home with a nice trophy as well.
Oh, that one beats the outside edge as Jacob Bethel pushes it a little bit tentatively. I think deep down you really want him to hit 13 sixes in the series, don't you, to reach Brendan McCullum's record.
I think maybe as well, if you actually asked him, if you actually sat down and said, Tim, what would you rather have?
400 wickets or the leading 6-hitter in Test?
I think he might be leaning towards the 6s as well. 400 does have a very nice ring to it, but I think the 6s are something close to his heart, really. He loves that little record that he could take.
Here he is once again, up to Jacob Bethel, just outside the off stump. It's a good lead from Jake Bethel. England 30 for 1 in the 11th over, coming towards the end of the 11th over. Ben Duckett is 29. He's got 29 of the 30. Zach Crawley, LBW to Matt Henry for a 12-ball duck. Earlier New Zealand 348 all out. Bryden Cast finishing with 4 for 64 to go with Shoaib Bashir's 4 for 69 yesterday. Tim Southey made 15 with the bat, did not hit a 6, but did try. And here he is with the ball to complete his 6th over to the wicket now, and it's worked away through the onside by Jake Bethel, and only as far as Rachin Ravindra at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 11 overs gone, 30 for 1. It is really high-intensity pressure cricket. I think England are under pressure, and I don't recall them having been. It's a short period of time, obviously, building up towards lunch. They've got a debutant out there, and I just think they're under really good pressure. More from Frankie Mackay, and then it'll be Garth Galloway.
Well, it did have the feel today when you turned up to the ground. A little bit different to yesterday. Yesterday, yes, you looked at the surface and green, plenty of grass. But you almost started to feel like perhaps good toss to lose. The ball didn't do as much necessarily as was thought. Bowlers had trouble with their footing at the crease, just how grassy the surface was. When you turn up today, the wicket's still plenty of grass, still plenty of assistance, but that overcast still feel, not too windy.
Henry bowling now to Duckett, who's coming forward and plays low to the ground at times as Ben Duckett. He plays forward, pushing the ball into the gully region. No change to the score. Yeah, I've been really impressed with Henry and Southey, with the amount of movement they've been able to get. They just know, watching them, the length that you have to bowl on this pitch, and they've done it much better than England did. As Henry is bowling to Duckett again. He gets a ball which is just up into his hip. He turns it square of the wicket. No change to the score.
Yeah, and it also is that Tim Southey is a genuine swing bowler. He's lost a couple of yards of pace. He very much operates in that 130, almost as the top pace now, but has the ability to genuinely swing the ball. So you get some nice overcast conditions, you get still that mid-range temperature, and all of a sudden the ball just starts talking.
Henry bowls, and Duckett is squared up a little bit, plays the ball off the outside edge to the vacant cover area and picks up another run. Duckett into the 30s, it's 31 for 1.
And Henry, a great foil to him as well, isn't going to shape the ball in the air as much as Tim Southey. Has got the ability to get a little bit, but the fact is he's more you hit the surface, hit the deck, get some purchase off the wicket. And so when you put the two of them together, I think they form such a challenging pair to face early on.
Certainly do for England today. It's tough conditions out there. Here's Bethel, who's facing, and he's caught on the pads as an appeal for LBW. Looked like it might have been going down, and umpire Raza not particularly interested, and I don't think New Zealand are going to be interested in the review either. I'm intrigued by Southey. You're right about the pace. He is in that sort of we've seen him at 124, 125. At the peak of his career, he was mid-130s and possibly up to 138, 139. But I've always been intrigued by the amount of criticism that he attracts from New Zealand fans. It's mystified me. He's had a stellar career for New Zealand in all forms of the game. As Bethel's playing that ball with a bit of confidence, just standing tall and pushing the ball back down the pitch. But people seem incredibly tough on him. He's had a remarkable career.
Yeah, and you wonder how much of that is because he is just so talented. He even made comment about it leading up into the test after he'd announced his impending retirement. He said, that debut game he had where he took wickets, scored runs, he said, actually my career might have been a bit easier if I hadn't batted like that day one.
Massive expectations, 5 wickets in his first test. Here's a ball which is beautiful from Henry. Just leaves the outside edge of Bethel, who is on 1. Duckett is 30, 31 for 1. Well, you made an interesting comment talking to Neil about a good toss to lose, and on Sport Nation we got exactly that comment right at the start of the day yesterday, where a listener wrote in and said this could be a good toss to lose. It was prophetic, really.
Yeah, well, it did have that feel to it, because you have to be such a brave captain to stand out there with the emerald green under your feet, see how long and lush the grass is, and say, actually, we're going to have a bat, thank you. We want to go out there and we want to score at 4.5 runs and over, leather the ball all over the place, and we want to bat on a green one. So I think that was always going to be really hard for Ben Stokes. Everything really does point towards it's a bowl first, but throw in those nor'west winds, throw in the really grassy nature of the surface, and it became a little bit problematic. And I actually thought New Zealand batted really well. They set themselves up to then have a day today that can put themselves in a good position with ball to take a little bit of control of this test match.
Well, just as it was in New Zealand's first test against India, where India won the toss and decided to bat first, and Tom Latham would have done exactly the same thing. Another good toss to lose. Would have been a brave thing for Stokes to bat first, as you say, especially when you look at the history in this ground. 13 test matches before this one, as Smith bowls his first ball in test cricket, and it's just short of a length, and they're going to get a run. They shouldn't, but there's been a misfield in the gully region, and so that enables them to scamper through for a run. Bethel is 1 and Duckett is 32. So Smith playing in his first test for New Zealand. Right arm medium fast bowler. Bowls in the sort of vicinity of 135, 137 kilometres an hour. Quite brisk. And it tends to bowl a good length, just nibble the ball around a little bit. Might swing it. Here he is with the number 10 on his back, running past umpire Tucker, and some beautiful delivery which moves and beats Bethel outside the off stump. Bethel now has faced 25 balls for his one. He's working hard. That was a lovely delivery from Smith.
And that's an absolute peach. There's been a little bit of discussion as well, Nathan Smith, that maybe he has put on a yard of pace. He's a phenomenal athlete, he's in really good shape. He has an exciting prospect, the ability to swing the ball in both directions, and I feel that conditions could be well suited to him here.
No ball signalled with his second ball in Test cricket. Here he is again from the Port Hills end around the wicket. This is a good delivery which cramps up Bethel. He plays it safely enough, just knocking the ball into the offside. So Smith in his first Test, bowling to Bethel in his first. Nice combination. Lovely always to see people playing in their debuts, their first games in this beautiful form of the game, the most challenging form of it. Nice crowd in here at Hagley, very different conditions that we saw from yesterday. As Frankie Mackay's been talking about, a nor'wester, 28 degrees. Smith bowls, Bethel drives to mid-on. No change to the score, but it's much more pleasant today.
Yeah, it might be a little bit easier on the spectators too.
You talked yesterday when you were on air with Neil about the different sets of clothing you have to bring to watch cricket in New Zealand. And it can change. We often have 4 seasons in a day, less so here in Christchurch. I don't want to be critical of Wellington or Dunedin, but things can change quickly there. And it's a day for the cricket lovers here, but it's not as warm. And here's Bethel, who is playing the ball off his hip, pulls it away off the front foot to the square leg boundary for 4. Good shot from Bethel. His first boundary in Test cricket takes the score to 5, and it's 37 for 1.
A very nice way to strike your first boundary in Test cricket. He is quick onto the short ball, and that one not even that short from Nathan Smith, just banged in a touch over hip height, allows him to just get back into that pull shot position. Very quick onto the back foot.
England obviously fancy him as a ball striker. He's clearly played white ball cricket, of course, for England. Here he is, bat and pad closely together as Smith is trying to exploit that area. He plays it safely enough into the offside. But talking to one of the England batting coaches, Marcus Trescothick, just talking about what a beautiful striker of the ball he is. And that's a real continuation of the way that they want to play their Test cricket.
Well, everyone that talks about this young lad talks about what a talent he is. Just how good at the game that he already is as a pretty young guy, but the ceiling is high, that there's so much potential there.
Here's Smith bowling, and he's onto the back foot, cuts the ball down to third man. Phillips can't save it at gully as he dives to his left, and he has a second boundary in Test cricket, does Jacob Bethel. He's 9, a good cut shot wide of the off stump, and England now settling down nicely as we head towards the lunch break. 41 for 1. Duckett is 31, Bethel is 9, and Smith's first over in Test cricket costing him 10 runs.
And I can't really decide how I feel about a guy that averages 25 with the bat, 90 plus with the ball, being selected for his first Test at 21.
And bats 7 and is batting at 3.
Yeah, I on one hand actually really love it that selectors and coaches are prepared to say, this is a guy who's got the potential, he's got the ability, he's got all the attributes physically, mentally that we're after. We think he's going to be great. Let's get him in. Let's get him involved. Let's get him a spot. Let's put all the support around him and let him show off how good he is. I think that is really exciting.
You can tell us about your reservations after this delivery, which is a good one from Henry, and it sees Duckett treating it with respect off the front foot.
But then on the other hand, I absolutely hate it, because you think of all the players that have been playing county cricket that'll have career averages of 40 plus, touching 50, have been batting in those 3 or 4 slots their entire careers.
Scored 20,000 first-class runs.
Who you would say are really prepared to make the step into international cricket.
Duckett faces up, plays away from his body a little bit, it runs square. and Phillips fields in the gully, but there's time for them to scamper through for Duckett's 32nd run, 42 for 1.
Because you're always told as a batter, runs are your currency. And you always get told as a top order player especially that it's hundreds matter. And it's not just scoring 100 and then getting out, it's big hundreds, daddy hundreds as they're often referred to. And then you pick a guy who doesn't have a professional 100 in any format of the game, at the professional level doesn't have one, and you're giving him almost keys to the penthouse. You get to bat at 3, you've got explosive openers above you, you've got arguably one of the best players in the world, Joe Root, coming in below you. It's I really sit on the fence with it.
Is Bethel driving nicely to Ravindra at extra cover. You're just seeing now, he just looks a bit more at ease, doesn't he? Those two boundaries, suddenly the feet start to move a bit better. He's moving his hands towards the ball nicely. I completely agree. I mean, I think McCullum and Stokes stand and fall on these sorts of decisions that they're making. You know, they like seemingly to bring players out of obscurity, and ones who they like the way they strike the ball. They like, with Bashir, they like the fact that he's young, he gets a bit of turn, a little bit of bounce, and it's anything but conservative as outside the off stump this time. It's through to Blundell. But you feel that in reading some of the writing in the BBC and Wisden and so on, that some of the scribes are getting a little frustrated with it. And England's record, of course, has changed quite dramatically in recent times with a few losses.
Well, it has to be frustrating for some of those guys who are not in the Test match side.
Well, Dan Lawrence would be one.
And you're putting performances on the board, you feel like you're doing everything right, and perhaps if your style, your ball striking doesn't quite fit the mould, then all of a sudden it must feel a little bit for those guys like the door is closed. It actually doesn't matter now how many runs you score.
Henry's going around the wicket this time, and Bethel is playing to O'Rourke at mid-on.
And it's not just with the bat either. We've seen it a little bit in the bowling side of things too.
But in a way, you think about some of the selectorial trends that have been around. I mean, you know, for some selectors, they will want runs on the board in first-class cricket, won't they? These guys are doing it differently. I mean, it's a legitimate approach. It certainly carries with it risk as Henry bowls, and this ball almost beats the defences of Bethel. He clamps down on it at the last minute, gets an edge, and it races down off the legs to Smith at long leg. The end of 14 overs, 43 for 1 England. New Zealand bowled out earlier in the day for 348. Duckett is 32, Bethel is 10. So I suppose players have always had to try and fit in with what a particular selectorial trend is. But this one is different and very hard, I think, to attract the attention of them.
It also must, for some players, feel very exciting. You know, if you're a youngster with some talent, you play in the style that they are after, then you must think you're only ever 1 or 2 spots away. You're a chance to be playing Test match cricket.
And they're going to give you a license to be your natural self. As Bethel is out, he's got an inside edge and is caught behind by Blundell. Smith has his first wicket in Test cricket. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, and he's played down the line. I think it's an inside edge through to Blundell. Bethel is having a chat at the moment, and play has just stopped. We're waiting to see if it's a no ball. Surely not. Smith is anxious. Very anxious as the camera zooms in on him.
Well, it must be tight because they are having a good look at it. And it's out.
So Smith does have his first wicket. The TV review just taking a little bit of shine off the moment for Nathan Smith, but he's got his man. Bethel is out, caught by Blundell from Smith's bowling for 10, 43 for 2. Tell us about it, Frankie. It's not an inside edge.
It's off the outside. It just nibbled away. Nathan Smith coming around the wicket, ball angled in, and then just leaving the left-handed Bethel. A beautiful piece of bowling, does just enough to catch the outside edge. Just as we were talking about the debutant starting to look more at ease, the feet starting to go. That's how quickly it can end, and he's walking off. First innings in the book, just 10 next to his name. England find themselves in that little spot of bother. 43 for 2 on the stroke of lunch.
Really good piece of bowling by Nathan Smith. Exactly the sort of area that you would expect him to bowl in. That's why he's here. He's a different sort of bowler. We've been talking about on Sport Nation about New Zealand looking for a player like Colin de Grandhomme to come in the bowl. De Grandhomme, who took 6 for 41 against Pakistan on this ground not so long ago. A different sort of bowler, a swing bowler, whereas Smith, he does swing it, but he also is a bit brisker and bowls a different length, pitches it up and is able to get the ball just to move a little bit off the seam, and he bowled that one. He's found his length already. That was beautiful.
Yeah, lovely. And they had big reps on Nathan Smith, and that wicket, that dismissal, is what he's all about as a bowler, the ability to swing the ball, seam the ball. He's always a bowler that people say he just hits the bat a little bit harder than what you expect. He's on to you a little bit quicker, skiddier, hits the bat hard, and just always making you play, always challenging in and around that off stump.
It's a very fine delivery, 137 kilometres an hour, so it's not a bad pace as well for a fourth seamer in this New Zealand attack. Considerably quicker than Tim Southee. But it was a lovely delivery going around the wicket, and Bethel just really played at it as though it was going to hold its line. It nipped away just a little bit off the seam to the left-hander and caught the outside edge. Here's Root facing his first delivery, wide outside the off stump. No shot. 43 for 2, a very timely moment for New Zealand to pick up that second wicket just before stumps. And a good session for New Zealand. I think that they will feel very pleased with their work, getting through to 348. And now they have England in just a little bit of trouble at 43 for 2. Huge batting lineup though. England with Cass batting at 10. Plenty of excitement ahead as Smith's good delivery this time is just outside the off stump and climbing, and Root's judgment is good. Really lovely conditions for Smith to be bowling in as well, overcast and giving it every opportunity to do things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if he was thinking about the conditions that he wanted to have a bowl in, the first time you get the red ball in hand, this is pretty much exactly what he would have picked. Grassy surface, overcast, reasonably still.
And a player in his first game without a first-class century to his name, batting at 3. Here's Smith bowling to Root. He's onto the back foot. Already you see with Root just that he has a little bit more time than his predecessors.
Yeah, he is someone that makes batting look exceptionally easy.
You feel that England have got to build around him now, don't you? They've got a lot. Duckett still there, of course. Brooks still to come. Plenty of batting in this England lineup. But you just feel with Pope, Stokes and co, they've got to build it around Root.
Yeah, and to be really honest, I think that is how their batting philosophy is set up a little bit at the moment. That he is the cornerstone. He just plays to his natural tempo and everyone else plays around him.
Not unlike New Zealand and Kane Williamson as Smith bowls. He's bowled him! Root's out! Smith has a second wicket. He went back, got an inside edge, and he walks down now and prods the pitch, but that won't make any difference. Smith getting the inside edge of Joe Root. It went down into his stumps in New Zealand. Cock a hoop. 45 for 3. Root bowled by Smith without scoring.
Yeah, perfect. Nathan Smith, if he was excited about his first wicket in Test match cricket, then number 2 will be a special one. Picking up one of the best players in the world in Joe Root without scoring, just on the stroke of lunch. He now has the opportunity to put New Zealand well ahead in this game. 45 for 3 England. We were talking up how important Joe Root is, how he is the cornerstone, how everyone can bat around him. And that cornerstone dismissed without scoring.
Well, as we head into lunch, Smith will be enjoying his lunch. Nathan Smith, in his first match, his first over, cost 10 runs. And since then, he's bowled 3 balls and has picked up 2 wickets. Superb from him. And England go to lunch with an awful lot of thinking to do. We just summarise what's happened here this morning. New Zealand resumed at 319 for 8. Southee was on 10. Phillips on 41. And it was Southee who was the first to go, in quite a traditional sense for him, pulling a loose ball, a shortish delivery rather, from Carse out to Atkinson, picked them out on the deep backward square leg boundary. He was out for 18, and New Zealand were 325 for 9, and then we saw a partnership of 23 runs with O'Rourke not contributing any but surviving 13 balls. Phillips batted very well indeed. He was 58 not out, and New Zealand eventually dismissed for 348. Wokes none for 70 from 20. Gus Atkinson 18 overs 2 for 61. Carse very impressive indeed, 19 overs 1 maiden 4 for 64. Stokes 13 overs none for 59. Bethel bowled just 1 over yesterday, 1 over none for 5, and of course Bashir 20 overs 1 maiden 4 for 69. And then we've seen England coming out and really being troubled by movement from the New Zealand bowlers. They've moved it more than the England players that we've seen. Swing from Southee, a little bit of seam movement from Matt Henry, and New Zealand go to lunch very much on top. But Crawley out without scoring. He faced 12 balls and looked out of sorts by his standards. Bethel faced 34 deliveries for his 10 before he was caught behind, just playing down the line, the ball nipping away, and a thin edge, outside edge taken by Blundell behind the stumps, and Smith picked up his first wicket in Test cricket. And then we saw Joe Root coming to the crease and looking pretty comfortable, but with the 4th delivery he got a ball that was just short of a leg, played across it a little bit, got a bottom edge into his pads, and much to his mortification, onto his stumps. England 45 for 3. Southee 6 overs 2 maidens, none for 18. Henry 7 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Nathan Smith 1.5 overs 2 for 12, and Frankie. England have a lot of pondering to do and a lot of work after lunch.
Yeah, that'll be a little concern. That's a worry. The ball's starting to talk. There's seam movement. There's swing on offer. Yeah, there's 3 wickets early, and there's just a little wobble there. Now, I think as well the loss of Joe Root is a big one. First duck since 2022, so shows how crucial he's been to their success in that period. So at the moment, I think advantage New Zealand. They were able to put a little bit more on the board to get up to 348, which I'd say puts them slightly above par. And then they'll be thrilled with this morning's session, the ability to pick up 3 wickets, and of course the big one in Joe Root too. So the happier of the 2 teams at lunch, definitely New Zealand, and I think for Nathan Smith especially, lunch will be tasting pretty good.
Welcome back to Christchurch, Hagley Oval, where spectators, as far as the eye can see, most of them making their way off the outfield now, but there's still a gaggle of kids just to the left of me, still playing some outfield cricket. Some outrage. Look at that kid there. Look at that hair. That is off the scale. I know that you have the, what they call fades, or it's just an undercut or whatever, but this isn't an undercut. This is just all mullet and not a lot else, but he looks happy with life. And
Do you reckon he's done that himself?
Maybe.
His mum's gone out of the kitchen for 5 minutes and he's got the scissors. Look what I've done, Mum.
He doesn't look like he's had a haircut. He looks like he's been half sheared. Anyway, off he comes, off the field with a he's got the old Babes Brigade top on. blue shorts, ridiculous hair.
That's a good one, that.
But
My brother did that once just before a school photo.
Did he?
Yeah. Oh, he's about 4 or 5, something like that. First school photo.
What about this chap here then, who's just with Chris Harris walking off the field? The hairstyle's nothing really to report home about, but he's playing. Remember the old...
the epilogue. Was it the epilogue? Was it the epilogue?
I'm not sure, but you know when we used to watch the old... back in the day, when TV channels turned off, you had
I think it was was it the epilogue?
No, it was like a holding card. It was a holding card that would go from, on BBC 2 or Channel 4, from 10 p.m. after the national anthem was played, by the way, will go until about 6 o'clock in the morning. The guy's wearing a full-on suit with what looks like a TV holding card from the 1980s. That's New Zealand fashion, possibly, for you here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We're talking ridiculous sheep-sheared haircuts and New Zealand fashion, because we don't really want to talk about the cricket, do we? If you are just joining us, waking up from a fevered dream and you're just turning on the radio, wondering what the score is, England are 3 down at lunch, 45 for 3, 2 wickets in 3 legal deliveries, all bowled by a debutant, Nathan Smith, who was hit for 2 fours in his first over in Test cricket and picked up 2 wickets in the second. He may pick up more. He's still got 3 balls to go because he bowled 2 no balls in there as well. There was a nervy wait actually after the dismissal of Jacob Bethel, caught behind, an absolute beauty of a ball that's just pitched and moved away from the left-hander just a fraction, on and around, middle and off. Bethel had to play at it. Could have left on length actually. It wasn't going to go on to hit the stumps, but it was very straight and the outside edge was taken. It was about 10-15 yards away from the crease when Rod Tucker, one of the umpires, just called him back. They were having a look to see if Nathan Smith had overstepped. Nervy moment for the debutant, Smith that is, and Bethel I suppose, but he hadn't. So Bethel had to go, and Joe Root left the first delivery alone and the next 2, but they were both no balls. The third legal delivery though, straight again, and possibly Root undone by lack of pace rather than too much of it, too soon onto the shot, defensive and inside edged onto his own stumps. So there you go. That is cricket in a nutshell, because at the other end Ben Duckett's been dropped and played and missed about 5 times and he's still there, 32 not out. A lot of work for England to do after New Zealand were bowled out for 348, so the deficit is 303, 7 wickets in hand. England at lunch here at the Hagley Oval ahead of the second session of the day. 45 for 3 on TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Unfiltered football debate done right.
Vatican City football team, Pep Swiss Guardiola.
Big hitting cricket comment done right.
Ricky Pontiff. No, yeah, Ricky, you can't have cricket. No, you can't have cricket.
Knockout boxing opinion done right.
That was a classic. Legendary.
Entertaining afternoon radio done right.
Well, some would say it's absolute news.
Hawksby and Jacobs, weekday afternoons from 1 on TalkSport with Toolstation, for a job done right.
Angela Rippon, what are you doing here?
I've come to tell you about using energy flexibly, Albert.
Flexibly?
Yes, smart meter owners could get rewarded for moving their energy use, like doing the laundry at off-peak times.
So I don't need to do the splits?
No, Albert. Nobody wants to see that.
Get rewarded for using energy flexibly, only with a smart meter. Search Get a Smart Meter today.
Eligibility and availability vary. Consumer action required. Reward schemes and tariffs available to selected customers from selected suppliers.
The moustache is calling. For years, people around the world have been united by the power of the moustache. This Movember, unite to take on mental health, suicide, prostate and testicular cancers. Come together, grow together, raise funds, save lives. Change the face of men's health. Donate at Movember.com.
What do you get if you cross Santa with a duck? A Christmas quacker! If it's about time you brought more than just dad jokes to the Christmas table, H. Samuel's best ever Black Friday sale has you covered. with 60% off sparkling diamonds, 50% off designer watches, and 25% off full-price jewellery. Find gifts more impressive than your one-liners. The H. Samuel Black Friday sale, in-store and online now. Hurry, prices won't get any lower before Christmas. Terms and conditions apply.
Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent on TalkSport Drive with Motorpoint. Destination sports conversation fueled by unfiltered opinion with quality guests as standard and a couple of motor mouths.
Something's not right, is it?
That's rubbish. It's the Daily Radio road trip that takes you to the farthest corners of the nation's football fanscape.
I'm just in my flat, chilling out.
Yeah, I think you might be my favourite so far, Martin. Have a wonderful afternoon.
TalkSport Drive this afternoon from 4 on TalkSport with Motorpoint. There's no car like a Motorpoint car.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On TalkSport 2.
Wokes it is, past the umpire in, and this is cracked through the covers and away to the boundary for 4. Phillips will take a single down to long leg, and that's 50 up for Glenn Phillips, dropped on naught. And he's made England pay. One ball to see off. He's not managed it. William O'Rourke late to get the bat down onto the ball. Fired in full, targeting off stump. Came close to the dismissal in the last over. And Bryden Castles picked up his 4th wicket in the innings. And New Zealand's innings has come to an end. Henry has the ball in hand. Home track, spoke to us here on TalkSport 5. That's really well, and there's a big shout for leg before wicket by Henry, and the finger's gone up. And after a consultation with his opening partner, Zach Crawley has been advised not to review, and he's got to go. Gone without scoring. New Zealand have struck early, and England are 9 for 4 slips in place. Williamson's been drafted in. Bethel to face his first delivery in Test cricket, and he's forward and an inside edge onto the pads.
Driven by Duckett through mid-off, that's his response. Another glorious off drive and another boundary the result.
Here's Smith bowling, and he's onto the back foot, cuts the ball down to third man. Phillips can't save it at gully as he dives to his left, and he has a second boundary. In Test cricket does Jacob Bethel. He's 9, a good cut shot. So Bethel is out, he's got an inside edge and is caught behind by Blundell. Smith has his first wicket in Test cricket. Bowls up. He's bowled him! Roots out. Smith has his second wicket. He went back, got an inside edge, and he walks down now and prods the pitch, but that won't make any difference.
Welcome back to Hagley Oval. What a session we've brought to you on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand 319 for 8, all out for 348. Remember, at one stage yesterday, were either, if you're a Kiwi, you point back to the fact that they were 199 for 3, and they only made 345. If you're from England, you point out the fact they were 252 for 7 and added 96. Either way, they made 348. England, though, losing 3 wickets on the way to lunch. First ball of the afternoon session, bowled by Nathan Smith, and Harry Brook. Somewhat uncertainty in his shot selection there. Taller man, trying to get forward, and just guides the ball down in front of third slip. Comes down the track, just has a little prod. Pressure on. Pressure was on England throughout that session, mainly because New Zealand bowled wonderfully well with the new ball. Matt Henry, 7 overs on the spin, picking up the wicket as Zach Crawley. Southey possibly bowl 1 or 2 more than on another day he would have, as Smith is in again, and Brook comes forward, defends. And then Nathan Smith given a couple of overs towards the back end of the session. No sign of William O'Rourke as of yet, picking up 2 wickets in 3 balls. Jacob Bethel caught behind with delightful delivery from Smith, bowling round the wicket, I think. Steve Palmerston alongside me.
Yeah, it was around the wicket.
We'll confirm that. He's bowling over the wicket now, and he was bowling over the wicket to Joe Root, who second legal delivery inside edge, Tavari's thigh onto the stumps, and Brooks sees off the over. An over that Nathan Smith will never ever forget. His first Test wicket and the wicket of Joe Root And Steve Harmison alongside me in the commentary box. England have got a lot of work to do in this next 2 hours if they to get back into this game.
Yeah, a huge amount of work to do. I think Nathan Smith's just blown the England top order away by putting the ball on a good length and asking questions in and around that off stump. Second one was a little bit fortuitous. The Joe Root one, inside edge, onto leg and onto the stumps, but I'll not complain. That's Joe Root, 150 test matches. But the first one was a beauty. To get rid of England's debutant, Jacob Bethel, from around the wicket, got it to straighten, found the outside edge. It was an excellent bit of bowling. Had problems with no balls. Both sides have had problems with no balls. England bowled 11 in the first innings, but I think so far so good. Southee and Henry set the tone. They really did set the tone, and Smith did not, drop the standard. He was excellent for his 2 overs so far.
First ball of the test for William O'Rourke, and this is cracked away. It bounces in front of Glenn Phillips, who puts 2 hands up in front of his face to field the ball, but actually almost to protect himself. That went at the fielder fast, and the crowd thought that possibly it was a catch. It wasn't, but a statement of intent from Ben Duckett. First ball after the break. It was there to be hit, truth be told. It was a touch wide. Duckett gets off strike, 46-3.
And the ground seemed to take the sting out of it. I think it did fly to Phillips, but I think
he lost it.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, I think he lost it because I think he was expecting it to come out a little bit quicker, and it got into the outfield. It just stood up. It still hit him hard because it was hit hard from Ben Duckett, but it was wide. It was full outside off stump from O'Rourke, and this is where New Zealand will want to keep the tone set from what happened before the break. Can Will O'Rourke get into a good rhythm? He's got pace. He gets bounce. Can he get up that fuller to Harry Brook?
It's the length I wonder about, as Harry Brook just rides that short of a length delivery. And this is a shot that Jacob Bethel, new to his international career, didn't quite get a handle on. He's guided the ball through the gap between third slip and gully and all along the ground for 4. So just a little bit of pressure put back on the bowler. He's opened the face nicely there, has Harry Brook. Completely safe shot. And he moves to 4. He's off the mark with the boundary. 50-3. England losing 2 wickets in the over before the lunch break. William O'Rourke, you were speaking about him really well a couple of days before this test match. I'll go into that in more detail in a second, as he's in again, touch fuller, and Brook playing with bat well in front of pad. Will take a couple to square leg. The slight misfield actually from Nathan Smith, running in from the boundary at wide fine leg. But William O'Rourke is a tall man, 6'4". You know, of course, what it's like to be bowling at that height with that stature. But it's the lengths, the field placing, and this kind of how England are going to come back at you that you thought was going to be really interesting to see how O'Rourke goes, new to his test career. 3 slips. There's a leg slip in place as well. As O'Rourke is in, this is driven, a punch drive, and it's fielded at mid-off by Conway, I think. 52-3. No, Williamson back at mid-off. 52-3, England in first innings.
Yeah, I think it's about settling into a nice rhythm and a nice length. He's got into a bit of a rhythm. His run-up looks quite smooth. He looks as though he's hitting the crease quite hard. His pace hasn't been too bad. What is it, 144? That last ball there, 146.
That's the fastest across both sides.
Both sides, yeah.
Some distance.
But with that comes ability to score. You know, these boys they're not frightened of pace anymore. If you get it off slightly offline, not off length, they use the pace very, very well.
Here's Harry Brook, high back lift. This is angling in on the pads. He's getting the bat down, squeezed out to square leg where it's fielded by that leg slip. Is that Phillips? It always seems to be Phillips. Whenever you wonder, is that Phillips? Or rather, who is that? It's usually Phillips, isn't it?
Yeah, Phillips is that leg slip now, and it's a good field position for me for Harry Brook, because Harry wants to stay leg side the ball. He accesses the offside brilliantly. Not a great deal of foot movement. I think he's got the best head position, the stillest of heads in world cricket, and that's what makes him the player he is. But if it just bounces a little bit, like leg slips in play.
O'Rourke again, and this is an outside edge from the bat of Brook, a misfield from Conway running around from gully, and that allows Brook to come back through for a single. The leg slip method of dismissal is one we saw O'Rourke operate against Virat Kohli in India with Phillips at leg slip, of course, and it worked.
It works because of the action. Will O'Rourke's action, and it's a natural. I get it wrong, which makes it right. And what I mean by that is when he just loses his front side and he goes a little bit early, the ball just angles towards the batter. And because he's 6'5" and because he's bowling at 145 kilometres an hour, if that bounces from there, then all of a sudden it's at ribcage area, and the batter then has to take evasive action, and that's why leg slips in play.
Edged and just drops short of third slip actually, from the bat of Harry Brook. You saw this as a run-scoring shot in the last over. But, there's 3 slips in place.
I think he's in control there.
You're trusting the bounce though, aren't you?
Yeah, I think he's in control there. Just riding it down. I think he's trying to get a little bit more of the fuller face of the bat on it, but he's just trying to knock it down to that sort of vacuum through the gully third area.
Sun out here for the first time today at Hagley Oval as Nathan Smith continuing over the wicket to the right-handed Harry Brook, who again defends on off stump, fielded by Phillips in the gully.
You asked him before about Nathan Smith and who he's like and trying to find out similarities. I think when you watch him run in, he looks a right-hand version of Neil Wagner. It's the way he runs, the way he attacks the crease. The front arm's not massive, and then the whippy action that goes over it. His running style is very much like Neil Wagner.
Yeah, Neil Wagner, who was retired last year, driven this time. Touch floaty from Smith for the first time. Pitched up, but no timing from the bat of Harry Brook. Another run to the score. England moved to 55 for 3, midway point of the 17th. New Zealand bowled out for 348. I wonder how many times in the history of Test cricket a side has been able to put out onto the field 3 of their top 5 bowlers in the history of their side, in the way New Zealand could with Trent Boult, Tim Southee and Neil Wagner. No Sir Richard Hadley, of course, who's here today. There's a conference centre. Is it a conference centre? It's not a conference centre. It's got a stand named after him to the right. It's the pavilion, Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion. Dug in this time from Smith, who's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. And Duckett shapes to pull and then gets his way out of the ball.
England had 2.
Yeah,
Australia would have had 2.
You think of 3? I mean, the great West Indies side, Marshall, Holding, they would have played together, and then I mean,
Roberts, no.
Well, I was thinking maybe Garner.
At the time, possibly Big
Those
Joel.
3 probably in the top 5, aren't they?
No, Sobers would have been the leading one then.
And Ambrose.
Ambrose was after that.
That's true. Duckett defends this time to the leg side. Trent Boult, Tim Southee and Neil Wagner. And then, of course, Cole Jamieson as well.
Yeah, 2 for Pakistan.
Well, I suppose you could have had 2 seamers and a spinner.
I tell you what,
so
you
that
would
have been 3.
Yeah, you would have had. They wouldn't have been the leading at the time, but they would have been in the same team. Wasim Waqar and Imran played together, and there I think they would have been top 3 at one point. Broden Anderson wouldn't have played with Beefy. Warner McGrath.
Round the wicket again is Smith, and inside edge from the bat of Ben Duckett on the drive, no foot movement, and this is just popped past the stumps towards the leg side, a little ooh and an ah. And again, Duckett, he's had a flighty knock, dropped on 27, inside edge past his own stumps. He's been beaten past the outside edge on 4 occasions at least. And again, thick inside edge. He's actually nutmegged himself.
He's hit it hard into his legs. The movements have not been as fluid. There's one or two times where they were fluid, and he belted it out the middle of that bat down the ground and through extra cover. But he's still there. The beauty about Ben Duckett, he does score quickly, but when he has been on song and he has got the time, and he's managed to capitalise. But he's there. He's 33.
O'Rourke for his second over. Bowling from the Botanical Gardens ends, and he's in. And Harry Brook doesn't know where this ball has gone, but it's gone in front of him as he comes forward and plays defensively. South Africa. What about South Africa? They must...
Donald Pollock.
Got to get Steyn. Who's their top
but
five?
would have been before Steyn, so who was bowling with Donald Pollock at the time?
McMillan. I only say McMillan because Goffey, I don't think Goff. You always talk about Langer, and Goffey always talks about McMillan.
Nantini. Pollock, Nantini.
Pollock, Nantini and Donald
played
in the
together.
same side. There you go. Cut away. There's runs here for England. Harry Brook, as is his wont, playing this on the back foot actually. Touch of width, and it's that bounce and that line from O'Rourke that allows Brook to free his arms and take 4 to deep point. 58 for 3.
Well
here at
controlled.
the Hagley Oval.
Well controlled. He's just staying leg side of it. He's not trying to keep that down. He's trying to get that up, and he's actually trying to get it over Devon Conway. Just bounced on him a touch more than probably expected.
This is a nice little battle between Harry Brook, who's facing up, 12 not out. Just a little trigger movement to the offside. Lets this ball go through. Bit too short from O'Rourke.
Kissed the surface beautifully, that did. It really did. It's Cars got one early on this morning, second or third ball I think it was, which just kissed through, and Ollie Pope took it 2 hands above his head in there, Tom Blundell. That's a great feeling for a fast bowler. Yes, the length's a bit in no man's land, but as a fast bowler, to see the wicketkeeper take it above his head and go in hard, you walk off with a smile on your face.
O'Rourke again, beaten this time. Brook possibly played inside the line. Do you know what? That delivery, it wasn't actually as short as I thought, but it bounced so much, it deceived me into thinking it was probably about a foot shorter than it was. This one didn't bounce.
From a similar length,
Yeah.
which shows there
Which
might
is
be a
a
little
slight worry if you're in England.
inconsistencies in it, but 140 kilometres an hour, you're asking a batter to make a decision.
Tim Southey, Chris Wokes bowling around mid-120s. Stokes, as well as Atkinson, mid-130s. Castle's pushing 140. As, again, Brook comes forward, defends. O'Rourke, the fastest of the bowlers that we've seen so far, and will see. He's bowling mid-140s at the start of his session. Or stint, rather, here on TalkSport 2. We were expecting really keenly fought cricket, weren't we, Harmy, ahead of this series, and after watching 4 and a bit sessions, that's how it's gone so far. New Zealand ahead of the game, though. Yorker this time from O'Rourke. It's dug out by Harry Brook, who sees the over off. 18 gone. England 58 for 3 with Ben Duckett and Harry Brook at the crease.
Yeah, we've certainly not been disappointed. I mean, it's been compelling cricket literally from the first over, because England, as much as they didn't, I think, bowl the lines and lengths consistency in that first spell, in that first up, I still think it's a par score, 350. I don't think it was a above par score. I still think this is a good surface. There's movement there if you put the ball in the right area, but you can score. I think you can score on this wicket. Nathan Smith blew the game up just before the break there with back-to-back wickets, but I still think this is a decent wicket, enough to score on.
Nathan Smith bowling round the wicket to Ben Duckett, who comes forward. Nice shape into the left-handed Duckett. And he comes forward, smothers it, and plays this up the track. We've had a couple of shout-outs by @cricket_TS on Twitter or X from Jeff Talbot, listening to you guys whilst on the night shift at the Royal Mail in Peterborough. Great to have you with us, Jeff. Makes the night shift fly by. Give a shout out to all the posties working hard. Keep up the great commentary. A big thanks to you. As Smith in again, and Duckett, who's playing watchfully with a straight blade, pushes this up to mid on. shout out to my old mate Mark Dew as well. He's a postie. Grew up in Salford, lives in Germany. One of the funniest guys I've ever met. Met him on the Barmy Army tour of Australia back in 06-07. We toured New Zealand together in 08. Only bloke I've ever met who orders a pizza without any tomato or cheese on it. The look on the waiter's face was like, huh? Can't eat tomato and cheese. He ordered a roast lamb pizza.
So was it a sandwich then?
It was a roast lamb pizza. Smith again, forcing shot from Duckett, fielded at mid-off. It was a pizza with no tomato, no cheese, just hunks of roast lamb, roast potatoes, and rosemary. You'd eat it, wouldn't you?
To be fair, on the flight over, I felt as though I've eaten everything. You put that in front of me in the Sydney airport at 6 o'clock in the morning, I definitely ate it because I did not know what my body clock was horrendous. So yes, I probably would have eaten it, but it does sound like a roast lamb toasted sandwich.
3 slips in the gully as Smith continues round the wicket to Duckett, who has come down the crease after hitting the ball into the offside, but Smith fields. Tom Murphy says, shout out to our mate Theo, who's just run a marathon in the subcontinent. Have you ever eaten a marathon?
I could have, yeah. I reckon I have. They're called Snickers now, aren't they? So yeah, it's about as closest thing I'll get to a marathon. But he's a lot of doing the park run tomorrow. He got lost in the park. Manners says he got lost in the park this morning, which does not surprise me. I did ask him if he was climbing the trees, but
Harvey, we both got lost in the park today. We went separately. Ridiculous. Round the wicket again. Defended again from Duckett. Smith bowling and really backing up the work put in from the likes of Southey and Henry earlier today. Any notion that if England got past those two really experienced pros, that they might be able to tuck in a little bit to the less experienced Nathan Smith on debut and William O'Rourke, who's just played a clutch of tests? Well, that has not happened. Tom Murphy says proving Englishmen can get results in those conditions. We'll put him to the test in the Antipodes next. He'll be watching this now. Would love a mention from Goffey. Goffey? Duckett takes a single to point. Well, you can give him a mention.
I know I'm the same size as Goffey, but I'm about a foot taller. The accent's a bit different as well. He's now got a posh Yorkshire accent. Now he's a plastic one coming from Milton Keynes.
He lives in Buckinghamshire, doesn't he? Gary Morgan, our scorer, has got in contact to say Wasim, Waqar and Imran played in the same side. Who would have been the spinner?
Mushtaq.
Well, I mean...
Mushtaq Ahmed.
Mushtaq Ahmed.
Yeah. Mushtaq Ahmed.
I mean, that's a bowling.
After Qadir, that wouldn't it? Manners will tell us because he's been around forever.
Well, so Manners can tell you. He's coming in. I've been talking too long again. Apologies.
It'll be in... Yeah, it will have been Mushtaq Ahmed, who was in the World Cup final. That would have been World Cup final. That would have been the bowling attack. Aqib Javed, who's now in charge of Pakistan, or got something to do with Pakistan.
Ben Duckett just top-edged one over the keeper down to the boundary for 4. That was a quick delivery from Will O'Rourke, and Ben Duckett has decided that he fancies a bit of it. He did well to reach it, actually.
Yeah, a little bit like the Darryl Mitchell one. He wasn't quite in the right place. I mean, feet are not working at all for Ben Duckett. He's 38 not out of 51 balls, but I mean, his shoelaces have been, I know they don't move anywhere, but he really isn't in sync. And that there, just a top edge straight over the top of actually Darryl Mitchell's head, and it was a carbon copy of his dismissal when Harry Brook got him caught down at fine third.
Here's Will O'Rourke around the wicket to Duckett. That ball was a lot straighter than I thought. I was quite slow to sit down, and I thought that he'd actually fetched it from. That's what I meant by did well to reach it, but in fact it was quite straight, and it was. He just was a little either cramped up or late on the stroke. So it certainly wasn't where he was intending to hit it. But if it was possible to get a top edge deliberately, Harmy, I think that with the bats these days, it's a good option, isn't it? They do tend to go a long way. O'Rourke in again. Duckett drives lavishly, handsomely, but straight to wideish mid-off. Kane Williamson fields 63 for 3.
That's better from Duckett. There's a lot more balance to his to his position, and hands freed up, and there's more fluency to the way he was looking to make that shot, and he got the middle of the bat, but New Zealand have got their angles all right. People in front of square really are in the right place.
3 slips in the gully, O'Rourke in again. Oh, Duckett living dangerously, looks for the cut, bottom edge, drags it back past leg stump, and it's fielded by Tom Blundell. But goodness, in the olden days, you'd be now at the non-striker's end, but you're walking down and saying, Ben, rein it in, pull your neck in. You're looking loose, but that's no longer the case.
Now I'd go the other way. Knowing the player that I do and player that England have got at the top of the order, I'd be like, Ben, come on, hit it. Because at this minute in time, he's respecting the ball. New Zealand have bowled really well to him and to all of England's players.
O'Rourke in again, bowls, Duckett drives again, straight to Williamson at wide mid-off. Interesting that, I mean, there's a straightish mid-on and mid-off is wide. As you said, they've got their angles absolutely right. They're bowling brilliantly. So actually, yeah, I mean, I said, like in the olden days, you would think that you'd be going like, Ben, you're looking a bit loose, but now in the modern era, it's like, actually just take it to them.
Yeah, just take it to them. I think at this minute in time, I think he's played, he's faced so many balls who have been in a good area. He's respected them and he's kept them out.
O'Rourke in again, bowls, Duckett pushes square of the wicket on the offside, and they go through for a single.
Which means he's not in the right place to actually go. He's more expansive in an attacking way. And I think that's where he's finding it this moment in time. But not digging a hole, but they've bowled really well, have New Zealand. They've challenged the off stump. They've identified the areas they need to bowl and stop Ben Duckett from scoring. And Ben Duckett is now, because he's respecting them and he's trying to stay there and he's trying to hold England together, when he does get anything loose, he's not in the right position to do that, and he's clothing it, and he's inside edging it, outside edging it, top edging it. I think if I was Harry Brook going down there, it would be, come on, just relax. Don't try and hit it too hard. If it's there, crunch it.
It's difficult relearning the game in your 50s. For 30 years I was taught, even as a young lad when I was playing, you respect the good balls and you hit the bad ones. Here is Nathan Smith, and Ben Duckett comes forward and he is playing defensively. And you're sort of saying, don't respect the good ones.
Yeah, but I'm sort of saying, when you get the bad one, but go into the ball. At this minute in time, when he's defending the ball, he's defending it from the crease. He's having to play from the crease, so he's having to play from a static position. So his movement from a body position is slightly back. So what I'm saying is, when you get one outside off stump and it's full, come into the ball with your what is his right shoulder, and come into the ball with your head, as opposed to everything being leaning back and you're just clothing it.
Nathan Smith in again, driven down the ground in the air by Duckett, and Nathan Smith might well have got a couple of fingertips to that in his follow-through, which again technically makes it a chance. I think he did, because Duckett has hit it pretty cleanly, and I think it might have gone to the boundary had Nathan Smith not. No, he didn't. He didn't hit it.
No, he didn't. He didn't get anything up. But what you watch there, man, is we're on radio, but I'm talking to you. You see the body position of Ben Duckett. It's all back. It's leaning back. Where there, it's a full ball. If his shoulder comes into it, his head's going through the line of the ball. He creams that for 4.
Nathan Smith in again, short hook shot from Duckett, top edge over the keeper's head, down to the boundary for 4. Again, he's getting looser and looser, or maybe that's not right. Maybe he's playing normally, but he's as you just said, he's finding inside edges, outside edges, splice, toe end. He hasn't hit one in the middle for a couple of overs.
And he hit that one-handed as well. I mean, it was a high bouncer. It was going down leg side. It was just help it on its way. He's surviving very, very well here for somebody who's scratching around, and he's got 45.
Nathan Smith in again, bowls to Duckett, pushes that again. That's the classic Duckett shot for me, is when he just pushes it square. There's nobody at point. There's a backward point and a cover, and he just pushes it straight between the two and takes the single and gets down to the non-strikers end. He's 46. England are 71 for 3.
But that was better from Ben. There, he's looking. It was a good ball, decent area, just a little bit wider. But he's coming through to the ball. His head's coming towards the ball. His body's going into the ball. He's just looking to try and punch it or bunt it into the sort of the vacant sort of cover point region and then go down the other side.
Here is Nathan Smith once again. Right arm, fast medium, bangs it in short, up onto his toes. Goes Harry Brook, playing it defensively to backward point. New Zealand have exerted pressure immediately. Tim Southee beat the bat 4 times in his first over, and basically they haven't looked back. They've maintained this discipline and pressure for 21 overs.
Absolutely, it's setting the tone, and England had it, for so many years with Broad Anderson. They might have been losing pace, might not been looking as a wicket threat, but you set the tone when you bowl the way they do.
Smith in once again and crunched sweetly off the back foot by Brook with a straight bat. But that one, it's just so well timed. It's gone straight to backward point where Glenn Phillips does the fielding. I mean, it's apart from anything else, apart from putting the ball in the right place at good pace and getting lateral movement, the science and planning behind the field placings has been immaculate. Every time England hit one out the middle, it goes straight to a fielder.
Absolutely, and that's always the thing for me with this England team. It's not about the lengths you bowl. It's about the field placings to stop England from scoring. If you stop them from scoring, creating pressure, then when they come to have the boundary option, then like Ben Duckett's here, he's not been as fluid as he can be.
Will O'Rourke into Duckett, tucked up, pushed away defensively to mid-on. And once again, straight to the fielder. Away to our right. I know a lot of people enjoy listening to radio commentary while watching television pictures. So I can tell you that at the moment television is showing Mike Gatting in conversation with John Wright. How many years did he play for Derbyshire? Wow. Here's Will O'Rourke in short, pulled away, down towards Farnhead, could be out, is out. Caught by Devon Conway, Duckett on the hook. Hasn't middled one for a while. He's been under pressure, Ben Duckett, but he's tried to hit his way out of trouble. And Will O'Rourke has a 4th wicket for New Zealand, and Duckett is gone for 46.
Well directed bouncer from Will O'Rourke around the wicket. It would have hit Ben Duckett right on the England badge. It cramped him for room, and Ben Duckett not being able to get his hands out in front of himself to control the shot. He's got himself cramped, and all he can do is thick top edge into the air, and a good catch by Conway. He had to move a little bit to his left and come forward, but he managed to hold on, and that is a big wicket for New Zealand. Henry and Southee set the tone. Smith's come on debut and carried it on. O'Rourke, and what it does with that for Will O'Rourke, the more X-factor bowler, the 146 kilometres an hour bowler, is somebody who can really have a go aggressively in length and with sort of body language, and he's got into the face of these 2 England batters. He's hit Harry Brook a couple of times on the gloves, and now he's bowled a bouncer that's tucked Ben Duckett up and managed to get him out. An excellent passage of play from New Zealand after this the lunch break.
Talking of Mike Gatting and having a conversation with John Wright, did you and John mention the fact that Mike Gatting was the last England number 3 to make a debut without a first-class 100 to his name? That was
Yes,
back in
I think he had something like 50 innings, didn't he? Was it?
Mike Gatting?
Yeah.
I'm talking about a first-class 100.
Yeah, I think he had something 50 innings before he made his Test debut. I've got it. I'm trying to think what he went on and scored. I think the stat was he went on and scored however many Test match hundreds, but he got 95 first-class hundreds in his career. So, I mean,
Jake Bethel would do well to emulate that. They play so much less first-class cricket.
Of course they do, yeah.
He'd be that'll be Hickeyan if he manages to score that many. I'm not sure anybody will come close to 95 first-class hundreds anywhere now, unless they play for 25 years. Here is O'Rourke to the new batsman Ollie Pope, and he seems to have plenty of time to work this away defensively up towards mid-on, and fielded by Matt Henry, and there's no run. 71 for 4. Harry Brook on 12 from 19 balls. Ollie Pope just comes to the crease at the fall of Ben Duckett's wicket for 46. England at 71 for 4 in reply to New Zealand's 348 all out. Bryden Cast took the first 2 wickets, the last 2 wickets to fall in the New Zealand innings after they resumed at 319 for 8. He finished with 4 for 64. Here is O'Rourke again, and is pushed defensively by Pope, losing balance. Certainly inconvenienced by that one from O'Rourke. First time seeing him live, Harmy, and he is confirming today in just his 4th over, or 3.4 overs during that time. He's confirmed all the excitement. You've seen him live before?
No, not seen him live before. Seen him obviously on the TV when we worked on TalkSport 2 at the India New Zealand series, but I really like it. He's smooth.
Up to the crease again he comes, and Ollie Pope is forward, pushing that one up towards mid-off.
Looks an athlete. He looks, not an athlete as in how like Smith is when he's around from a fielding point of view, but his running technique's very, very good. You speak to any young bowler and talk to any young bowlers about what it takes from a fast bowling point of view. If you've got a nice running technique, if you've got a good running technique, you're not going side to side, you're going up and down. You're like Alan Donald, Brett Lee. Their running technique was smooth, it was rhythmical, it was silky to watch, and then the bound, the gather's good. He throws his left arm out left, and he's got to watch that he doesn't throw it too much.
Bouncer, good one. Ollie Pope saw it early though. Maybe it was just touched too short and he's ducked underneath it, and it goes through to Tom Blundell. 22 overs gone. England in trouble at 71 for 4. A lot of batting to come though. They bat right down to number 10. Just to finish off that point without getting too technical, a lot of people will be thinking, well, what do you mean it's running technique? But you were taught to run, weren't you?
You're taught to run. What I mean by that is if your arms go side to side across yourself, so if your hands cross your body, then all of a sudden when you come to gather and you go up into the action, then you can sort of get your timings wrong. I had that quite a few times when you're not getting it quite right. That's what happened. But if you go and like a sprinter, you watch a sprinter sprint, hands out by the sides.
Driven, lovely shot from Harry Brook as Nathan Smith continues from our commentary end, the Port Hills end. They'll content themselves with 2 here.
And when they go forward and back, so they're going up and down as opposed to going across their body. It's easier to go up into the air in the bound and the gather, and then you sort of catapult yourself over your front leg and your bowling action. When you watch O'Rourke come, he takes off nicely. He gathers pace as he goes through his run up. He comes up, gets about 3/4 of the way through the run-up. He's now at his tallest point, and he's now head up, and his head's in a good position. He gets himself at the crease. His front arm goes a little bit, but I'm not worried about that. Brace front leg, straight over the top, and with pace and power.
Nathan Smith in again, short, the back and length anyway, rising up, played away at sort of midriff height from Harry Brook defensively.
And when you're 6'5" and you hit the deck hard like he has, he's got that snap of the wrist. That's what makes it 146 kilometers an hour, and that's the difference. Getting himself into a good position in the air, he holds himself strong, and then when he comes down, his front foot's a bit braced, which means his whole body can get over the top, so catapult style, and then he pulls himself through.
Nathan Smith in again, lovely shot, beautiful shot from Harry Brook through extra cover. Again, driven, it looked like on the up to me, it didn't look like a half volley, but a beautiful shot. I was 4 runs to Harry Brook, moved on to 18, and England on to 77 for 4. Talking to Ian Smith a couple of days ago on his radio programme, and he asked me, he said that one of the things he was looking forward to was seeing Harry Brook live for the first time, and I had to concur that there is a big difference. And it's exacerbated by certain individuals, bowlers or batters, The difference between watching them on television, watching them electronically, second hand if you like, rather than live, I think Harry Brook is one of those who is particularly different watching him live for the first time. The cleanliness of his ball striking and the timing. I think he's super exciting talent. You can watch him on television, and that's fine, but it's a different experience, pushed away defensively this time. That's why so many people follow England, and so many people enjoy watching sport live. It's not just the camaraderie and the social occasion of the event. It's not the queuing for 45 minutes for a coffee before the start of play, if you're lucky. I tell you what, there were 3 coffee outlets and here on this ground for the general public. Here is Nathan Smith again, and this one is cut and dropped, I think, in the gully. Glenn Phillips. Harry Brook has slashed that one very hard, and another catch goes down. We haven't seen any dollies dropped in this match, but we've seen a couple of really hard ones. I could have got it all wrong. Jeremy Coney's alongside me. Fortunately, his timing is perfect. He'll be able to correct me. But I think Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand all-rounder and esteemed captain, that was a catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, and a comfortable height too, wasn't it? It was, and straight at Phillips in the gully. He's normally quite an accurate gully fieldsman. Had 2 hands to it. As I say, good height around about the midriff.
Nathan Smith in again, another bouncer. Bangs it in short, and Harry Brook just ducks underneath it. Comfortable height, comfortable...
hit well, I've got to say that.
I was going to say, not comfortable pace. I think it's travelling quite quickly.
It was, but it's one you expect at an international level to hold on to those. And that's 2 now for New Zealand in that that cordon. The bowlers, I've got to say, it's quite exciting from a New Zealand perspective to be watching these 2 men operating, to have someone who's come in, as a young player on debut, and to be bowling at the high 130s, and really moving the ball just slightly prior to lunch when there was overhead conditions that suited it. Not so much after here now with a wee bit more blue sky around, and O'Rourke at this end getting bounce.
O'Rourke bowling now, and it sees Pope in behind the ball, pushing it to gully.
And and decent pace. We're talking about 146, that kind of area. Different length, a taller man than Smith is. Smith more perhaps along the wicket, can still bowl a bouncer, but O'Rourke can be awkward, let's put it that way. I mean, he's 6'4", 6'4.5",
6'5", yeah.
6'5", and if anything leans over slightly on delivery to the offside and angles it back into a right-hander.
77 for 4. O'Rourke bowls, and it's quick down the leg side. Pope looks to pull his hands away, so there's no chance of him getting a little glove on it.
I mean, we are talking at the moment anything up to 10 Ks in excess of anything we saw from the English bowlers through the air. 10 Ks faster. Now, that might not be substantial. It depends. Pace alone has never worried international players. It's where it comes from and what it's doing. But I've got to say, I think it's an interesting thing from a New Zealand perspective anyway, to see this together.
O'Rourke bowls, Pope playing into the offside. I think from a New Zealand perspective, we haven't had too many players
haven't had
who
it.
bowl
No, that's right.
in that area of 145 Ks an hour. So, it's exciting to see. There have been a few players. You look at the likes of Ben Sears, who got up around 140, played in the test here earlier in the year, now injured. Jamieson, who's different, a little bit slower, but gets a lot of bounce, and has started very well in his test cricket, but it's been just punctuated with a couple of injuries, as O'Rourke is bowling to Pope, and he's playing the ball to short leg, just sparing it off his hip, and safely enough into the ground, so he'll pick up a run. Will Pope 78 for 4. So it's exciting from a New Zealand point of view to see, and then you see a player like Smith coming in, because the substitute's always been someone like de Grandhomme, 130, Smith at the fourth seamer, 137, 138.
Yeah, but I mean, to take Duckett's wicket, looking to play a hook shot against O'Rourke, and it's taken the top edge. He hasn't been able to control it. It's just a little bit much bounce and pace for him that he couldn't control the stroke and was caught. So those sorts of dismissals we just weren't in the hunt for.
O'Rourke bowls a short one. Blundell does very well indeed to leap up and catch it with both hands above his head.
So slightly new for us as well, everybody, and we're not trying to it's not a rejoicing that England are losing wickets. It's more the fact that we haven't seen this kind of thing before as well, and England are having to be watchful, I think, because of that. Whether it lasts is another question, but at the moment it's making for good, I think, observation of Test cricket.
O'Rourke is down the leg side this time, and it's flicked past Southey. It is at leg slip down to the boundary for 4. Just straying a little bit at that time, O'Rourke pushing it down the leg side, perhaps looking for that little bit of extra pace. And his pace just starting to drop off, 139, 140 or so in that over. It's 82 for 4. 24 overs have been bowled. Brooke is 22. Pope is 1, and O'Rourke 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. And I think this is a good decision from Tom Latham, the New Zealand captain. He's bringing Tim Southey back into the attack. So Smith's first spell in Test cricket comes to a close. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 27. A fine start by him. And now Tim Southey will see what he can do. Player who has given so much for New Zealand over so many years, but in the last 12 months or so has struggled to pick up wickets. Glimpses of good form in India, and performed an important role for New Zealand over there during that series. But his pace dropping down quite a lot. Here he is now bowling from the Port Hills end. This is short outside the off stump, and it's smashed away by Pope for 4. Good shot, given room, just a loosener from Southey, and even Phillips in the gully diving away, couldn't prevent that one getting away. So Pope is 5, 86 for 4.
This will be an interesting little period of play here. This is a somewhat different questions being asked when Southey's got the ball. We're talking about someone who's down at the sort of the 120s.
First delivery, 124 Ks. This is just short of a length and played off his hip by Pope. He picks up his 6th run, 87 for 4.
And so the opportunity is here, having lasted those questions being asked by Smith and by O'Rourke. They've survived that, sometimes with more comfort than others, and they've been able to see that off. And that's the bonus of seeing a bowler off. It's so often, players today don't have that patience sometimes. You do have to go through times where you see bowlers off, and that's important.
Here's Southey bowling, nice delivery and well left by Brooke outside the off stump, just rising a little bit. Better line and a better length from Southey on that occasion. Very different conditions for Southey now bowling.
Yep.
His spell this morning before lunch, where he did beat the bat, he was a bit unlucky. He beat the bat on a number of occasions. It was dark skies, and they've dissipated, and we've got blue sky.
Yep. So it's just a question of what skills can he use now when the England batsman, you sense, will go after Southey a little more.
This time Brooke is playing away from his body, just clipping the ball to Phillips in the gully. Southey now just starting to hone in on his line and length.
As a general comment, he tends to want to swing the ball away. He likes to get in close to the stumps, swing it away. In fact, he was getting in so close, he was running on a little bit this morning, running on the danger areas of the pitch where a bowler isn't allowed to put his feet. And it was very close to getting his first warning, I think, from Rod Tucker, the umpire at this end, the southern end.
Brooke is coming forward again. He seems to have time as he just waits for the ball, but still
loves to come forward, doesn't he?
Just props forward, doesn't he, on the front foot?
Yeah, loves to come forward. As we were saying in the other box, like Ravindra. Ravindra likes to come forward at the bowlers as well. And He goes forward until he's pushed back. It's they're old sayings, I know, but you know that's what you want to start to think about.
Well, yeah, well, he might be happy that Southey is on. Smith a little bit quicker and a better length, I think, as Southey's wide outside the off stump on this occasion. So his first over after the lunch break comes to an end. 7 overs, none for 23 from Southey. His pace between 124 and 129 kilometres an hour. 87 for 4 it is, Brook 22. And Pope 6, and I just wonder, we're going to see O'Rourke will bowl, I suspect, one more over, depending on how it goes. He's had 5 in this spell, has 1 for 22.
If he's going to bowl at 146, that he was, I think that might have been his top pace that we saw in the last few overs.
Falling off a little bit in the last over.
But I think that's really, if it's going to be 3 over spells and have those kinds of bursts, I think that might be the way to use him.
Absolutely, he's got a short leg, and there's a dive away by Phillips, who always makes things look so athletic. In fact, it's Conway, is it, at a back Cully position. Gets a short ball and clips it away to Pope down to the third man boundary for 4. Pope is 10, 91 for 4.
Yeah, but it's not comfortable against not a controlled stroke. Perhaps there's definitely I'm going up and over about it. But again, it's a little bit close to all the fielders there.
I think it got too close to Pope. It followed him a bit.
Yeah, it can cramp you a little, can't it, if it is too close to you?
So Conway's almost just seeing if he's walking in. No, he's almost in a catching position, a wide gully. Just walking in a little bit wide down the leg side this time from O'Rourke. He's just trying hard for his pace and losing his composure a little bit. Both of these deliveries now down to under 140, 139 kilometres an hour. You could just see him. I'm not sure I would have given him this over. I think he's tiring.
Yeah, you can see that Latham said, gee whiz, though, this is, if you can give us just one more wicket, you know, and that's where you sometimes push it just a little far, and you think later in the day, no, I won't do that again.
Pope taps his bat and waits. O'Rourke is cramping him up. He plays off the back foot. Gee, I hope our English visitors here, Jerry, are enjoying it in Christchurch at the Hagley Oval. It's a lovely ground, and just walking around, it's an intimate ground, isn't it? People are cheek by jowl, really.
Yes, boutique kind of grounds. I think that's been a decision made by New Zealand Cricket, that they were going to have a series of grounds where there are grass banks. They're not concrete jungles. There are no concrete jungles at all now in New Zealand. And it is that intimacy about the spectator.
O'Rourke bowls. Pope is edging. It's got a top edge and it's flown over the top of slips to third man. Umpire Raza signals 4. But O'Rourke unlucky on that occasion. Too good for Pope. Got that top edge and flew over the slips. He's 14, 95 for 4.
That's taken the shoulder of the bat and flown over the top of the slip cordon area. That's bounce. That's just straight bounce. That's caused problems there for Pope. Again, it's just great to see this from a test point of view anyway. It's always good to see a fast bowler operating, isn't it?
Wonderful. A real challenge for Pope as he comes, tries to get onto the front foot and does so, and plays to Williamson at extra cover. Yeah, I mean, that decision's been made in New Zealand to have these grounds. I think we know that we're not going to get 20, 30,000 people watching Test cricket, so this ground seats around 9,000 people. It's just a lovely place to be. It was full at 10:30 yesterday before, half an hour before play started. Same today, and I'm sure it'll be the same tomorrow. Ground emerging after the earthquakes in Christchurch in 2011. It's been a great fillip for the Christchurch City. Here's O'Rourke bowling and squared up a little bit. Pope, he just looks a little bit uncertain of himself, and I'm sure he's pleased to see that over from O'Rourke. A good one in the end. He found his way back, and again his pace getting up to 146 with that penultimate delivery. 95 for 4, Brook 22, Pope 14. England just trying to get a partnership established.
It is, you're right. It's quite an attractive ground, this. And for me to say that about Canterbury is quite a strong statement.
Well, you might...
But to see all that lovely, those trees at the far end of the ground, different colours, and as it goes into autumn, of course, it's very, very attractive.
Well, you associate it. It feels like an English ground, really, in a way.
It does. An out ground, you'd call it, really, over there.
County ground. Here's Southey bowling outside the off stump, no shot.
And some old, the main stand, of course, the Hadley stand here is sort of tent-like kind of profile above it, and then some of the old club cricketers' pavilions.
St Albans away
to the right,
to the north, to our right, and the umpires in pavilion. Riccarton away to the west, and it used to be the old boys' pavilion down in the south, but that's gone now.
And this becomes just a public area, doesn't it, when it's not being required for cricket?
Yeah, people can walk through it. Southey runs in and bowls, and Brooke is pushing the ball into the onside. I mean, Hagley Park is a huge area in the middle of Christchurch, and there was a lot of argument from some people and some opposition to the ground being put here in the middle of town because, Hagley Park is seen as being sacred, and they were fiddling with this. I mean, there were 4 cricket grounds in this area, 3 senior teams played here, Riccarton, St Albans and Old Boys, as I've said. But thankfully the consenting process allowed the ground to be put in place. And as I say, for people coming out of the earthquake and that dreadful time that we suffered, 200 people died. Awful time in Christchurch as Southey bowls and a defensive shot from Brooke. Yeah, this was a bit of a lifeline, really, and they had the World Cup here in 2015, and you'll remember the first game was played, the women. Yeah, fantastic. And it's been lovely, and people really look forward to coming in here. A lot of people walk down from work and so on towards the end of the day, so it's a nice place to be. And of course the other development that's taken place 11 years after the earthquakes is a new stadium being built in Christchurch as well. So that'll be the rugby ground, and that's well and truly underway. Here's Brooke onto the back foot, pulling a ball down to O'Rourke on the long leg boundary. Brooke is 23, 96 for 4. So the city's gone from being, quite a dour sort of place with some old architecture and so on, forced through the earthquakes to rejuvenate itself, really. The university's thriving, and the city feels in pretty good heart. Not easy for you Wellingtonians. Or Picton now, aren't you, Jeremy?
Right,
Top of the South Island. Yeah. But Jeremy Coney played.
Sound.
He's moved, ladies and gentlemen. He played all his cricket for Wellington. As we see this ball pushed back to the mid-off area. Another over. One ball remaining.
I think we'll see Henry now, won't we?
I think so. Yeah.
He's had a little bit of a break while O'Rourke's completed his spell. So you'd think that Henry will come back and bowl from that northern end, the Botanic Gardens end. Mr. Consistency, really, for New Zealand. He's done such a good job. He's warmed the pine for many years, but he's just, in the last couple of seasons, he's come into his own.
Southey bowling to 3 slips in the gully, wide outside the off stump, and Pope, as judicious, decides to leave it. 96 for 4. Well, I think you'd look back over the last couple of seasons and say that Henry's really led the attack for New Zealand. He's been the pick of the bowlers. He's been a bit like a player like Will Young in the batting lineup, where you feel he should be included, but he hasn't been able to be, with, of course, Bolt and Southey and Jameson and the likes. But he's been, it's hard not to admire him. He's persisted, and he's taken his chances.
Well, he's taken wickets around the world, hasn't he, now, Henry? So while it's not perhaps the intensity that we've been describing from some of the other bowlers, it's still a very accurate kind of an attack that you need to be slightly watchful about. It's really what's changed and is what are helping the English batsmen at this stage, and they're surviving, and certainly as far as I think Brooke is concerned, he's looking relatively comfortable, and has certainly been able to withstand that. He's gone into his shell just a little bit, but let's see what happens in the next phase.
Henry is back into the attack, and his first delivery is just short of a length on the offside, and Brooke goes back and then comes forward. No change to the score.
I mean, we've looked at Brook from afar, of course, and he's been a superior player. There's no doubt about that. Since he's arrived in Test cricket, and he's already amassed quite a few runs and some terrific innings.
And a lot of them overseas too, as he gets a shorter ball. He's got underneath it. There's a cry of catch it for Smith down on the long on boundary. Make that the fine leg boundary, but you can forget it because Brook has got underneath it and it's over the boundary for 6. Good shot, not entirely in control of it, but safe enough in the end and no real threat.
Yeah, a pick up from Brook, just standing there and lofting it and assisting it down, as there was a bit of leg side in the delivery, and he got enough of it that it was always something. There was just a split second thought, oh, if I just hit that with height and not got the distance, but no, it flew well over Smith down at the fine leg boundary.
Good from Brook that he got his hands through the shot. Not easy to play it in that way, and he did very well as he faces again, and will have another run. This time he plays the ball square of the wicket on the onside. Ravindra scampers from mid-wicket and gets around the ball and then throws left-handed into the keeper Blundell. 103 for 4. Brook is 30, Pope 14. It's Ollie Pope keeping in this game, of course, with Jordan Cox being injured, breaking his thumb, and in a warm-up down in Queenstown, and a replacement on the way. A few passport difficulties, I gather. They're being sorted out, and Pope won't keep in the second test. Thought he did pretty well, really, for a player who hasn't keeping a lot at the moment. And here he is coming forward to an over-pitched delivery from Henry. He drives. Williamson has the chase down to the mid-off boundary, and they're going to run 3. There's a thought that Pope might be struggling. Not at all. He scampers away down to the non-striker's end, and 3 runs as Henry just over-pitching a little. Pope 17, 106 for 4. And that just had a sense of normality about it. An orthodox drive, a check drive without thrashing the hands through it, as we've seen earlier in the day. Southee coming out of slip now. That means that Ravindra is going to move from an orthodox square leg position back to deep backward square leg, about 10 metres in from the boundary. Smith is at long leg, and Southee's gone into a mid-wicket position. So now 2 slips in the gully and a backward point. This is a full ball from Henry, driven by Pope. 106 for 4. Last man out, Duckett, playing a pull shot and being caught by Conway on the backward square leg boundary from O'Rourke's bowling for 46. The New Zealand figure Southee, none for 24 from 8. Henry 1 for 25. 1 ball remaining in the 8th over. Smith has 2 for 27 from 6. Here's Brook onto the back foot, playing into the onside. So Henry's now completed 8 overs, has 1 for 25. O'Rourke 1 for 30 from 6, and at the end of the 28th over, it's 106 for 4, and drinks are coming onto the field. So we'll have Neil Manthorpe coming in and joining you. Does a terrific job, doesn't he, Jerry? Here he is.
Well, don't build him up too much.
I've been really very impressed.
Yeah, okay, all right. That's great. I know Manners pretty well, so I'm hoping I can get away with that. But he's, drinks time.
Thank you very much indeed, Jeremy Coney. We do seem to have been sporadically sharing each other's company for a long time now. I can't remember when the first Test match was that we covered, but it was a while ago, wasn't it? And I have to say, can I just say, as the years progress, the smallest things provide disproportionate pleasure. And as I was walking through the Hagley Park this morning, there was a festival of a sport that I can only describe, because I don't know the name of it. You may not know the
Well, I
name
think you'd
of
better
it.
describe it to me.
Frisbee gridiron. So it was played in the form of American football, but with a frisbee and mixed teams, boys and girls, and like proper. They were wearing team colours, and there were little marquee tents, and they obviously had managers and coaches.
What sort of size field? Like a rugby
Well,
ground?
the thing is that there wasn't really. It wasn't a marked field as such. There were just two temporary goals, I suppose.
You had to throw the frisbee through from a certain area of the ground?
Well, they had to pass it to each other, and you could intercept and whatever. So it was played like gridiron, but with a frisbee and no physical contact. We've just been told it's called Ultimate Frisbee. The producer, who was that? Was that you, Jake? Back in London. So it's called Ultimate Frisbee, and it was a big deal in the Hagley Park this morning, and I had to stop and watch it because, as I said, it was a small thing, but it provided great joy to see a mixed sport in which boys and girls could genuinely compete at exactly the same level. Go and look it up, Jeremy. Google Ultimate Frisbee. It was terrific, and there were 2 or 3 games of it going on at the same time. Drinks here at the Hagley Oval with England and a spot of bother at 106 for 4. It would be a lot of bother with a different batting lineup, but there's a lot in reserve still, but there is still a long way to go. We've still got Ben Stokes to come, Chris Wokes, and we've seen Gus Atkinson and Bryden Carse. Atkinson has that 100 at Lords, which we'll never forget, and Bryden Carse has first-class hundreds and a first-class average of 26, and he's coming in at number 10. So there is depth, but a long way to go. 106 for 4. I was thinking that this Frisbee game might be something peculiar to New Zealand, but obviously not. It's obviously something that's played around the world. Not where I live. I've never seen it played there. Steve Harmison, are you aware of this phenomenon? Ultimate Frisbee?
No, I'm not aware of it. I know what a frisbee is, but that's about it. It's like most games, unless you can kick it, I'm struggling.
Do you not throw frisbees for your dogs?
No.
Dogs love it.
No. My dogs tend to chase rabbits around the track. I've got greyhounds. We've got greyhounds, so yeah, mine don't chase. My daughter's got a big golden Labrador buddy, and he doesn't chase much either.
Tim Southey is back into the attack, and his first delivery is striking Ollie Pope on the pads. He tries to whip it through the leg side. Pope 17, Harry Brook 30, 106 for 4. These two coming together with a score on 71 for 4. So a long way to go. Partnership of 35. Only 3 extras so far. There were a total of 42 extras in New Zealand's innings. So never mind the byes and leg byes, and they're an occupational hazard. But I don't think England would be too happy with 11 wides and 11 no balls. Driven now by Ollie Pope out towards extra cover. Good diving stop, very good diving stop from Nathan Smith away to his left. He's what a debut. 2 wickets, including Joe Root in his second over for Nathan Smith. Didn't stay long with the bat. Caught round the corner at backward short leg beautifully by Joe Root off Shoaib Bashir. But I must say, if there were nerves flying around Harm, he's done well to disguise them. Nathan Smith, certainly with the ball, he's bowled beautifully. Here's Southey again outside the off stump and left alone. I think one way to measure the quality of this attack is to look at those who didn't make it for one or another reason. There's still Trent Boult. Has he actually officially retired from Test cricket? I don't think he has he?
I don't think he's retired, but I think it's obvious that he's not going to play Test cricket again.
And there's Kyle Jamieson.
Jameson's injured, I think, still. Sears is injured. Ben Sears is injured, who is another bowler of good pace. Bowler of just below 140. I don't think he's a 140 bowler.
Here's Tim Southey, and that's driven. That's a lovely shot from Ollie Pope. through extra cover. It's the slow outfield that will deny him 4 that he would have expected at the Oval, for example. But again, Nathan Smith, he runs like Michael Johnson. Am I thinking of the right person?
Michael Johnson?
No, Butch Reynolds.
Butch Reynolds.
Who was the greatest 400-metre runner of all time? Michael Johnson. Yeah, Michael Johnson.
I'm going to say Butch Reynolds. I'm going to say Burt Reynolds. I think you're thinking of a film there. I think he runs like Neil Wagner.
No. I mean across the outfield.
Yeah.
I actually loved your analogy as a bowler. He runs in like a right-handed Neil Wagner. I couldn't agree more. That was very well spotted. I knew he reminded me of somebody, but you don't. Next ball is pushed defensively by Pope up towards mid-off.
Glides across it.
But you don't. You know, I don't. My brain couldn't compute that. You know, turn a right-hander into a left-hander or the other way around.
Look in a mirror.
Yeah,
watch him looking in the mirror.
It's really good. It's you know, similar. He's maybe an inch or two taller than Neil Wagner. I'm sure he's an inch or two taller, but same sort of skiddy delivery. 108 for 4. Pope 19. Brook 30. Southey in again, and this one slashed behind square on the outside and well fielded by Glenn Phillips. Don't often see Glenn Phillips make any sort of a mistake in the field, so it came as a complete shock when he dropped Harry Brook in the gully a couple of overs ago. It was hit very hard to him, but at a catchable height. This one down, hit down into the ground, and Phillips made the fielding look easy. 29 overs gone. England 108 for 4, trailing by 240.
He's still a long way behind, but good signs from Pope. He was a little bit fidgety earlier, as he always is, and he's in the start of every innings. Batting at number 6. Players probably more comfortable with him than number 3. I thought he kept very, very well, even though there was given. I mean, there was he conceded 8 byes, but I mean, 4 of them should never have been a byes because it was wide. So, I mean, it was bounced straight over the top of the head, and the other byes were the ones that Bryden Cost got to nip back, and it just missed the stumps, and he made a valiant effort at it.
2 slips in the gully as Matt Henry continues, and this one's steered nicely by Harry Brook to a man at deep backward point, Devon Conway. He's always think of it as a sweeper, as being somebody who's in front of square on the offside, or at least at cover point. He's a very deep, wide third almost. Actually, no. Deep backward point.
Yeah, deep backward point. He's at backward point now, I would say.
Henry from the Botanic Gardens end and steered into the gully, where once again Glenn Phillips does the diving. I described Glenn Phillips as the most athletic fielder in the world, and I think that there is he's not alone, and I don't mean this in any way as a criticism, but he from time to time has a tendency to make the mundane look spectacular. I mean, he does prefer a dive when a couple of steps could have done the trick.
You can imagine.
Henry in again, and Ollie Pope pushes this one wide of Phillips in the gully, and they go through for another single. 110 for 4.
You can imagine him as a kid, just like every day coming in covered in clots, couldn't you? Covered in mud. I'm sure Mrs. Phillips, Mum Phillips, washing the uniform and washing the PE kit more than any other mum in the classroom, because he does look as though he likes the spectacular, he likes the dive, he wants to be diving around. Nothing wrong with that. It was uncharacteristic, the drop catch off Harry Brook.
Pushed away defensively by Brook up towards mid-on. Do you remember? Well, of course you'll remember. South African wicketkeeper, first South African wicketkeeper in the post-isolation years, who became the ICC chief executive, Dave Richardson. He was always immaculate, pristine white at the end of every day's play, and I once made the mistake of asking him why he never dived. He never had a grass stain on his trousers. That one is pushed straight back past the bowler. Kane Williamson chases after it and retrieves it, and they've gone through for 1. And he said, because I've got 2 feet.
It's a good point. It's a good point. If your feet move, you'd have to dive less. Dave Richardson, his son Michael, what a lovely young man Michael is, and I think he's now in Switzerland. Now
he plays for Germany, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's in Switzerland, I think. Is Michael? He was obviously at Durham, came through the academy, played for Durham. Good player, excellent keeper batter.
Bouncer from Matt Henry, and it's a tennis ball bounce. It's on its way down by the time it reaches Tom Blundell. 30 overs gone now. England 111 for 4, still trailing by 237. It was an obscure qualification that I think David's wife,
his mum,
had a mother or father who was from Germany. And
yeah, but how he qualified for England to play in England? I think there was a
European.
There was a European passport.
That was the German one, wasn't it?
Was it a German one? Was it? Yeah.
That's why he ended up playing for Germany in the European Cup.
He's a good player and a lovely kid. Really, really nice kid. Well mannered, softly spoken. He wasn't, he was a hard worker, good trainer. Fortunate for Michael, he was a wicketkeeper batter at the same time Philip Mustard was, and nobody was getting in front of Colonel.
Short ball from Tim Southey, and he has to be careful at his current pace. So mid 120s, and because it's short and it's pulled away by Harry Brook. Can't be bowling too many short balls at that pace.
No, but I don't mind the odd one if he gets it right and gets it high enough, man. As we've seen so far in this game, how many batters have been caught out not realising just the depth of the size of this ground, and if Tim Southey gets it high enough even at that pace, means Harry Brook's got to put all the pace on. And that fine leg, deep sort of square leg boundaries are an awful long way away.
Here is Southey once again, and it's pushed out towards extra cover and fielded by Kane Williamson. I really enjoy the size of this field, Hommy, because too many grounds, I think, particularly at international level, and maybe not in Test cricket, but in T20 and one-day cricket, I think the grounds are too small. I mean, it's a bit like golf courses; they're too short for the modern equipment and whatever. But what is really enjoyable about this is I can only recall. Actually, I can recall a couple of attempts. Matt Henry tried to hit a couple of sixes, and so did Tim Southey. But when you see, here is Southey with the ball, it's short and wide, cut into the gully. Phillips, as we were just talking about, diving spectacularly high up to his right. Don't think he got anything on it, and it's 4 runs to Ollie Pope. But if anybody could reach it, it's Glenn Phillips. And it was Phillips earlier with the bat, got a short ball from Shoaib Bashir, and set himself to hit it for 6. It wasn't going anywhere else. He was looking to hit a 6. And you're not seeing that from the specialist batsmen because of the size of the boundaries, and I enjoyed that.
Because of the size of the boundaries, I think that was closer than you think. I think that's gone through Phillips. I really think that's gone through him. It flew off Ollie Pope's bat. He wasn't looking to hit that down. He was going up.
Forward comes Ollie Pope now, pushes it to Williamson at extra cover. 116 for 4. I don't recall your eyesight being quite as razor sharp as it has been during this Test match.
Lots of sweets. I've not stopped eating sweets, to try and keep me awake. I've had lots of sweets so far. I'm running out. I'm gonna have to get a new shoe bag full. So running out. But I think that went closer to Phillips than we think. But we only had 2 sixes. Phillips hit Bashir for a 6, and Harry Brook wide and top edge at you.
Didn't he? Outside the off stump, left alone by Pope. He's 24, Brook 33, 116 for 4. Was that not a top edge?
No, I don't think
it was
so.
Just a help.
I think he's helped it on the way. He does that, doesn't he, Harry Brook? When he gets the short ball, he sort of shovels it up. He helps it on its way up over the top, and that's why I think he does that intentionally because he gets it fine and it goes over fine leg. I think if he's trying to sort of hit it either down or hit it flat, it will go obviously square with the wicket. But I think he does intentionally try to hit it up, go with it, try and hit it at the top of its bounce and just help it on its way.
2 slips in a gully, point, extra cover, mid-on, steep square leg, long leg, and this one is straight from Southey, straight on a length and defended up towards mid-off, where Nathan Smith does the fielding. A couple of substitutes run on in their green bibs to bring... Now then, one of them has gone straight to Nathan Smith, who's given him something. He is now... Is that a knee strapping?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tubing grip on a knee, but I wonder, I don't think there's...
I think it's a grass burn.
I was going to say, I don't think it's an actual to help swelling from the knee. I just think it's a grass burn. Yeah, I think he's dived across the turf, and when you get one of them grass burns, they are a nightmare to get them on the side of your leg or on your knee. I mean, especially early season, and if you get one of them in April, I mean, it doesn't, by September it still hasn't recovered because you keep knocking the skin off the tie, the crust off the top.
They still use that plastic skin, that spray on.
Yeah, and it does absolutely no use whatsoever. It cleans it, I think that spray does. That's what it does. But what it does, it sticks to your trousers. So when you're running and it's sticking to your trousers, it's so uncomfortable because you keep taking it off. So a little bit of tubey grip will help just to get through to the end of the day. Hopefully to get some I think it's the iodine stuff that cleans the whole thing out, and then you hope you don't have to dive again for another couple of weeks and knock the scab off.
Yeah, I recall not cleaning a grass burn. It was in the earliest days when you had that spray on. It's basically like plastic skin in an aerosol can, and you use it to try and speed up the healing process. And I didn't clean the grass burn sufficiently. I just sealed some dirt in there, and I began to rot. Here's Matt Henry again, and this one driven. Sorry, it's Nathan Smith. Sorry, back into the attack. And first delivery is driven up towards mid-off. If I was Nathan Smith and I've got 2 for 27 in my first 6 overs in Test cricket, I too would be keen not to have too long a break, and it hasn't been a particularly long break for him. Just over an hour or so. 116 for 4 England. Men to go. Zach Crawley for a 12-ball duck. Jake Bethel for 10 on debut at number 3. Ben Duckett for 46, and Joe Root for a duck. Came as a shock to everybody, but mostly to him. That one defended by Harry Brook, and Glenn Phillips comes sprinting in from cover to do the fielding. Joe had an absolutely bewildered look on his face. He played back to Nathan Smith, and the ball ricocheted off a sort of inside half of the bat, down onto his stumps, and he just looked absolutely nonplussed. Could not understand how that had happened. It was the all-rounder's second over in Test cricket. He took 2 wickets in that over. That one pushed for a single by Harry Brook off the back foot out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Matt Henry, and there's no run. Nathan Smith removing Jacob Bethel with a beauty, to be fair, caught behind by Tom Blundell. Really good delivery, just sort of straightened across the left-hander and caught behind, and then Joe Root 2 balls later, playing on his 150th Test match, becomes the 3rd player in Test history to score naught in their 150th Test match, which is a slightly bizarre statistic, really, if you think of the number of players who've actually played 150 Tests. Steve Waugh and Ricky Ponting being the other 2. Pushed away out on the onside. Rachin Ravindra does the fielding. I wonder if Ravindra has some finger complications, or maybe a sore thumb, because he's not been in the cordon. Maybe he just doesn't get into the cordon, but he has fielded there. I've seen him at Slip and Gully before.
Yeah, he hasn't been in for the majority of this game. They've adopted, in between, the first session they had 3-4 slips, but he wasn't. But Southey's the one that also fields in there. They've got 2 at the moment.
Pushed away by Ollie Pope for a single out on the onside.
Yeah, they've got 2, which I think they're the best 2 slippers in Mitchell and Latham. Southey normally does 3rd slip. Southey's bowling, possibly that's where Ravindra comes into play at 3rd slip. I'm trying to think before that. He wasn't even at 4th slip when they had 4 slips, but I think they had 4 slips in no gully, which means the gully, which is Glenn Phillips, he would be the one that goes into 4th slip.
Here is Nathan Smith again, and that's steered by Harry Brook. Really classy. It seems inconceivable that he can steer so accurately between second slip and gully, but I mean, yes, that is his intention. He has opened the face, he has steered it. It's a small gap, relatively speaking. Point is, if he gets it a little too fine or a little too square and it goes to second slip or gully, it doesn't matter. It's all the way along the ground. He's in full control of it. But he happened to hit the gap. He picks up 4 runs. He moves to 38. England to 122 for 4. That's what I was saying earlier about Harry Brook being just different class when you watch him live for the first time. His skills don't really come across on telly. More from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be John Norman until tea.
Yeah, absolutely. I concur with that. He's a beautiful batter to watch. No real massive foot movement, which is against the grain for the way kids are taught. His head position is so still. And, yeah, like I said earlier, for me, it's the stillest head in world cricket. 50 partnership between Brook and Pope. 64 balls for the 51. Ollie Pope just coming in. He's settling down now. And Harry Brook, yes, just dropped his hands in it, and it was a welcome boundary.
And it's Southey continuing from the Port Hills end. This is short and pulled by Harry Brook. Is that Harry Brook? No, it's Ollie Pope. And for a single, 124 for 4. Gary Morgan, our scorer, pointing out at the start of their partnership as we welcome listeners to Talk Sports here from the Hagley Oval in Christchurch, where grey cloud has been replaced by blue sky, a Simpsons skyline, as Guy Swindles, TalkSport cricket reporter, would describe it. Fluffy cloud, blue sky, and Tim Southey bowling, pitched up, and Harry Brook plays a graceful forcing shot through the offside, but only after the ball had almost reached Tom Blundell behind the stumps. All the time in the world, it seems, for Harry Brook. Dropped, though, at backward point. Went on 18 by Glenn Phillips, who himself was reprieved yesterday. He was unbeaten on 58 at the end of New Zealand's first innings. Score of 348. Will Brook capitalise on that reprieve as Southey again bowling right arm over the wicket, and again Brook plays a shot at a delivery, but only after it had sailed harmlessly past the batter. Pope and Brook average 55.87 in 9 innings together in tests, the best of 176 with 2 other 50 run stands. So the two have combined well. 52 from 67 after the dismissal of Ben Duckett. New Zealand well on top at that stage, 71 for 4. And Duckett pulled a delivery from is it Matt Henry to a deep backwards square, went for 46. Southey again, this is pitched up and this is cut by Brook. He'll take 2 as well. It's good running from the England pair. And suddenly, Steve Harmison, this pitch just seems to have an easy nature to its pace, and that was not the case for the first 25 overs or so.
No, I think it might have something to do with Tim Southey bowling 128 on it and Will O'Rourke not bowling 146 on it. I mean, he bowled beautifully with good pace. Matt Henry's bowled nicely, Smith's bowled good. Southey set the tone. You know, it's different now. The ball's getting a little bit older. But credit to Pope and credit to Brook. They've took the sting out of the New Zealand bowlers.
Southey again, and inside edge from the bat of Harry Brook. He was momentarily concerned because this ball just dropped down onto his pads. He was fearful it was about to roll back onto the stumps. It didn't occur. He's still there. He's 40. Seemed to me at times this summer, Harmy, that Brooks just seemed in a little bit of a hurry to get his innings going. He was
at the start of his innings, he has.
Yeah, but not today.
No, and that's the beauty. I think what Harry needs to learn in Test cricket is you earn the right at the start, then you can cash in, and he's doing that now.
Pitched up and driven square of the wicket by Brook. He'll take another run. We're doing silent shout-outs on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. If you're awake throughout the night listening to our commentary of this, the first of 3 Test matches, get in touch and we'll either give you a shout-out, or if there's someone sleeping in your house, we'll give them a shout out instead. And Pritam has messaged to say he's up here in Patna, India, listening to Talk Sport and loving his cricket on the radio, especially _cricket, or rather cricket_TS. Get in contact via Twitter, X, on @cricket_TS, or pop a question or make a remark in the chat facility on Talk Sports Cricket YouTube channel, where we have got so much content it'll be impossible for me to mention it all, but there's some great stuff on there. So join the family. 126 for 4, Nathan Smith, and it's dropped twice. Harry Brook unfurling a cover drive. Tom Latham getting 2 hands to this opportunity, and Tim Southee alert at second slip, trying to catch the rebound, but he's just too late onto it, and Harry Brook has another reprieve. New Zealand are really going to rue these chances. Both of them have come from the bowling of Nathan Smith. Both of them coming from the bat of Harry Brook. It was a full-blooded drive. It went to Latham really quickly. But once again, New Zealand will feel like they've let England off the hook. Frankie Mackay is joining me in the commentary box for the next half an hour or so. Tom Latham put down a simpler chance. They're never really that simple, but simpler chance. Ben Duckett early in his innings. This went lightning fast to Latham. He got 2 hands to it though, Frankie, and he'll feel he should have caught it.
Yeah, good afternoon. Absolutely he will. That is a horrible feeling. You find yourself on the slips cord and the ball comes quick, bursts through the hands.
Smith again, and a forcing shot from Brook, who's trying to push this to mid-off. It actually travels quite some distance wide of mid-on. So Smith continuing to impress on debut.
I looked good, hasn't he? He's been very impressive with ball in hand, and was a lot of chatter around that this is probably a surface that would really suit him. There's a little bit of zip to it, but he has the ability to swing it both ways, seam the ball around. He had a few little no ball worries throughout, but other than that, has looked very much at home.
Yeah, 3 no balls in his first 2 overs, but he seems to have calmed down, possibly just a touch tight as this is driven back to the bowler who fields right-handed. He has impressed. He's picked up 2 wickets, and he really should have picked up a 3rd. Harry Brook dropped by Glenn Phillips at backward point, full-blooded cut shot, and then just a few moments ago by Tom Latham at first slip. Again, Brook going really hard at the ball. I mean, it travelled at some pace. Southee actually at second slip did well to be alert to the potential of the rebound catch. He just couldn't quite get there. It kept a touch low, but Brook is comfortable enough. Ollie Pope alongside him, 26 not out, watching from the non-strikers. New Zealand really all over England when that 4th wicket went down, but this partnership has come at good rate as well. As just, well, there's still some distance off, trailing by 220 with a lot of batting to come. It's just bringing England back into the contest.
Yeah, and a little bit more the style that we've become accustomed to England playing as well. A little bit of a counter punch, try and take the game on a little bit more, show that aggressive side.
There's a quite a short extra cover fielder in place. I can't quite see who it is. Is it Will Young on the field? Or is it Devon Conway as this is pushed to mid-on by Brook? 128 for 4 at the end of the 34th over. It was William O'Rourke who got rid of Ben Duckett. I think I might have said it was Matt Henry. O'Rourke bowled well, I thought. Smith is impressed. Matt Henry's first spell was probing and accurate and picked up the wicket as Zach Crawley. Wasn't quite as effective in his second spell, and it's actually, I think this is a good call from Tom Latham. Southee didn't look like what New Zealand needed right now, so he's actually bringing Matt Henry on for a 3rd spell, but bowling from the Port Hills end.
Yeah, which I actually think is the favoured end on the whole for Matt Henry. I think he's had a lot of success at this end. Actually did most of his warming up at this end as well. It was only when the breeze started to blow a little more. It was a very late change to say, no, Tim Southee, we're going to swap around.
Henry in, and Pope, who's been at the non-strikers for a bit, just comes forward and defends on off stump. I'm sure our scorer, Gary Morgan, will be able to tell us what Matt Henry's record is here bowling in Christchurch. Either at the Port Hills end or from the Botanical Gardens. It was from the Botanical Gardens that he dismissed that Crawley. LBW, 12-ball duck. At the moment of the day so far, though, Nathan Smith's 2 wickets and 3 balls, as this is driven by Pope. Nicely through the gap, extra cover. He comes back for a second, moves to 28, the score 130 for 4.
Probably the slight concerning sign for New Zealand at the moment is just how easy these two are making it look. So yes, there have been chances created. Yes, there has been a little bit of uneven bounce up and down. Haven't been able to take those chances, and we saw a first innings. Glenn Phillips put down early, went on to a big score.
Henry again up to the crease. That's zips through a touch quicker than what Ollie Pope had been experiencing facing Tim Southey for the last couple of overs, and hurried Pope touches down the pitch and just doing a little bit of work to the strip.
And of course there would be memories of the last time that Harry Brook was in New Zealand.
Well, we remember it well, don't we, Frankie? It was all doom and gloom when England failed to enforce the follow-on. Short and on the pull, and there's going to be a chase at fine leg by the fielder who comes round, and there's another couple of runs. Yeah, it was all doom and gloom at the start of that innings. 149 though, put on for the first wicket, and then Kane Williamson hit that magnificent century, took out a lot of time from the game, got New Zealand up to a point where they could win, and whilst England was still favourites so much of that second innings, it was that dismissal of Harry Brook, wasn't it? Called through for a single by Joe Root. He hadn't faced, and it was Mitchell, was it, in the slips? I can't quite remember. Anyway, firing the stumps down off the pads. There's another couple of runs here to square leg. Chase on for Devon Conway, and Ollie Pope will come back for another. That was a wonderful test match, wasn't it?
Genuinely think that is probably the best test match I've ever been at.
I mean, well, Headingley 2019 was off the scale. England bowled out for 67, and then Ben Stokes doing what Ben Stokes did, but with all the drama, the missed run-out opportunity, Nathan Lyon dropping the ball, the LBW decision, Jack Leach's one not out, pitched up, and this is on the pads of Pope, going down the leg side. So another leg by to the score, 135 for 4. Yeah, Headingley 2019 is, I mean, if I ever see a test match like that, I'll be privileged. But the follow-on win, I mean,
and to win by 1 run, to come down to that margin, 5 days of cricket, and it comes down to 1 run, unbelievable.
We might see something similar here. I mean, these are 2 close teams, I think. If the pitches allow, and that was a good Wellington track, wasn't it? It actually got easier to bat on as the test went on. Although, do we just think that because Kane Williamson was at the crease, and batting always seems a touch easier when he's batting. But yeah, it was a ridiculous test match. But you just got the feeling we're going to see something special in this test series between 2 teams, which I'm not sure either is good enough to completely dominate the other. So you're always going to see a little bit back and forth. There's going to be spells, and there'll be a bit of fortune, maybe bowling in preferable conditions, and maybe a drop catch or 2, maybe just a moment of brilliance. Who knows? Just not sure either side, certainly with the ball in hand, they're going to be able to apply such dominance that you're going to get one-sided, or too much one-sided cricket, as Nathan Smith continuing on debut. And this is pulled away, and it's pulled for 4. Ollie Pope seizing on the short length there. Fine leg was quite fine, and couldn't get round to cut this ball off. So another 4, and that means that England moved to 139 for 4.
Very quick onto that, Ollie Pope. It is banged in from Nathan Smith. A genuine bouncer attempt, not quite getting up as high as he would have liked. Pope quick onto that swivel pull, fast hands.
Art Vandal has asked for a shout out. Currently doing the long drive from South Devon back to London on the M3. Deserted, he says, as Pope pushing this to point, no run. My partner Jessica is asleep in the passenger seat. So that is a silent shout out to Jessica. She can wake up whenever you arrive, and you can tell her. She's been mentioned on the radio and she didn't even hear it.
That's poor form from the passenger, really. That's, if you're in the front seat, that's rule 101, that you've got to stay up. You've got to provide either the music or podcast choice,
the banter,
entertainment, something.
I'll tell you what, if Harmy was here, he'd no doubt be chomping at the bit to tell you the tale of his 7-hour drive from Mount Maunganui to Wellington, as this is clipped past mid-wicket and away for another 4. Little uppish from the bat of Ollie Pope, but he's seen off the first 20 deliveries. He's got past the first 30, and now he looks like the Ollie Pope that we enjoyed watching and have enjoyed watching for many years. It was uppish, but he went through with a shot. Mid-wicket was short, and it's raced away. 143 for 4. Yeah, Harmy would no doubt be weighing in with his tail. We'd made an 11th hour decision to forego our flight from Wellington to, or rather Mount Maunganui or Tauranga to Wellington. We thought we'd drive. Driven an inside edge onto the pads. That's not gone too far from the stumps. Ollie Pope was concerned for a second or two there. A little smile, a rueful smile from Nathan Smith, who's picked up 2. Should certainly have got a 3rd. Maybe, just maybe, on another day would have picked up Ollie Pope there. So yeah, we decided not to fly. Manners flew. Manners is just, no, I'm not driving for 7 hours in the back of the car with you. I spent enough time in the commentary box, so he flew. We drove. The night before this 7-hour journey, Harmy, Smith is in again, and another single to the leg side from the bat of Ollie Pope, who's approaching Harry Brooks' score now. 42, plays 43, 144 for 4. So the night before we go, this 7-hour journey, of course, Harmy and Sam, who was our England reporter, decide to go out and, really take advantage of all the hospitality that Mount Maunganui can offer a travelling English person. I have a nice quiet night in, as is my way these days. Wake up in the morning and I see these two, and oh my days, I'm just like, am I really going to have a 7-hour car journey with these? Sam always just fronts up. Harmy always pretends there's nothing wrong. Harmy's like, no, it's fine. He just tries to pretend he hadn't been drinking since 2. Driven, square of the wicket on the offside. In front of square, there's a chase on by Devon Conway, coming round from deep point. Another couple of runs to the score. Beautiful conditions now to bat. Overheads, pitch is eased. The ball is 36 overs old. So anyway, yeah, I wake up in the morning, see these two numpties. They've clearly been out till about 3 or 4 in the morning. And I'm faced with a 7-hour journey all the way from Mount Maunganui to Wellington. So I forced them to have some breakfast. Not that they were arguing. I mean, force Harmy to just have one breakfast is difficult. He always orders 2. Literally orders 2 breakfasts. And Sam eats. And anyway, we get in the car and Sam Ellard is asleep within, I would say, I don't think we'd even reached the outskirts of Mount Maunganui. And he's snoring in the back. So I'm faced with Steve Harmison for 7 hours, so I thought I'll just fall asleep as well. So I did. So Harmy drove us the entire way.
That was the important finish to that story, that Harmy was actually driving.
He's a team player, is Steve Harmison. There's no airs or graces about him. He's an Ashington lad through and through, as this is defended to mid-on by Ollie Pope, who's looking good here at Mount Maunganui, at Christchurch. 146 for 4. Am I supposed to have switched already? Sorry, I'm eating into Daniel McCarty time. Frankie, you pick it up and Daniel will come in after this delivery from Matt Henry, with Ollie Pope facing up, 42 not out. Henry is in, and Pope defends to extra cover. No run.
Well, I assume you have learned from your mistakes on that one, and there will be no driving between Wellington and Hamilton this time around. There'll be flights for all. A very sensible decision. Would have been a beautiful drive though, but maybe not one you'd want to be doing all the time.
Or ever. Here's Henry from the Port Hills end, rolling into the pad to the right-handed Pope. But he had bottom hand as he works it up towards mid-on. There's no run. Partnership is worth 75 of just 91 balls. England were teetering at 71 for 4. And Duckett was the fourth to go after a stern examination from William O'Rourke. Court tried to hook, taken comfortably by Conway at deep backward square. Duke and Pope had to get through a tricky period, but they're starting to profit now. New Zealand would love to see the back of one before tea. Here's a slashing cut stroke through about 4, slip down to the fence for 4, almost on one knee. A playing cut. 150 is up. 150 for the loss of 4.
That is a very interesting stroke, that is. Not quite straight out of the textbook, that's for sure. He's going at the ball, trying to get onto the front foot. Meanwhile, almost trying to just guide it. The bounce gets a little bit much and ends up going through with a top half a cut shot, bottom half a front foot drive.
Well, he's ended up in a position generally your coaches in giving slip catches before the game. That was rather unusual. You've seen the odd bounce steeply here. Maybe that was the reason for. Waiting this time is the right-hander nudging through the vacant point region. Man comes in from the deep, but it's the effervescent Phillips needlessly running 15-20 metres to his right to field. Coming around from the gully, 151 for the loss of 4. Crawley no score, Bethel 10, Root no score, all out before lunch. Duckett gone for 46, and a similar story to yesterday. Frankie, I think just one wicket in the middle session. Only 89 runs added by New Zealand yesterday. Runs flowing now for England. 151 for 4. Plodding forward is Brooke. Tentatively inside edge into the pad. There's been a few of those this session. New Zealand, especially Nathan Smith, hasn't had a whole lot of luck on debut.
No, there's enough there though to keep New Zealand interested. I think that's the point that they probably have to stick with, is even in that over you've got Ollie Pope, who's getting close to 50 at a strike rate of 90, and you're still getting those almost out of nowhere false shots just because of a little bit of seam movement, perhaps the surface getting a little bit more two-paced as we go on, that bounce. You have to feel as a bowling unit, you're always in the game. You're one ball misbehaving slightly from being able to break this partnership open, and then getting a look at, can you have a look at that middle lower order of England?
Brooke lucky to be there, and Tom Latham will be thinking that after dropping one at slip. Well, Mitchell's off the field, he has to go into first slip. High, it flies. One of those annoying ones, you know you haven't caught it, but you know it's gone up. So Latham then turns, runs backwards, hoping he's going to find it. Southey's reacted at second slip, diving towards the ball, agonisingly out of his reach. You don't want to give Harry Brook too many lives, if any. He's 45 off 61. 5 falls are one of the most effortless giant sixes I've seen. That pull stroke just flew. Here is O'Rourke steaming in, getting leg side, and Pope tucks him away, moving to 48. Important knock here for Pope. Of course, added responsibility having the gloves. The players be much discussed. When he gets in, he has a intensity to make it well worth his and his team's while. 48 of 53.
Yeah, he is one of those players, isn't he? And there's, to be fair, there's probably a couple in the England lineup who fall into that category, that there's a lot of low scores, but then when there's a big score, it's a really big one.
Speaking of big, here's William O'Rourke bowling short underneath. Goes Brooke and through, slapping into the gloves of Blundell. He hits the gloves hard. I know in our commentary position here on TalkSport 2 that we don't have the open windows, but around on Sport Nation you can hear it sort of reverberating, not from the effects, Mike, just from the sound smashing into Blundell's gloves. Getting the ball up at times, I think 147k, the quickest he's bowled. By far the quickest in this match. Long, ominous approach to the wicket. He bowls fuller this time, driven nicely, but straight to Williamson, who fields. Might be a run.
Yeah, Ollie Pope hasn't done a lot of wicket keeping in first class level, certainly not at the test level, only done it on a couple of occasions, but averages over 58 when he has got the gloves, first class test match level. So there's history there that actually maybe that little bit of, we would call it extra responsibility, but maybe it just frees him up a little, makes batting a little bit easier.
O'Rourke past umpire Raza. Good discipline outside of off stump. Back of the length, never threatening the stumps. Leave on length more than anything. Rourke sees it through to Blundell, remaining on 45. We got 2 thumbs up from Ian Smith as far as his keeping. It's pretty good.
It's a good start, isn't it?
Pretty good judge. And it's not clean.
I mean, you don't get too many thumbs up from Smithy anyway, do you?
Wicket keepers' hands, they struggle to get the thumbs up, don't they? Yeah. He thought he was quite smart and tidy, moved well, smooth. Smooth approach from O'Rourke. Bouncer, leg side, pulled away beautifully. Not only powerfully, but with great precision. Beating deep backwards square and fine leg. Our 4 takes Harry Brook to another test match half century. Coming off 65 balls with 5 fours and 2 sixes. That's gone all the way, 158 for 4. I thought it was 1 bounce. Thought the field might be interested. It's a gathering job.
He makes that look so easy, so comfortable. He's facing Will O'Rourke, who's bowling into the 140s, mid 140s, on a wicket that's got some extra lift.
O'Rourke's reply will be fuller, wider of off stump, no stroke, through to Blundell to end at the over. 7 runs off it. It was 141k. In fact, it wasn't. That was the previous ball. Rather strangely on our scoreboard, there was no registration of pace. Maybe it was confused how quickly it left the bat. Probably went a little bit quicker. Getting late into the middle session here on day 2 of the TalkSport 2 via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Thank you, Mackay, alongside me, Daniel McCarty. New Zealand 348 all out earlier today. England now trailing by just 190. 158 for the loss of 4. Pope on strike. Can he bring up a half century? Half volley into the pans. He's missed out here. Will be a leg by as it trickles around the corner on the onside. Umpire Tucker signals another extra, just the 4th of the innings. 159 for 4. Coughed up 42 extras in that innings. A lot of no balls, a lot of wides. He buys towards the end. Henry goes full, Brooks late as he gets down, but turns the face of the bat, working a full ball on middle stump through mid-wicket for another run. To 52, he moves, 160 for 4.
We have to say, a couple of front foot no balls aside, it has been a really disciplined performance so far from New Zealand. They've picked up the 4 wickets, but have posed a lot of questions, have been there or thereabouts. Something we talked a lot about during the England bowling innings is perhaps that slight scattergun approach and searching to find the right line and length for the surface.
Henry, not a tall man, bowls onto the front pad, big appeal for a split second, turn down. Right in question, maybe drifting down leg. New Zealand, no real conversation, so there won't be a review, but maybe just an excitable, hey, we beat the bat. Rub the bat. Big appeal from Henry, also then the cordon. Already behind the wicket as Henry goes fuller, driven on the upper little towards Smith at mid-off, who does the fielding. There's a replay of that LBW shout, just nipping back. Above the knee roll. Would have been umpire's call. Gee, they're a good judge, New Zealand. Didn't even need a conversation. Tongue pokes out of cheek. Pope waits on 48, back raised nice and high. Cramped up, it was shorter of a length. He thought there was going to be width outside of off stump. To play the cut stroke, it's high on the bat, trickles to gully, no run.
I do wonder maybe that LBW shout, it did go clip the front pad first and then onto the back pad. So wonder if perhaps that little double noise, maybe the cordon thought that that was bat.
Centre replay, Henry did sort of signal to a skipper, maybe a review. It's quickly turned down by Latham. Pope plays the stroke. He was trying to, with the previous delivery, half press forward, working the cut stroke for a single. 162 for 4, he's 49. So who in the television commentary box are you avoiding for a 7-hour drive after a night out? It's time to tell on your friends. All of them. That's according to Frankie Moore. That was all of them. You have your own driver these days, don't you? Here's a drive that catches the outside edge, goes straight to ground into the gully region. Good reaction from Phillips, though, low and to his left. Gee, they've really worked Phillips over, teased him, tantalised him. And he did drop one. Just trying to think. Help me out. Pope or Brook? Completely forgotten. It was Brook, first life. Sort of a slash into the gully, into the midriff, and went straight in and out. Glenn Phillips going through his warm-ups. Looks like, and this will please Frankie Nakara. Now a bit of off-spin. About time.
That's standard, right, isn't it? Breaks coming up.
It's 5 overs, 5 minutes before tab.
You think you just get that one over, don't you? That little whirl.
Not sure Willow Rourke. Phillips will be keen for him to get through this over quickly. Starting off bowling to Pope, who's on 49. It's a half volley on leg stump, nicely nudged into the onside. Half century for Ollie Pope. 59 balls, 7 fours. Raises the bat, acknowledges his teammates. The crowd in his support here at Hagley Oval.
Our 14th Test match century for Ollie Pope. Third against New Zealand, second in New Zealand as well.
Partnership now with 92. Back in the score from 71 for the loss of 4 when Duckett went. The bowling of this man, Willow Rourke. In again from the Botanical Gardens end. Last umpire Raza, full just outside off stump. Nicely pushed into the offside and called immediately. Brook. Responding was Pope. Good cricket. Singles can be so frustrating to fielding sides. 164 for the loss of 4.
Best place to be as well. Just before the tea break, get yourself down the non-striker's end.
Lean on the bat. Don't back up.
That is exactly it.
Just need loud calls of no. Never do that, Frankie, would you? You would. That's why you broke all those records. O'Rourke on off stump, full of length. Pushed up towards Williamson. No run. O'Rourke's figures, they rate them out. They sound pretty pedestrian, don't they? 7.3 overs, 1 man, 1 for 39, but that does not paint the picture of, at times, has been quite good bowling from the youngster.
On another day, bowl exactly the same, he'd be sitting there with 2, 3, maybe 4 wickets next to his name. He has looked really a genuine handful.
With the Canterbury production line, he's bowling short. This one top edges over the gully down towards the fence for 4. In fact, it's top edge is probably not the right description, more of a thick edge that's flowing away. I thought it might balloon away to the 2 men at deep backward point, and Southey's sort of at a fly slip. Checking the replay. Leaning back. Ball getting tall on him. As O'Rourke so often does. But you'd have to say, well, got plenty of bat on it. Not under control, but a boundary nonetheless for Pope, who's 54, 168 for the loss of 4. Things just happen for O'Rourke. Can he get that slice of luck? He moves past umpire Raza, full. He's not going to hear because that's over-pitched. Driven beautifully out to the long boundary at extra cover. Chase made by Williamson. Still a little bit sluggish, this outfield, but the 100-run partnership is brought up. Another competent-looking stroke. 100 partnership off just 112 balls. And England now 171 for 4.
There's been a little bit of luck in it. I think you need that at times. But I've loved the way that they've gone about it. I've loved the tempo that they've played at. Yes, there's been the odd shot here and there that you'd say is slightly reckless or verging on it, but they've come out and looked to score, looked to be proactive, taking the game on a little bit more rather than just sitting and waiting.
Beaten this time as Brooks trying to carve a ball through the offside. Did that gone past the inside or outside edge? Greenkey? Doesn't matter because it hasn't hit the bat. Will Rourke sort of just grabs the hat off umpire Raza, trudges off. We will get one over off Glenn Phillips off spin as we're 1 minute away. I know those listening on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, probably not as in tune with Canterbury Cricket. Boy, you've got some talent coming through. Men's team just producing it.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like it's just a production line of young, tall, fast bowlers. Yeah. You turn up to training, and whether you're just finishing or we're about to start, or you turn up to the gym, and I mean, I'm not the tallest at 5'5.5", 5'6" on a really good day, but I am craning the neck to have a chat with these guys. They are huge. They're just giants, a lot of them, and it's been really impressive to see the way that youngsters have come into that program. I worked a lot with Brendan Donkers, bowling coach, Peter Fulton, head coach here in Canterbury, and have just, the way their games have taken off, it's been brilliant to see.
Maybe Fultz needs to see his players eye to eye before he picks them. 171 for 4. Phillips into the attack and short outside of off stump. It's swatted away through point by Pope. The single, the score 172 for the loss of 4. Pope 58, Brooklyn striking 53. The field, a slip. Deep point, who was Ravindra, did the fielding. Cover, mid-off. Southey just taking a couple paces back at mid-off. Nathan Smith's at long on. Mid-wicket, short mid-on. Deep backward square and a man on the 45. Phillips looking to bowl what wicket to wicket here. He's pushed it leg side with a bounce. And accuracy not right. Is that a field for stump to stump?
Yeah, I think that has to be the plan. 1 over before a break.
Phillips, short approach. It's wide of off stump going back. Again, slicing the ball through the point region out to Rachin Ravindra in the deep. 173 for the loss of 4. Phillips still so young as far as an off spin is concerned, but you know, by New Zealand's standards, 30 test wickets at 27 from memory. It's quite an impressive start to his career. He's fresh off a 50 today too. Goes slower through the air, drifting into leg stump, work to mid-wicket. Tumbling stop. I think that's Henry. Two balls remaining in the session. England's session for certain. 45 for 3 at lunch. Now 173 for 4. You just knew there was going to be twists and turns in this test before it's all done. Pushing forward. There's Pope, no run.
What I love about Glenn Phillips is he really rallies against the tag of part-timer. He says, if you see how much I work at it, it's not part-time work.
No,
it's
full-time.
I'm full into it, and I'm good enough to be bowling spin for my country. So there's no part-time about it. It's all-rounder. Batting all-rounder perhaps, but all-rounder.
That's very true. There's a ball that spins from leg stump further away, but he worked around the corner for a single to end a very, very good session for England. It would have been an uncomfortable lunch break for them after they lost Bethel and Roots in the space of 4 balls, slumping to 45 for 3. Duckett moved from 32 to 46 before he was caught at deep backward square by Conway off the bowling of O'Rourke for 46. At that stage, 71 for 4. But the story of the middle session on day number 2, Frankie, has been Brook and Pope, both with 50s, 54 to Brook and 59 to Pope, and this partnership of 103 has taken England to 174 for the loss of 4, and it's been very good watching.
Oh, hasn't it just? And probably not meant to say that as a New Zealand fan with my New Zealand hat on, but to watch the way they've gone about things has been really good. I think they've just been proactive. They've taken the game on a little bit. They've at times straddled that line. Is it aggressive? Is it reckless? Ridden a little bit of luck. But I think when you get on surfaces where ball is doing a little bit, especially against a New Zealand lineup like this, you have to take those opportunities to score, and that's actually the only way to try and swing things back in your favour. And a partnership like this, I think they've certainly started that.
P on day 2 here in the first Test match of 3 that we're bringing you exclusively live between Newcastle, New Zealand rather, and England. Newcastle's in my mind, as it is in Steve Harmison's for much of the day. It's 174 for 4 England at tea. They've enjoyed a good session. It was a little bit hair and scare when Ben Duckett was out. 71 for 4 at that stage. But Harry Brook and Ollie Pope have combined well. A couple of chances along the way. Brook dropped twice. 2 tough chances, but you'd expected Glenn Phillips to take the one he was presented at backward point when Brook was on 18. Tom Latham at second slip, putting down his second chance of the day. He also dropped Duckett. So not perfect in the field, that's for sure. New Zealand, who started out bowling exceptionally well in the morning session, but as the conditions eased, cloudy this morning, blue skies this afternoon, the pitch has just softened a touch. The ball's got older, 41 overs old now, and batting has got a fraction easier, and England capitalising. Brook and Pope both with half centuries at the break. England trailing by 174, but they're exactly halfway to New Zealand's first innings score of 348. So that's where we are with the match. England are 174 for 4. Earlier today, New Zealand posted 348. They are exactly halfway there to that score. 6 wickets in hand, with 2 batters in Brook and Pope who've gone past 50 at the crease. After a comment from Harmy, it'll be the returning Neil Mathew.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Will O'Rourke is going to be the bowler that's going to take the first ball after tea. He's got a spread field, 2 slips, gully, deep third.
First delivery is in at the pads of Ollie Pope, turns it nicely off those pads out to deep square leg, fielded by Rachin Ravindra. And England underway, they're now over halfway with that single, 176 for 4.
Yeah, carrying on where they left off. It was a nice little touch into the leg side, scampered through for 2. Pope, it's been a stereotypical Ollie Pope innings. When he does get runs, he's fidgety for the first 20 balls. He then calms down a little bit, hits a couple of boundaries through the vacant third area, and then all of a sudden he's off, with a big expansive drive or a pull shot. And that tends to be the way Ollie Pope goes. I'm really pleased for him, because the stuff that he was getting labelled with last year, rightly so, because he wasn't scoring any runs.
O'Rourke in again, that's down the leg side. I said it was a single, they actually scampered back for the second, so Ollie Pope was back on strike, and he's into the 60s now.
But what it does tell you is, again, batting at number 3 is the hardest job in this team, and Ollie Pope constantly is not taking one for the team because he's playing for England, and you should have adaptability skills, especially when you've played over 50 Test matches. But it is a difficult place to bat, and he's proved when he comes in the middle order. He's walked out at 71 for 4. England were in trouble, but he's definitely turned the tide on that.
O'Rourke in again to Harry Brook this time. He lets one go outside the off stump. We've got sunshine, blue sky, majority blue sky. The weather's taken a turn for the better. I'm not so sure that temperatures have climbed significantly, but it's an absolute picture. The predicted cold westerly wind, or was it an easterly wind, has not arrived. The trees away to our right in Hagley Park are standing still. We were waving all over the place this time yesterday. 2 slips and a gully. Man on the drive at shortish bit. Edge, no! Ooh, I thought Harry Brook had edged that. It just bounced a bit more from Will O'Rourke. Outside the off stump, it was a lashing back foot cover drive.
I'm just thinking, when you say edge that, if he edged that, Nathan Smith was catching it down here. And yeah, Nathan Smith was catching it in front of the side screen at probably third slip, but on the third boundary, where Harry Brook caught Daryl Mitchell yesterday. That's where Nathan Smith is. And if Harry Brook edges that, I mean, the 2 slips that are in place are not in the game.
There's been a fly slip in place for Will O'Rourke's last 4 overs, isn't there? That one on the back foot. Harry Brook guides it for a single square of the wicket on the offside. Fielded by Glenn Phillips, 178 for 4.
Come on, the manners. You've bought yourself 5 balls. You've bought yourself some time thinking. The amount of cricket grounds you've been to, that was one of the questions from John Norman, and you're probably the most 5 underrated cricket grounds you've visited?
I honestly have no idea how many grounds I've been to. I'm not sure I'd be able to remember them all. But I think there's 83 test venues, aren't there? That one pushed defensively by Ollie Pope, thick inside edge down onto his boot, I think, and it trickles out on the offside. There's definitely no run there. The ground that comes to mind immediately in terms of underrated, dramatic, and is no longer on the international circuit because there are so many other grounds, modern grounds, that have been built in the country. But it did host a couple of one-day internationals, and it's the most dramatic ground I've ever been to. It's a place called Kurunagala in Sri Lanka, and there's a huge granite mountain basically on the side of the ground, and you can climb up and you get this amazing view. It is dramatic. It's absolutely dramatic, but it's in the middle of the country, and I don't think it's a very prosperous area, and the Sri Lanka cricket couldn't make it work, so it sort of withered away. But and do you know what? Okay, in the category of underrated, and I know that there are New Zealanders listening to me. They might think that I'm taking the mickey, but I really enjoy Seddon Park in Hamilton. Honestly, I just like New Zealand grounds in general because they're unpretentious and they work with smaller crowds. Glenn Phillips in again, pushed away on the onside, and there's no run. Do you know what I mean? Like, look, this is the classic example. We came here, and 4 days before the Test match began, and it just looked like a very nicely maintained field with some banks around it. It looked very unprepossessing, really. Pushed away defensively again on the onside by Harry Brook, but put 8,000 people in it, put some tents up and some marquees, and throw a little bit of hospitality, and it's just fabulous, and it really works. Here's Phillips again, and drive and a miss outside the off stump. Phillips, I think he holds his head in his hands as if that perhaps was a slider. But take these 8,000 people, put them at Lord's, put them at Headingley, put them at Old Trafford, and they're going to disappear.
We'll be slagging the crowd off, won't we?
Yeah, exactly. Is this all we can manage? Low full toss, flicked away behind square on the onside. The University Oval in Dunedin.
Test cricket's dying. You put 8,000 people in at Lord's and people will go, ticket price is far too much and there's Test cricket dying. So, yeah, I get that. Fully get that. I get the Dunedin one, yeah. That's another one. There's a few South African grounds like that. East London with the big banks on one side where you sit and watch from. If you're talking about grounds with grass banks where people can sit out and
driven here, and Ollie Pope got into a bit of a tangle with that one. That's hit the outside. It was a leading edge, wasn't it? Popped up towards cover, didn't quite carry.
A bit like Ravindra yesterday. He got into a position and then had to go again because the ball seemed to just die on him.
I do like the fields that Glenn Phillips has had, in-out type fields, pushed away out by Ollie Pope. And when I say in-out, there are close fielders, and then there are those halfway back and right on the boundary. There's a long on, a halfway mid-off, a slip, a man short drive. I do like that, and the overs come to an end, and I'm describing the field. It's 179 for 4.
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about fields, aren't we, really? in general. It's underrated cricket grounds. What was the one in Mumbai? We played a warm-up game there before the Wankhede was built. Oh, during the time the Wankhede was built, was that it was like a gentleman's ground. So the old cricket ground in
Mumbai Gymkhana.
It might be Mumbai Gymkhana. Yeah, we used to have an extra long tea break because we used to bring the wicket tables and chairs out because the old English gentleman, colonial style, would come and have a cup of tea on it.
Here's Will O'Rourke, quick delivery and very well left actually by Harry Brook. And the waiters wore white gloves.
That's it. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. There was a snooker table inside, and we were walking on for field, and they said, right, you're gonna have to have 40 minutes for your tea because the tables have got to come out. And then a guy walks out with a tray with the white gloves on. I was thinking, hold on, he's refereeing a snooker match inside. Yeah, that was during the 2006 series, I think. So that was when the Wankhede was built, because that was getting built at the same time, and that's where we played the warm-up during that, and I quite like that ground.
There's cut away to behind square on the offside, and Glenn Phillips Fields. There is
Harare Sports Club. I quite like that. I quite like the ground in Harare. We only played like 18 games at it, but Harare Sports Club was another ground which was, from a visual point of view, it did the best and the cheapest steak and chips with a pint that went with it during that A tour we were on.
It's interesting record Harare Sports Club has and the number of ODIs it's staged. Here is Will O'Rourke once again, and played defensively by Harry Brook away on the onside. The ground which has hosted the most one-day internationals, which is on underrated grounds, is Sharjah Cricket Stadium, and that would come. That wouldn't make my top 150.
Never played at Sharjah. Never been to the Sharjah Stadium.
That's hosted more one-day internationals than anywhere else. In second place is the Harare Sports Club, just ahead of the SCG, because there are only two options, really, three, I suppose, to host one-day internationals. It's the Bulawayo Athletic Club, Bulawayo Country Club, and Harare Sports Club. So it's hosted a lot of games, and it's got floodlights now. You might be interested to know. That's guided by Harry Brook again. It just got so much time, even against Will O'Rourke bowling 104. That was 149 kilometres an hour. That's the fastest ball of the match.
I think that is the fastest ball of the match. The one before, which Harry Brook left, and it flew through to Blundell. That looked, the quickest ball in the match, but it just shows you. That was 147. This was 149. He's building up a good head of steam here. Is Will O'Rourke. He did a couple of overs before the break. Didn't quite hit his straps. Now he's hit them fully.
Here is O'Rourke again, and again Harry Brook just got so much time to turn it away off his pads out towards deep backward square leg, and they go through for a single. But Seddon Park in Hamilton, I thoroughly enjoy it. And again, the whole concept is the grass banks, with one huge one, just like Buffalo Park you mentioned in East London in South Africa. There's one vast, great grass bank and some small stands. And you've played at Hamilton.
Yeah, played at Hamilton. Yeah, I've been at Hamilton. We were at Hamilton for the warm-up game with a couple of years ago when England last went there. I think I like that East London ground though.
That's it, Buffalo Park. O'Rourke in full straight, and the bowler is appealing enthusiastically, and he's turned around with his back to the batsman, backpedaling with his arms out aloft, appealing to Hassan Raza, who says not out. I think there was a bat involved there. It just sounded like two noises. Or, I don't know, mate. Yeah, it was.
Smashed it. Absolutely smashed it.
180 for 4. England still trailing by 168, but the partnership is now worth 109.
KP got that 100 in East London. One of the best. Still to me, one of the best top 300s I've witnessed firsthand. If you remember right, he got the one in Bloemfontein and he got the one in East London. I loved Adelaide as well before it became a stadium. SCG starting to become a stadium. or even more of a sort of grandeur stadium, Adelaide and SCG, when they had the open stand at the one open end at one end.
Glenn Phillips continues now with his full-time off-spin, and Harry Brook plays it away defensively on the onside. Get the impression that Harry Brook is playing well within himself. 57 from 85. Went to his 50 off 63 balls, and yet forward comes Brook once again. And yet a mark of the way Ollie Pope, how well he's been playing, is that he got to his 50 quicker, and it really kind of snuck up on you. I think it's a sign of a quality cricketer when you think, well, he hasn't done much, and you look at the scoreboard and he's got 32, and he's just been scoring consistently. And here is Harry Brook chopping behind square to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, Rachin Ravindra. One very small, inconsequential, and some might say irrelevant aspect of this Test match that I thoroughly enjoyed for the first 2 days is that the boundary fielders from both teams have been signing autographs as and when they can. When kids have been leaning over the picket fences and the LEDs, advertising boards, asking for autographs, they have been obliged. And that one is driven, a lot of bottom hand there. That was a that was a top spin cross-court forehand from Ollie Pope. A lot of bottom hand, it's flicked it out.
Yeah, it was this newfangled thing of paddle, isn't it? Paddle tennis. Never tried it myself, but Ollie Pope plays a lot of it, and he's got himself a new cricket shot, because that definitely was a forehand, a top spin forehand.
Here's Phillips again, and a little bit of width, and it's nice and full, and it's driven gloriously by Harry Brook. That's such a fine shot. Okay, it was a wide half volley, but you know, there are ways of dealing with it, and there are ways of getting an inside edge and bottom edge, and what a shot for four.
Yeah, beautiful shot. He was given width and it was over pitch, but you've still got to put it away, and he's cut the bond before to the left of Rachin Ravindra, and just Phillips moved him just a touch, and that one there smashed through extra cover. That's a glorious shot there.
62 apiece now, Harry Brook and Ollie Pope. So Phillips is in once again, and he might just have got a bit of overspin on that one. It bounced and forced Brook to go up onto his toes to play defensively behind square on the offside. 186 for four. Gosh, things are looking a little rosier now for England than they were an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, an hour and a half ago, and you were thinking that England would give a massive deficit away. They still possibly could. They're still a decent way behind, 162 runs behind, with Stokes coming next, and then Wokes and Atkinson and Karst. They've got batting to come, so New Zealand have gone with pace, they've gone with spin from this Port Hills end. Whether Phillips carries on, like to bring him to bring Ravindra up, and we'll talk about that at the start of the next over. But I think if I would go with the way England would go when things aren't happening, I'd get O'Rourke to bowl bounces every ball and see what happens.
Pushed away as O'Rourke continues. Ollie Pope guides that to Kane Williamson at mid-on, and there's no run.
Not many times do you possess a bowler in your armoury that can bowl bouncers as good as what O'Rourke could from a pace point of view. I think they've got to utilise that. England are now just settling in comfortably, back in after tea. Pope and Brook are scoring freely. They will take things on. Now, Ben Stokes in this situation with a 5 man on the leg side and saying to O'Rourke, really have a go with a bouncer barrage.
Oh, there's an attempted ramp from Ollie Pope as O'Rourke drops short, and Pope ends up on his knees, but he was trying to ramp it. Now, that's not an instinctive shot. He's got that in his mind, because O'Rourke's been bowling quick, and he's been bowling a significant number of short balls, and he's got it in his mind, hasn't he? He said, when I get the chance, I'm going to ramp him over the keeper.
He'll have an angle and a line that will be in his head, so takes his guard, stands up still, waits for the bowler to set off from his mark, and he'll know that if the ball is outside off stump and it's back of a length, he can get down and do that and play that shot comfortably.
Here is O'Rourke again, and pushed defensively as it's a full length ball up towards mid-on. So that place where Nathan Smith was fielding at fly slip, is completely blocked from the ball seat by the sight screen. Through no fault of anybody's. It's not a blame game thing. So I can't see if the fly slip's still there.
No, the fly slip's gone now.
So that's why he's playing the ramp.
That's why he's playing the ramp. But this is what I'm saying. If you then take the 2 slips out, put it on the leg side and bowl that ball all the time, and put the fielders in position, the catchers in positions in the deep.
He's playing it again and missing again is Ollie Pope. This time he doesn't end up on his knees, he ends up on his backside. Again, it's a quick delivery from Will O'Rourke. That was 146, and again it's short, and again Ollie Pope's trying to play the ramp shot, and it's 2 in a row that he's missed. And interesting, Harry Brook has taken a little bit of time here. He's walked down from the non-striker's end to have a word with Ollie Pope, and we haven't seen a lot of that amongst the England players.
No. Possibly tell him to just stand a little bit more stiller at the crease. If anything, you'll nail it if you're a little bit more stiller, and they've got to have a man down here.
Here is O'Rourke again, and he's gone short, full, short, full, short, and now full again, and it's turned away by Ollie Pope. I mean, if Harry Brook was to be issuing any advice, that would be very good advice, because he's the stillest batsman in the world.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I think that's what I'd be saying to Ollie. Not put the shot away, not try and not go for the shot. Just try and keep yourself a little bit more stiller, at the point of release, because you will nail it. It's a free hit over the top of the slip, so you get something on it.
Here's O'Rourke again, and it's gone back of a length this time, and Harry Brook defends, pushing it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. England still 161 behind, but they're 187 for 4, and given that they were at one point 71 for 4, they're recovering beautifully with Brook on 62, Pope on 63. More from Harmy, who will tell us which ground is his favourite amongst the underrated, and then John Norman will take over from me.
Favourite of the underrated. It's an interesting one. I mean, I agree with you. The ones over here, so underrated. You mentioned that Napier here. I love this ground. This is beautiful ground.
Phillips continuing from the Port Hills end, and this clipped to mid-wicket and fielded. 187 for 4. Did you pay much attention when you were playing, Harmy, or was it just rock up, get off the coach, walk to the dressing room, get your boots on, go and play, take 7 for 12,
a little bit like that,
go back to the dressing room, get in the coach, back to the hotel, touch more flight, misdirected down the leg side, clip to that fielder that's on the leg side, leg slip, leg gully, no run.
You missed the sleep bit out in the middle for a day and a half. Which ones had the good places you could hide in a corner and go to sleep as a fast bowler?
Well, which ones did?
Antigua was good.
Phillips, and there's runs here, fine. Misdirected from the bowler, and a chase on as well by O'Rourke, who probably doesn't really need that. Coming so soon after is over. 2 runs though, he's done a good job. 187 for 4. Pope 65, Brook 62.
I don't think it was underrated, but one of my favourites. That's not a test ground now. Has got to be. I know he got 400, and I didn't have the greatest experience there, but I mean the Antigua Rec ground. That for me was unreal. Atmosphere on that was fantastic.
Phillips is in again and manages to bisect the field. There's a straight mid on and a wideish mid on, or mid wicket, short mid wicket, and manages just to push the ball between the two and comes through for a single. That brings Brook back on strike. 190 for 4 if you're joining us here on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. The Rec, they say that you could smell the chicken. If you were down on the high street and down at St John's in Antigua, you could smell the chicken being cooked and it would entice you. Again, dragged down and down the leg side. Brook will feel like he's missed out here, pulling that to short fine. No run.
You could smell a few other things that were being smoked as well. Never mind being cooked.
I don't know what you mean. Phillips again. And Brook just makes a little bit of room, backing away and pushing this ball, which is a good length to the fielder, a lone cover fielder. 1 run. I mean, you're such a well-travelled man, and you are very fortunate, Harmy. Spent a life travelling the world, playing cricket. You must have seen some sights along the way. Tell us, I mean, you toured India. What was the Taj Mahal like?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to do it justice or any good with India tourist information. I mean, it's
okay. Well, we can move on. We can move on. You went to Sri Lanka.
I mean, it's a building in the middle of nowhere, isn't it? Taj Mahal is in the middle of nowhere. I was not so underwhelmed because I was so pleased I went, but it's one of them ones where you go 4.5 hours on a bumpy road. Feels a bit like what we experienced in this room yesterday. We're being seasick on a bumpy road. You get to the Taj Mahal and you look at it and you go, "Is that it?" And then we go home now, and it's 4.5 hours back with nothing in between.
Here is O'Rourke. This is dropped into the offside, as is Harry Brooks at way. Takes a single. Okay, well, you weren't impressed by the Taj Mahal.
No,
you
India
toured
was
Sri
great.
Lanka.
India
You must
was
have.
great. Sri Lanka was great.
Tell us about Sigiriya Rock, Dambulla. That must have been something else.
Went there. I don't
you didn't go to that
didn't
one.
play in Dambulla. We played in Kandy. We might have played in Dambulla. We played Kandy, Colombo, and Gaul, I thought.
Okay, all right.
We
So you didn't
over
get
there.
on.
But it
You
was-
didn't
that
get on
was-
the bus to go and journey to one of the natural wonders of the world, Uluru. Then you must have all your tours to Australia. I'm sure you would have booked in a trip to Uluru, full and driven straight. There's a chase on for the mid-off fielder. It's Kane Williamson. Slowish outfield, and it's not timed beautifully, but enough for 3 runs, and the score moves on to 195 for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot down the ground from Ollie Pope. Using the pace. He's used the pace of Nathan Smith, Will O'Rourke. He really has used the pace of the bowlers, Matt Henry as well. Very, very well to his advantage. Just pushing it down the ground there. When they've banged it in short or they've bowled back of a length, he's used the pace to get it down to third or over third through point. Really has been a good innings from Ollie Pope. But touring, John, I mean, you can say all these great places, but the majority of the time you're there for cricket, and you never really got a chance to go. And
O'Rourke again on the pull is Brook, and there's another chase. The fielder Rashan Ravindra herring around from deep square leg, does well to claw the ball in, but more runs to the score. Clapped, the applause go round. What about Zimbabwe then? Did you toured
I
Zimbabwe?
really enjoyed Zimbabwe. It was Zimbabwe before
Victoria Falls.
A
Did
lot
you go
of the
there?
troubles. No, we didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't. Swanee tells the story of that. There was 5 of them. Graham Swan, the physio Anne Brentnell, Vikram Solanki, 2 others. Matt Winders, I think, was one of them. They went up in a plane and basically got told by the pilot, "We ain't coming. We're not landing." I mean, I look at you with try and not look at you with a serious face here.
Here is O'Rourke, dab down into the offside. More runs here, just a single to backward point, fielded by Devon Conway.
Swanee got caught. They got caught in a.
What do you mean we're not landing? Why wouldn't you land? Why weren't they going to land?
I think the story is they came out of Vic Falls. They went, back to England, Harare, and then all of a sudden they got into the middle of a storm and going back to Africa, South Africa, or go just literally try and find a way through and land. And the pilot basically told them at the back, this might not end well because of. And Swanee, I mean, it did. They managed to get through and on the ground. And Swanee come in, cuddled everybody, telling everybody he loved them when his feet were firmly back on the ground.
Here's Harry Brook, and tries to guide this ball past 4th slip, but unsuccessful on this occasion. No run.
So fortunately, I missed the Vic Falls trip. And
so who was on that plane? I mean, if you're going to
there
go
was
down,
Graham Swan, Vikram Solanki, definitely Anne Brentnell. I think there was 5 of them from the tour went. I want to say Matt Winders from Gloucester. There was somebody else. I can't remember who it was. But I mean, it sounded. It sounded horrendous. But Swanee tells the story in Swanee's fashion and Swanee's way. But I don't think he was the usual.
last ball of William O'Rourke's over, and this is just tucked off Harry Brooks' hip. He moves to 68, and that's a 200 up for England, a recovery. 71 for 4 when Ben Duckett was dismissed early on in the afternoon session. That coming after 2 wickets in the final over of the morning session. But since then, England have capitalised on a track which is easing. 2 drops as well. Brooks been put down twice. And the 200 now up. England trail by 148. Still a lot of work to be done. But they're favourites. I noticed. I went on the CricViz app and they were favourites some time ago.
Yeah, I can see why. It has flattened out. We are on a sort of a holding pattern where New Zealand are trying to sort of stem the tide with their spin, like what England did yesterday with Shoaib Bashir.
Phillips is going to continue from the Port Hills end, and this is another run off the hip of Brook. That Antigua test, by the way, do you know how long you were in the field for?
Forever. What felt forever? I think I slept for 2 days at the ground after that. I mean, I was fortunate in the dressing room, the away dressing room, there was a double bed in the dressing room and the corner, double mattress. And I think all 4 bowlers at one point we were sort of tucking each other in. We didn't have to tell each other a story. We were, I mean, what, 7.5 hours?
This is pushed by Pope, not that far short of Latham, I think it is, at straight mid-on. It's quite close to the stumps as well, bounced just short. You know, you were in the field for 13 hours and 59 minutes, and then you batted for 10 minutes. This is full, thrashed through the covers. Not going to get 4. Rachin Ravindra again doing good work, this time running from deep point to deep cover, but more runs added. Pressure being applied back on New Zealand. We were full of the joys of spring
I think we
a couple of hours ago, but less so now.
I think we used 3 new bowls, John. I think we bowled in excess of 200 overs.
Well, Gary Morgan saying you were in the field for 13 hours and 59 minutes, but you were banned from bowling. Didn't you get warned twice?
I got warned off, yeah. He still hasn't forgiven me yet.
Who, Fred?
Flintoff still hasn't forgiven me. And he says he never will.
Long memories as this is pushed to the left of Gary, or rather Glenn Phillips, who fields from his own bowling. Harmy, you're off. End of the over, 2 balls to go. 204 for 4. Harmy's due on. Sport Nation, I think, as this time Brook plays back and just steers this ball. Rachin Ravindra running in from deep backward point to field at 20 yards in from the boundaries. Seems quite easy going for England here on TalkSport 2. England bowled for 202 overs in that Brian Lara game. 37 of them from Steve Harmison as he takes a single, does Ollie Pope to the leg side. Another run. And England have moved to 206 for 4. Jeremy Coney's about to join me in the commentary box. Well, I think he'll join me. He's busy chatting to one of our producers at the moment. More than welcome, Jeremy, whenever you're ready. I know you don't want to talk about cricket. It's gone a little bit awry for New Zealand since we were last on air together over on Sport Nation. 71 for 4 at that stage, but I do have an uncanny way of being on commentary duty when New Zealand take wickets. So you'll hope that continues for the next 20 minutes or so.
No, that's good. It's a good response. New Zealand have had their chances, like 3 of them, and so they only have themselves to blame. And we've got the best conditions basically in the match, I think, at the moment. The cloud cover this morning is dissipated. Beautiful blue sky at the moment. Lovely for watching cricket, for playing cricket. Batsmen have got themselves in after a break at tea. So things going very nicely for England. And it's nice to see a good partnership developing. New Zealand now are having to think of different things. They've obviously turned away from all seam and they've introduced Glenn Phillips, who insists that he's a spinner. nowadays. He's not a batsman, he is a bowler.
Nathan Smith on debut is back, angling in on the pads, and there's another run to the score. Glenn Phillips has actually got a pretty good record, hasn't he, with the ball? I did make note of it. I was quite surprised. I think Matt Henry is the leading wicket taker in the current World Test Championship cycle for New Zealand. But Glenn Phillips has taken, he's taken 30 wickets.
When do you do this?
Just do it when I have a spare minute, which doesn't happen often.
Okay. That's very impressive.
30 wickets in the current World Test Championship cycle. That's the third best for New Zealand. A good average as well, 27, steered again. Harry Brook's been playing this way since pretty much the first ball of his innings. Happy to come forward and guide the ball, trying to get the ball through that slip cordon. It's fielded, no run, 207 for 4.
Phillips, certainly, he said, he just loves bowling. And he said the first thing he does as soon as he goes to practice, he gets a ball, tosses it from hand to hand, wants to bowl, nothing else. Not interested so much in batting, doesn't worry about the fielding too much. He wants to bowl a ball, so I suppose that's a good start.
Did you know he's only gone wicketless in an innings? He's bowled in twice. Smith again, and Brook tries to guide this ball through the slip cordon, but it's fielded by Latham.
No, I didn't know that. He's certainly wicketless in this innings so far.
Well, he'll hope. He'll hope, as New Zealand will, that 2 doesn't become 3. Just seeing a replay on the TV pictures that we're getting here of those drops. Duckett put down by Tom Latham. Phillips putting down Harry Brook, and Latham again in the slip cordon, parrying a ball at good pace, but Southey just couldn't get round from second slip. Would have been something else if he'd managed it. As he'd been put down again, Harry Brook down the track to Nathan Smith, who's seen Brook put down twice. This time it's Blundell behind the stumps, who's shaped to move to the left as the batter did the same, and then he was in no position to take the catch to his right, and to make matters worse, the ball has travelled down to the boundary at third. But even if that catch had stuck Jeremy Coney, Nathan Smith wouldn't have got the wicket because he's overstepped. Actually, I'm not sure it did hit the bat. I think that might have come off the thigh.
Well, it looks as yes, it has. It's come off the thigh. Quite right.
Lots of excitement. 1 run to England, but not from the bat. As a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end from backward point. Signs of a little frustration from New Zealand there. Nathan Smith, who did overstep on a couple of occasions in his first spell, has done so again. 211 for 4 here at the Hagley Oval, England.
He's got a very, very long delivery stride, hasn't he, for really not a tall man. And you just think that if he could shorten that a little bit, of course that would make him a little bit taller, and he could actually stand and get perhaps maybe a bit more bounce as well. It's something obviously he's got to look at, because he's either got to move his marker back.
Smith again, this is full and driven to Southey at extra cover. That first delivery of the over was down as 146.
146, is it? Yeah.
I'm not sure he's touched that kind of speed.
No, I don't think so either. I think that's an error.
That may be an outlier.
But the 138, that looks about right to me. That seems to be getting close to his top speed.
Yeah, agreed. There's a wide first slip, Daryl Mitchell. Kind of a fifth slip. That's Latham. Extra cover. Williamson at quite deep mid-off as Ollie Pope gets into a little bit of a tangle. Trying to whip a ball through mid-wicket. Doesn't get any connection, and that's the end of the over. 50 in. New Zealand at one stage enjoying their cricket. 71 for 4. Now 213 for 4. And Brook and Pope both in the 70s.
Well, this is what really England wanted, wasn't it? Once they won that toss, they had an opportunity first to bowl New Zealand out. That's why you make that decision. And I think in New Zealand, the further south you go, that's a very reasonable decision to make. Further north you go, you'll be considering batting first if you win the toss. But down in the Basin Reserve in Wellington, and certainly here in Christchurch, you're looking to bowl first because there's a wee bit more moisture in the surface. Your bowlers get a chance to dismiss the opposition, and then by the time that's happened, of course, things have settled down on the pitch, and your batsmen can enjoy the better conditions for batting and score runs, and that's what we're seeing at the moment now. We're very early on in this game, but certainly these are the best batting conditions we've had in the match.
And England will hope to capitalise. This is pulled up and towards deep square leg, where it's been dropped again. Devon Conway made all the ground, but Harry Brook has been put down. And of the 3 opportunities that have gone New Zealand's way, you'd have to say that was the most straightforward of them.
That's 4 opportunities, not 3, 4.
What was the 4th?
Well, there were 3 for a start. Duckett, slip.
Harry Brook.
Phillips in the gully, and then Latham again with the reverse cup. So that's the 4th catch. The consistency of New Zealand catching is obviously, he got there comfortably there, and that should be held. You can't excuse that.
That's a poor moment for New Zealand. Another Brook has been put down 3 times, and I mean, none of them straightforward, but they should be taken, clipped away to the leg side.
Hang on. None of them straightforward. Listen, we're talking about international sportsmen who get paid a lot of money to actually practice as long as they want to have catches given to them as long as they would like to practice. Outfield catches, close catches, slip catches, day after day. These are wealthy people who get paid millions. And you're saying
Phillips
no,
again.
no? Come on, John.
I'm not saying no.
Yes, I said no. You said they were difficult catches.
No. I said they were not straightforward.
Well, what's that mean?
Well, the first one at backward point was smashed to Phillips. I'd say that wasn't straightforward.
It went straight to him.
Yeah, but it went at a rate of knots.
So what?
Well, then it's more straightforward if it doesn't go to you at a rate of knots. Wouldn't you say?
No, I think if it's straightforward to you and straight to you, you catch it.
This is clipped through mid-wicket. Chase on for Nathan Smith, running around from long on. Another couple of runs to the score, 221 for 4.
It's not a tracer bullet. You're not describing a trace. You're just talking about.
It went pretty fast. I think Ravi Shastri probably would have described it as a tracer bullet.
Have you fielded a lot in the gully and a lot in the slips?
Okay, well, all right. So you're not giving Phillips that one?
I'm not giving any of them.
What about the Tom Latham above his head?
Yeah, okay.
No?
It's just a reverse cup.
Okay, yeah. Phillips again. Forward, defending. Brook, he's 75, as is Ollie Pope.
Look, catches
are
Devon
dropped. Conway,
catches are dropped. That's fine, because we're not perfect sort of beings.
Of course.
But those are all catchable catches.
I wouldn't disagree.
Would you 4 catches? 4 catches now?
This is Flatter, fielded to his right by Latham at straight mid-on.
Look, we saw New Zealand yesterday make errors as well. They were culpable yesterday about Conway pushing hard at a ball straight back, which is really a forward defence. Out. Good catch, fair enough, and his follow through, but nevertheless shouldn't have even been provided. Not really, as your job as an opener and you're in about the 3rd or 4th over of the day. No, you can't accept that. And then you get, well, you can go to Ravindra, full toss, straight to mid-wicket. Would you accept that, John?
I'm with you.
And would
I'm
you
with you all the way?
John? Well, no, you haven't been, actually.
Well,
no, you haven't been.
For the last bit, I've been with you.
Look, anyway.
Am I getting a tap on the shoulder?
No, you're not. Who by?
This is the good stuff. I've already... I'll stick around.
No, but
I'll stick around for the schooling.
No, I'm just saying, New Zealand have been making... The thing about New Zealand cricket is that you need some consistency if you're going to win games. At the moment, they are putting themselves out of the game.
So Nathan Smith continuing. He's seen most of these chances go down, by the way. The last one was from a Glenn Phillips over. But Smith is angling this ball into the pads of Ollie Pope, who hasn't given a chance. He's at 75 not out. The score 219 for 4. Daniel McCarty, it's sad to say, will have to come in, not because of Dan, but I don't know. Jeremy will continue, no doubt. All I'm saying is, okay, let me ask you the question differently. Four catches have gone down for New Zealand. Smith again, and just tucked away. Fine, down to fine leg for a single. You've watched a lot of cricket and you played a lot of cricket. On how many occasions would you assume that all 4 would be taken?
You'd expect if you are in the slips, you hold. If you're going to stay there, and Latham is generally, you could ask Daniel as you go past him, how many catches would he take in terms of percentage? I would say he takes 8 out of 10. I would say, and I think to stay in the slips, that's the sort of number you need to hold to actually remain there if you are going to be an international slip fielder.
I wonder whether the stats back that up. Whether 80%.
I don't care. I'm just saying 80% is required.
I don't know.
Otherwise, go and field somewhere else.
Cut to point. But can anyone consistently catch 8 out of 10 chances?
Yes, of course they can.
I wonder if Gary Morgan can let us know. Jeremy, I'll see you over in Sport Nation.
Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you.
It's Daniel McCarty.
I think everybody thinks that we dislike each other now. It's not that way at all.
No, I don't.
It's just a little discussion, everybody. It's okay.
Do you know what it is?
We're okay.
Do you know
we'll have an ice cream together later.
Do you know what? We care. We care. Daniel's in, Jeremy's still, and not going anywhere.
Right, so another catch. Hasn't been another catch dropped since Conway dropped the last.
Smith bowling from over the wicket, turned to mid-wicket. What have I missed? I'm just going to move the chair over here, Jeremy, just out of arm's reach.
Yeah, that's right. That's fine. It's absolutely fine.
3 out of 4 should be taken.
You thought 3 of those 4. Okay, and you thought
the 2 slips.
You thought the Phillips catch was going too hard at him. Yeah. Really? Why?
Because I think those stick either in or out. And Glenn Phillips is an incredible catcher in the gully. If there's someone who's going to take one of those, he'd be up there.
But he could be doing other things, couldn't he?
But if he takes that, it's the type of catch. Next delivery's full, straight on off stump, pushed into the offside, no run. That's the type of catch you say New Zealand have caught very, very well today. But they've done the complete opposite.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think Tom Latham has dropped
only themselves to blame that it's 221 for 4. Well done, England, for getting the chance. Not that that's really anything to do with them at all. I mean, England could easily have been 6 or 7 down, couldn't they? Yeah. Very comfortably, 6 or 7 down.
But Latham, I can't remember dropping any in the Corden before today. Here's a pull stroke out to deep backward square. Ravindra, tidy. Running around to his right, he returns the ball. A single takes England to 222 for the loss of 4. Brooke is 76, Pope is on 77. The partnership 151 and counting. That's the end of the over.
I guess the other thing is that New Zealand knew that they had an outside chance because of the 3-0 victory in India, where they played actually very consistently throughout the entire series. They didn't make many mistakes.
Caught brilliantly on day 1 of the first test. Catching got worse as the series went on.
And runs started to, and the game started to get closer because of it. If you hold your catches, and there is no real reason, if you practice like mad and think about what you are doing, I mean really think about what your job is, and get the best position where you've got a good background, that you see it and so on. You get to a position where your technique is such that you know that you are comfortable.
Southey bowling the new over from the Port Hills end, full and straight. Pope,
and you know my feeling about this. I'm very strong about catching in the slips.
Well, for those who don't know, you're a humble individual. You're one of the finest slippers New Zealand ever had. Describe how many hours you would put in on an average week during the season.
Oh, in the season, I don't know. I mean, you got to remember that I was a teacher.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't a full-time player at cricket, you know, so I didn't have the time these players have.
Here's a cut straight that's brilliantly caught in the gully.
There you are.
By Glenn Phillips. Heroic catch.
Harder than the other one or not?
Straightforward,
Way
Jeremy.
Way harder, John Norman.
So straightforward. The man is magic in the gully. He can do things some people can't comprehend. And the partnership is broken. It's 222 for 5. Listen to the gasp when this is played on the replay screen. In the words of the late great Martin Crowe, holy cow.
Now that was not a straightforward catch. That's a catch that you'd say, I'm very happy if you put that down. But he's absolutely nailed that. And one that goes straight to him with two hands and doesn't have to move is a much easier catch, no matter how hard it goes. That is a harder catch, to dive away. It's certainly to his right. I'll put that in there as well. If it's to his left, it's even harder. But to his right, because he's right-handed, that's an easier catch than if it's to his left. Anyway, it's beautifully taken. It's exactly what New Zealand needed. 222 for 5.
Ollie Pope has to leave. He failed to acknowledge. Fine knock. Man under pressure. Extra responsibility. Having the gloves. And he departs for 77. And out comes a pretty fine player to bring in at number 7, Jeremy Coney. A smiling Ben Stokes. The England captain arrives. Getting much better where his team sits right now than when they were 71 for the loss of 4. Here's another replay. Cut, little bit of extra bounce, couldn't keep it down, and he's horizontal.
Yeah, it's also behind him, isn't it? Slightly behind him. One hand, and certainly he will be thrilled with that. You can see that he's excited. And he will have been disappointed about putting that other one down. I can tell you that as well. And, you know, it's just what New Zealand needed after the 4 down to actually lift their performance in the park. And for Southey, a change. He's gone past the edge so many times, and that does happen for you as a bowler, but suddenly a little drag down that's a wee bit wide, and when it's beautiful conditions for batting, suddenly you pick one up.
Stokes waits. Southey around the wicket, leaving alone outside of off stump. Tim Southey just takes another little step to that milestone of 400 that he would be so desperate to leave with. His last Test series, the 62nd Test wicket at this venue, and a spectacular one due to the flying Glenn Phillips. Quite NZ 101 leaving the sold-out arena. A gasp. And just add that to the highlights reel for Glenn Phillips. In the gully, he is sensational. Southey bowls once more. Stokes not interested, leaves alone. You just saw the looks on the New Zealanders' faces watching the big screen. Jeremy Coney, the smiles a mile wide, and that will give them a lift, because collectively, despite not everyone having dropped the catches, they all would have felt pretty heavy and sad about how things were tracking at that stage.
Well, you get nervous. You also
the next one
yes,
up.
It's catching. It's, you know, oh, it's coming round towards me. You know, you do. It's precisely what happens.
Southey 1 for 35, his 12th over. An angle in towards that off stump once more. Stokes very watchful, no stroke.
But that's, I mean, that's the position at gully. It's exactly what it is. It's a diving position, and launching yourself like that, and that's why Phillips is there. He's a good diver. We've seen him take other catches like that, haven't we? It's not the first one we've seen.
One in the exact same spot at this ground. Remember, he's just sensational wherever you have him in the field. This guy was a keeper, remember. Now an off spinner. Brilliant in the field. Here's Stokes, bat on ball, leans forward. Very, very competently played by the England captain. The end of the over that will be remembered for Glenn Phillips. Partnership breaking catch. 222 for the loss of 5. Pope gone. Court Phillips bowled Southey for 77. England still trail by 126 runs. Blue sky above, great batting conditions. Was there for those two to take it away from New Zealand in good conditions.
27 overs to go before another new ball, so a fair amount of time, well over an hour for England to enable them to push closer to this New Zealand target. Quite nice having a number 7 come in, I've got to say, and Ben Stokes, who's got 6,500 test runs.
Bit of a luxury. Here's Brook waiting, driving forcefully, square of the wicket through the offside. Devon Conway, who was one of the culprits, I think that running catch in the deep is across some fields. He's a bit of a Lucas all sorts fieldsman, is Devon Conway. You never know what you're going to get. He took an outrageous catch himself, you'll remember, in the first innings of that Test series against India at mid-off, diving one hand, and it stuck. But then as Sarfraz Khan was peppering the onside, he dropped a couple, I think 2 and 2 balls. Khan made 150, Brook got 2 the previous ball. He'll get a single here through the same region, square of the wicket on the offside.
Is this Brook's 4th innings?
Yeah, he's
had
79 for 3.
Yeah. You don't really want to allow Brook 4 innings, do you, in one match?
Watching that replay again, Tim Southey might buy dinner for Glenn Phillips tonight. You're so right, he's gone past the outside edge a lot, Tim Southey. And 2024 has been a very difficult year for him individually. His numbers as a bowler, the burden of captaincy which seemed to be weighing on his shoulder, he relinquished that. It's good to see him play with a smile in India. But still the wickets weren't coming. Maybe that will spark something. Smith, Nathan bowls to Stokes around the wicket, angling in towards off stump, push to mid-off. There won't be any run.
It's interesting watching Smith too. You know, he looks one of these bowlers who makes things happen, doesn't he? He's creating sort of half chances and chances as well. He's been the victim as well, hasn't he, of 2 catches put down by the New Zealanders. So there's a chance that New Zealand here might, before Stokes gets going, to go 1-2 like that.
Left alone through to the keeper. Gary's plucked this out just on that team of drop catches. New Zealand dropped 6 catches in the final test at Waikiki Stadium. The most they've dropped in a test since ball by ball has been available, 9 with West Indies in December, only 4 years ago. So that's it. It's highlighting New Zealand's catching line. But it's one of those lines you often hear. New Zealand, fields particularly well. They pride themselves on their fielding. Smith again, very full straight, push back to the bowler. But they're old lines, Jeremy.
Must be very disappointed in that case.
What I'm saying is those cliches aren't always true. And catching, I think, has been a real problem for New Zealand over the last few summers. I remember in a T20 series against Australia last summer, in 3 T20 games, they dropped 16 catches. And there were not just straightforward ones, some absolute dollies. Straight up in the air, couldn't get underneath. I want to give Stokes a chance. He's away, flicking the ball nicely from middle and leg down towards long leg, where Willow Rourke trots in a single to Stokes. Brooks 79, it's 226 for 5. End of the Smith over. Here's 2 for 55 off 12 overs. Deficit 122. Lovely setting, Hagley Oval, not much shade. See a few of the patrons starting to crisp up, sort of changing colour as the day goes on, so we can peer out the window. A few umbrellas scattered across as Southey starts from around the wicket once more. Stokes leaning forward, pushing into the cover region, there'll be no run. overrate pretty tardy from New Zealand too today, Jeremy. Remaining 25.5 overs. We are 1 minute away from 5 p.m. local time. So another 90 minutes on the horizon. Another 30 minutes will be taken, you would think. Especially with the seamers operating as Stokes pulls out as Southey was just about to arrive to bowl. Not sure if someone was moving behind the bowler's arm or an insect comes through. There's a pretty good former New Zealand fielder enters the room. Chris Harris is going to relieve you, Professor Coney.
He was a beauty, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
Backward point. John like Jonty Rhodes.
Was indeed. And Jonty Hua here from the back of the box for C. Harris. Left alone.
Yeah, exactly. I watched him a couple of times. Didn't think he had much to show me.
Oh. That would have been a pretty good offside field. Jonty Rose at point and Colin Bland in the covers. Colin Bland, didn't they? Ran clinics and people paid to watch them practice, didn't they?
I'm not sure.
Incredible. 2 slips in a gully behind as Tim Southey moves in past umpire Tucker and bowls to Stokes, who's driving. Handsome looking stroke for nothing as he finds Kane Williamson. Listen to TalkSport 2 via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I wonder how the comment section is looking after the last half an hour or so. Probably full.
What are you interested in that for? You're such a modern man, aren't you, that takes so much notice of these sorts of things.
Or
it sort of affects you.
I'm just trying. Oh, he's a play in miss. Stokes is playing outside his eye line. A long lunge forward. That, or I'm just trying to poke at the bear.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Busy, I'm being told. They're flooding in. I'd like to know, are they leaning in favour of the teacher or the student? I think I'm team teacher. Not just because we share the same passport. Stokes taking his time, as he so often does, and tends to play his better innings when he does get adjusted. Little shuffle forward. There's assertive bit of footwork as he tries to knock Southey off his line, but happy to defend.
Depends whether you want to forgive mistakes. If you want to forgive mistakes, fine. Keep dropping them. Keep losing. Results don't matter.
Oh, we've got one comment. A 10-8 round to Coney. Oh, there's obviously a couple of knockdowns in there.
Points decision.
Points decision. He's ahead. The end of the over. I think I've effectively poked the bear, and it's time for me to run away in true McCarty fashion. This is TalkSport 2, or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. At the end of the over, England trailing by 122 runs. Great stuff. 226 for the loss of 5. He's back for a second round. It's Johnny Norman.
Certainly the comment section on YouTube makes for... I tell you what, I'll take a 10-8 there. I thought that... absolutely. That was Jeremy Coney and Daniel McCarty. Myself, John Norman, joined by Chris Harris. Jeremy, he wasn't happy when that chance went down by Devon Conway, and I got it. Nathan Smith, who's seen 2 go down from his bowling. And this is driven wide of mid-off from the bat of Harry Brook, who's he's had a charmed life. I mean, this is cricket, isn't it? Chris Harris. It's Test cricket, but you know, Ben Duckett, inside edge one past the stumps, put down at second slip, played and missed on numerous occasions. He makes 46. Harry Brook, who's put down 3 times on his way to 79, he's still out there. Ollie Pope gives 1 chance. It's a 1 in 10 chance, I would say. Jeremy Cody may suggest otherwise, but he's not here. And he's gone. But that's the beauty of the game. That's why we love it so. One of the reasons we love it so. Smith again, and this is cut by Brook. And he doesn't try and keep the ball down. There's 2 slips in place. Daryl Mitchell will go and retrieve the ball from deep third. 4 more runs to score. Brook moves to 83 and score 230 for 5. New Zealand want to be bowling at Stokes, don't they? And it's not often you say that, but for the next 10-15 minutes or so, that's the man they want to be bowling to.
Yeah, I think that's the key. You want to be bowling to him early in his innings, because Harry Brook, although he's been dropped 3 times, he just looks like he's got so much more time on the surface.
Smith again, and Brook will take certainly 1 run down to third, and he will slowly come back for a second. Devon Conway running around from deep point. Phillips, who loves to get involved, who has just pulled off, in Australia. Do they do that here in New Zealand? The catches, they do in Australian TV, don't they? They do the top catches.
The classic catches.
The classic catches.
Yeah. We don't do it here so much. We used to, but we haven't done it for a while.
Well, if there's a better catch than that this series, then Jeremy Coney will be very happy.
Yeah, if there's a better catch than that, there's a pretty good chance that it's probably going to be Glenn Phillips again.
Yes, good point. New Zealand will be left ruining some really poor fielding at times today as Smith is in on the pads of Brook. He'll take 1 to the right of mid-on, but it's fielded, and that brings Ben Stokes on strike. He's got a couple of balls to see off. Smith on debut, picking up 2 wickets in an over, the over before the lunch break, but seeing Brook put down on 2 occasions. And Brook is still there, 86 not out. England gave a reprieve to Glenn Phillips, and he made it count. New Zealand doing the same thing. Well, where's your reading of the match then, Chris?
I think it's pretty even, to be honest. I feel as though New Zealand have created enough opportunities to be in front, but for missed opportunities, I mean, the odd catch is going to go down, but it was, 2 to Tom Latham, who's normally so sound at second slip, the skipper. First one was low, one he'd still expect to catch, but then the next one they dropped was high, nice head height. Unusual, and Glenn Phillips himself dropping one at gully.
Here is Smith, and this is defended by Stokes. Back to the bowler, who's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes. 2 slips in place, a gully, backward point. There's an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg.
And I think that one to Conway out at deep mid-wicket should have been taken as well. He had to make a lot of ground, but he got there comfortably. And so he'll be disappointed not to take that. It just shows, just not at his most confident at the moment, and those just don't tend to stick. So, look, I think it's very evenly poised, but New Zealand have had the opportunity to be ahead, just haven't grabbed it.
Defended by Stokes, he's off the over. 233 for 5. And Ben Stokes comes into this test match under unusual scrutiny. He's not scored a lot of runs. He's obviously been in and out of the side. He's been suffering from various ailments along the way. Hamstring injury picked up playing in the 100. He missed the entire series against Sri Lanka. Hasn't bowled a great deal as well. We know about the long-standing injuries that he's had with his knees, but he hasn't scored a lot of runs in recent times. And this is a number 5, dropped down to 6, and is now at 7.
Well, there's not many number 7s that have scored 6,500 test runs, so it's a pretty formidable order that England have got. And what's really important, we've talked about the missed opportunities for New Zealand, but what's really important is that England make New Zealand pay. Harry Brook, we've talked about, has been given 3 opportunities, and it's important from England's point of view that he not only gets to 3 figures, but gets a big 100. And we know that he's capable. We've seen it in his short international career. He is the type of player that can make you pay dearly.
Southey continuing, and Brook flashing at one outside off stump. Just a single to the score. Greetings to listeners on TalkSport. We've joined TalkSport 2 listeners and also the TalkSport Cricket YouTube viewers. England recovering. They have just lost a wicket thanks to a quite brilliant catch at backward point by Glenn Phillips to dismiss Ollie Pope for 77. Brilliant one-handed grab. If you can check that out on social media, then do so. Even if you're a part-time cricket enthusiast, even if you don't really like cricket, it's worth it, trust me. One of the catches of the New Zealand summer. New Zealand needed it though, because they've been profligate, as Stokes will take a single to deep square leg, and he comes back actually quickly. Misfield as well from Nathan Smith running in from the boundary. And then that's been the problem for New Zealand today. They batted well. They added 29 this morning, 348 all out. Had England in real trouble at lunch. 3 down, just 45 on the board, and when Ben Duckett was dismissed after the lunch break, 71 for 4, England up against it. They still trailed by quite some, 280. And then a partnership, a really good one between Harry Brook and Ollie Pope. But Harry Brook has been put down on 3 occasions. And I would still contest that they weren't all straightforward. Jeremy Coney would disagree, as Stokes is forward and leaves this ball from Southey. He's bowling round the wicket, but you would have expected at least 2 of them to have stuck. They didn't, and Brook is still there at the crease. 87 not out, but he's been joined by his captain, Ben Stokes, who's 3 not out. 236 for 5 then. England trail by 112. But the nature of Test cricket is that a wicket here of the captain, or dare I say even Harry Brook, would probably just put New Zealand just in front of a Test match, which has kind of gone one way and then the other throughout. Southey again is forward, and Stokes, unafraid of the pace that's being delivered down the track and pushing this ball into the offside, no run.
Well, a couple of quick thoughts. I have to be in support of Jeremy. It's a little bit of a cliche that you'd expect those catches that Harry Brook have been dropped on would be taken at this level. And the other thing is, we're talking about where England see themselves. I think from an England perspective now, they'll be hoping to have a first innings lead. At 71 for 4, they're under the pump. Brilliant partnership between Pope and Brook. They've got them right back in. Ben Stokes can get going. I would expect England will be hoping for a first innings lead, which could be key.
Southey again, the field coming in, and this is way wide. Left alone by Stokes. No run, 236 for 5. We're still 24 overs away from the second new ball. How many overs have we got left today? Let's have a little look. I mean, could England... 22 remaining today. England have been going at 4 and over, so you know they're going to be pushing New Zealand's score by stumps if one or two of these, one of these 2 are still at the crease. Come stumps. I just feel that game's in the balance a little bit, as this is helped round the corner by Ben Stokes, and he moves to 4 and the score 237 for 5.
Yes, it's very much in the balance. As I said, I think New Zealand's target from this position at 237 for 5 will be trying to keep even parity with England. So if they can bowl England out for 350 or anything under that, they'll be reasonably comfortable from this position. We've seen how quickly this game can change though. 1-2 quick wickets here, and potentially England could be all out for 300. But with how comfortable Harry Brook looks currently, and with a little bit of luck he had, we know what he's capable of. England quite often set their sights to 400 and beyond from here as well, with what batting they've got to come, plus what's out in the middle.
And we're expecting similar conditions tomorrow, and certainly it seemed, well it was, there was more swing, more seam this morning when New Zealand were bowling. We're expecting a cloudier start to the day, to day 3, another full house here at Hagley Oval, but yeah, New Zealand will be not quite desperate, it's not desperation stakes at all, but certainly with 22 overs remaining in the day, they'll be looking at two wickets this evening. One of them they would hope would be Harry Brook. If he's still there, then they really are going to regret those chances that have gone down. O'Rourke is going to continue from the Botanical Gardens. He's picked up 1 wicket for 59, and this is steered and brilliantly fielded by that man again, Glenn Phillips. At gully, shies the ball at the stumps at the non-strikers as well, with Stokes a couple of steps down the track. It did seem to take a while for Stokes to turn around and get himself back behind the line, and in any case the ball did miss the stumps at the striker's end. Good little bit of cricket there.
Yeah, he's so solid in that gully position. Ben Stokes thought it was past him, and then he had to scramble back. But this is the next test for England, this next wee spell from Will O'Rourke.
Bowling round the wicket to Stokes, and beaten past the inside edge, I think. We'll have another little look, but little moment that went the way of the bowler. England 237 for 5.
Yeah, it's just that extra bit of pace. It's only his second ball of the spell, and it's almost up to 145 Ks, and it's just done him for that extra little bit of pace. Just late on it, Ben Stokes.
It was past the outside edge, but you can see why the body shape was just slightly wrong from Stokes, who I think realised right at the last moment he needed to play at this ball. He thought it was there to be cut, and then realised actually no, this is arrowing in on off stump. Stokes again with the flex of the knees, and O'Rourke this time a release shot just a touch short on the body of Stokes, who's happy to cut this away for a single. 238 for 5 England here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2.
I think this is New Zealand and Tom Latham's wee push to try and break this partnership, bringing back Will O'Rourke. If it's not successful, I'd imagine then New Zealand's plan will be to try and control the run rate, knowing what the conditions are going to be like tomorrow morning. A little bit of overcast again. The new ball not too far away, perhaps tomorrow it'll be 7 or 8 overs away, depending on how many overs we get through tonight. And that's going to be their next big push. So a couple of opportunities, but desperate to try and get 1 or 2 more tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does feel like this match, as it will be at different stages tomorrow and day 4 as well. As we just see and here, helicopter landing on the heliport on the local hospital here in Christchurch. Harry Brook takes a single to point. He moves to 88. That brings Stokes back on strike. 240 for 5 England, with a couple of balls left of the 58th over.
You're going to see some piloting skills now, John. You can see there's one helicopter already on the helipad, so the second one that's come in has just got to hover until that first one goes. Pretty impressive what they can do on those machines.
I don't think I've ever seen a helicopter fly backwards before.
They can.
That's what he's doing. Well, I can see. O'Rourke again, and Stokes is on the pull. He's going to pick up runs, 4 of them. Devon Conway backward a square on the leg side, can't chase this ball in time before it hits the boundary. It's a rare loose ball from O'Rourke, as I can reveal that the second of 2 helicopters has made its way off the pad, and now the first helicopter, its tail red, the body, the chassis is white, just lowering itself now. We'll be bringing you regular helicopter updates for the next couple of days. O'Rourke again down the leg side, and Stokes just rides the bounce and makes sure his bat is well away from the ball. Taken by Blundell. That is the end of over number 58. Drinks have been called with this first test match poised. England trail by 105. Stokes 9 not out. Brook 12 away from a century. England 243 for 5 after New Zealand were bowled out earlier today for 348. And I'm in the comms box alongside the former New Zealand all-rounder Chris Harris.
Tell you what, I love the look of that hook shot from Ben Stokes. We know that extra pace that Will O'Rourke possesses. He's got comfortably into it, 140s, 145 Ks. Went past Ben Stokes earlier in the over, but that was a wonderful hook shot. 2 men back on the hook. He got up on his toes, controlled it, hit it to ground, and it went like a rocket. And it's just one of those shots that you play that as a batsman just gives you confidence. A little bit of a dangerous sign from New Zealand's perspective. Harry Brook has been given some opportunities, but looks a class player. To see him play live, he looks the goods, and we know how good Ben Stokes can be if he gets going. So this is such an important partnership from England's point of view, and it's important from New Zealand's point of view that they look to break it as quickly as possible.
Well, New Zealand will know the danger that Harry Brook possesses because he was the leading run scorer in the 2-test series back in February 2023. 329 runs, 2 50s, and a big century at the Basin. Also, of course, got the wicket of Kane Williamson, still today his only test wicket.
And it would have been a lot more runs too if he hadn't been run out by Joe Root in that second innings in Wellington, which ended up being a key dismissal from New Zealand's point of view.
well, you can't score any runs if you don't face any balls, and Harry Brook didn't face a delivery. He was called through for a single. I think, if memory serves, Joe Root had steered a ball, might have been Bracewell. Either way, he'd steered it to either Mitchell or Bracewell at backward point, and it was just pick up and throw, and Harry Brook knew. Harry Brook knew. He was halfway down the track, and he just knew, and Joe Root, by the time he reached the non-striker's end, also knew. He just got rid of Brook and handed New Zealand a huge fill-up, and actually England's innings never really recovered from that point.
It's an awful feeling, that one where you know you're running to the danger zone and you know that you're not going to make it, and it's even worse for Joe Root, who called it through.
The thoughts of Chris Harris. I'm going to make way. I think Neil Manthorpe's coming back into the commentary position. It might be news to him, I'm not sure. It's certainly news to me. It's reaching that stage in the day, and it might be just because it's getting quite hot. Certainly if you sit in the seat that Manners is sitting in, the sun is coming in. I hope he's got his factor 50 on. I had to put mine on. But we are reaching that stage of the day where the running order starts to disappear. Everybody starts to lose the plot a little bit. But I tell you what, this next hour or so is going to have a massive say in the destination of this Test match. Will it go New Zealand's way with a couple of late wickets, or will Brook and Stokes still be at the crease come stumps? If they are, then England won't be far off New Zealand's first innings score. Chris Harris and then Neil Manthorpe.
The good news from England's point of view is that the cloud that we had earlier today has completely gone away. It must be 20, 21 degrees. Beautiful conditions for batting. The ball, 58 overs old. Blue sky. Wicket looking a lot browner, the pitch, a lot browner than it did. You got Harry Brook, 12 away from another Test match 100. Ben Stokes has just come to the crease, but already played a wonderful hook shot. Dangerous signs for New Zealand. Both of these players so positive and so aggressive. New Zealand aren't careful. They allow Ben Stokes to get in this partnership to flourish. I don't think England necessarily be too far away from that New Zealand total if this partnership can get going.
Yeah, well, Harry Brook's 88 not out, and batting at an even tempo. For him, actually, it is below his career strike rate.
It's actually slow by his standards.
Yes, that's right. Which is ridiculous, isn't it? The strike rate is 75. There was a time, I recall, if you had a strike rate of 60 in a Test innings, you were regarded as in fifth gear. Slip gully, short driver is at mid off as Southee is in again, bowls a short one, pulled away by Harry Brook out to deep square leg where Devon Conway fields, and they go through for two, which takes Brook into the 90s. Harry Brook, this extraordinary career that he's got, past 2,000 Test runs, the second fastest ever by an Englishman, behind Herbert Sutcliffe.
He wasn't bad.
And 33 innings, Harry Brook 36 innings, Wally Hammond 37 innings, and Jonathan Trott 40. That's the top four. Short and wide, and cut away by Harry Brook once again, straight to the fielder on the cover boundary, Rachin Ravindra.
Well, the textbook will show you 36 innings, but as we know, he had an innings in Wellington where he didn't even face a ball and got run out, so technically only 35.
Right, yeah, good memory. That's right, that's right. Run out without facing a ball. Counts as an innings though, doesn't it? There have been a couple of instances in Test cricket where players have done nothing but field, haven't bowled, haven't batted, didn't catch anything, but that counts as a Test cap. Here is Tim Southee around the wicket to Ben Stokes, comes forward and pushes defensively out on the offside. There was a player for South Africa during COVID, Kaya Zondo, and the players got tested at the end of every day's play, and there were 2 positive tests. I don't know why I'm grinning. I mean, I suppose it's a funny story.
Positive for COVID, I hope.
Tested positive for COVID.
Oh, good, that's good.
And they had to be replaced. There were 2 COVID substitutes, and it's a Test match against Bangladesh, which finished an hour into the 4th day. Here is Southee again around the wicket, and It's pushed away defensively by Ben Stokes, and there's no run. And Kaya Zondo was one of the COVID replacements, and his contribution to the Test victory was fielding the ball twice, and he got a Test cap for it.
And a negative result for COVID.
Yeah, yeah. He fielded the ball twice.
He's got a Test cap.
Yep.
Nice.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, it's nobody's fault.
Was it a good bit of fielding?
Totally regulation, both instances. Here is Southey again, and Ben Stokes drives. Nice little bit use of the bottom hand, and brilliant piece of fielding actually from Nathan Smith, who's just again showing his athletic prowess, and he fielded that one at mid-on and had a shy at the stumps and hit them from 25 metres. But they'd completed the single. Stokes into double figures now on 10. Harry Brook has 91. 247 for 5. England trail by 101.
He was a good athlete, Nathan Smith. Very good in the field, fast, good arm, good catcher of the ball. I was just thinking about, we were mentioning about Harry Brook's run rate, and I'm sure he's out there saying, I'm still batting, fellas, don't worry, I'll catch up. It's the sort of type, you think if he gets a big score, he's going to at least get a strike rate up to 100.
600s, 950s for Harry Brook, and an average before this Test match of 56.7 in 21 Test matches, and a career strike rate of around 90. So I can't bring myself to describe 76.5 as sluggish.
Well, 90 in one-day cricket seen as a great strike rate.
Yeah, exactly.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal cricketer, exactly right. Wide slip, gully, and interesting field placings now, and a little ramp sweep attempted from Harry Brook, and succeeded. What an amazing shot to play on 91. He's got down on one knee to Tim Southey. He's played a ramp sweep shot, and he's fallen over in the process, but got back to ball, and it's evaded keeper Tom Blundell and down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
That's just such an incredible shot. He's gone across the stumps. It's well outside off stump. It's almost as though Tim Southey has seen him, so he's followed him. But Harry Brook got himself in an awkward position. But
He
such a
swept
class
that from
player.
a foot outside off stump. Right?
Such a class player that wherever it is, he can still do it. It's an incredible shot.
He's got a cheeky grin on his face now. I mean, but just all of the conventions, you know, it's like... I'm still getting used to seeing shots like that played in Test cricket, but not when a guy's on 91.
It's almost as though he's listening to us and he says, you talked about my run rate, watch this.
That was a foot outside off stump. He swept it, ramp swept it over the keeper, or just past the keeper from a foot outside off stump. Here's Will O'Rourke back into the attack, and first delivery is quick in at the ribcage of Ben Stokes, and he pulls it behind square on the leg side, just for a single and straight to the fielder. The last few strains of wispy white cloud have now disappeared, and we've got 100% blue sky. The jokes about Wellington having 4 seasons in one day. Christchurch is absolutely showing off now. She's got a lipstick on, and it's just really the most stunning day. The wind has almost disappeared, almost like it was yesterday, and it was supposed to be cold and windy and miserable today. O'Rourke in again, and Harry Brook chops a one short and wide outside the off stump to the sweeper out on the cover boundary, Devon Conway. And Brook is now within a blow of a 7th Test 100. He's 96 not out.
I'll tell you what, it does make a big difference though that when you're out there fielding with ball in hand, when it's a blue sky, the noticeable, you just lose that sharpness in the wicket. It's not quite as quick, doesn't seem as much. Just all of a sudden, feels like it becomes magnificent for batting.
2 slips in a gully as O'Rourke comes thundering in from the Botanical Gardens end, and Ben Stokes plays defensively, pushing it straight back to the big fast bowler. Have enjoyed Tom Latham's captaincy. Had it not been for the drop catches, yeah, I mean, in India, Tom Latham tinkered, but never for the sake of it. He changed a lot, but it was always evident, if you look carefully enough, that he was moving from plan B to C to D, and many of them came off, many of them worked. And of course, you know, the reflected glory then is the captains to enjoy. And he's tried it a lot today, and he, you know, again, he's had clear plans. They've been creative, imaginative, and they should have worked if catches had been taken. That's short from O'Rourke again, and Stokes pulls it out to Conway once more at deep square leg.
Yeah, totally agree. I think he did a wonderful job in India in challenging circumstances. The games over there moved very, very quickly, and most things that he tried seemed to come off. And I think, to be fair today, I think New Zealand have bowled very well. We just haven't fielded well. This game would be in a completely different position if New Zealand had held on to their catches. So I think Tom Latham, from a captaincy's point of view, the way he's rotated the bowlers, he's got Phillips in, I think he's done a wonderful job. Unfortunately, the two catches he's missed have been key, and the other two were important as well.
O'Rourke in again, short, wide and cut by Harry Brook, but unless it's horribly misfielded, he won't get his 100. Devon Conway doesn't mess it up down at peak backward point, and they go through for a single, which takes Brook on to 97. New Zealand did actually drop 4 catches in Mumbai, but otherwise ground fielding and catching and infielding, close fielding was very, very good.
I think they set the tone in that very first innings in India. It was some of the best catching I've ever seen. There was literally 3 or 4 classic catches taken that innings. There was only one ball that I can remember that went down. Everything else they grabbed, and that set the tone for that series.
Here's Will O'Rourke to Ben Stokes down the leg side. He's looking to leg glance, but makes no contact and just brushes his pad. Tom Blundell takes it down the leg side using his feet rather than diving, and there's a polite appeal for a catch down the leg side. I'm not even sure there was an appeal, actually. He just raised his glove with the ball in it. And it's 255 for 5 at the end of the over. Harry Brook 97 from 122 balls. Ben Stokes is 12 from 33. Will O'Rourke 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 69. I think he's bowled better than that. It's almost going at 5s, but I think he's bowled better than that. And Tim Southey has a wicket now, 1 for 47, courtesy of a spectacular catch from Glenn Phillips in the gully. Truly, truly remarkable. Just when you think Glenn Phillips can't possibly do any more, he exceeds even himself. I think that possibly top of the list. And a list of classic stunning catches. Southey into Harry Brook, and he cuts behind square on the offside for 4 to bring up his century. 100 number 7 for Harry Brook. 3 lives along the way, but that doesn't matter. They're not in the scorebook. He raises his helmet in his left hand, his bat in his right. He can be understated in celebration, but Harry Brook knows, I think, the importance of setting the tone in this first Test match and reaching that 100 from a mere 123 balls, 9 4s and 2 6s. He has played some wonderful shots. Yes, he's had a couple of lives alongside me, Frankie Mackay. He's played some terrific, terrific cricket shots, and Tim Southey says, give me the ball, let's get back on with it, and he's in once more. Brook opens the face of the bat, runs it away, past the gully, down towards third man, fielded by Rachin Ravindra, and they'll come back for 2 runs. It's been a completely compelling innings.
That's the perfect way to sum it up, compelling. He is such a good watch, as Harry Brook. There are times that he makes it look effortless. There are times that you question, how did you do that? How did you get the ball there? What's really actually impressed me in this innings is his ability to defend so late. Ball was still doing plenty when he came in. It was a real standout how late he was able to play the deliveries. And then it's almost utilising those one-day skills, the ability to run the ball through the third, through the slips cordon.
Here is Southey once more, and it's driven by Brook down into the ground, but straight to extra cover. The outrageous audacity of the ramp sweep to move from 91 to 95 from a foot outside off stump over the keeper's left shoulder.
He's just playing a different game than the rest of us. That's what that is. That's the change in the field. He just banks on, well, looking at the field around me, thinks Southey's going to have to go outside the off stump. Well, I know where there's lots of space. It's over the wicketkeeper, so I'll get it there however I can.
Wide slip, gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, and that's driven down hard into the ground by Harry Brook, and Very nicely fielded again by Glenn Phillips, leaping up to his right, making another one-handed stop, but the ball had been played straight down into the ground. I mean, there have been many batsmen who've worked on the theory of don't worry about where the fielders are, concern yourself with where they aren't. Where are the gaps, and how can I hit the ball into those gaps? But the manner and the execution and the creativity with which those shots are played has moved forward at such a rate in the last decade. Yes, there have always been creative batsmen throughout history, batters throughout history. That's short and wide and cut again to Ravindra on the deep backward point boundary. I mean, you know, but we've moved from batting outside leg stump or batting on off stump in order to take advantage of the gaps on one side of the field or the other. I mean, that was considered to be fairly risky and innovative 20 years ago, but ramp sweeping a seamer.
Well, it speaks to the skill level of some players, and quality of surfaces comes into it as well. But probably the thing that stands out most for me is you're actually not shocked when you see it. You're actually not surprised that he gets himself in a little bit of a tangle. Middles one, ramping it over the keeper when you're in the 90s. It's actually not that shocking.
Here is Southee to Ben Stokes around the wicket, and the left-handed England captain guides it into the gully. You're right. There used to be a shock factor. I mean, a real, not just a wow. There's now still a wow factor. I'm still find myself gobsmacked to see that shot in a Test match with a player on 91. But whereas the shock was, he's actually pulled it off. Now the wow is that, you know, that he would be trying it at that point, that he was so prepared to treat personal glory with disdain and play that shot. So I still find myself surprised, not shocked, because you've seen it enough, but I'm still surprised.
Yeah, it's that courageous way of playing now as well, isn't it? That always looking to score, always thinking boundaries, always trying to push the game forward. It takes away that thought of nudge and nurdle your way to a milestone.
262 for 5 as Will O'Rourke continues, and it's guided away by Harry Brook. It's a lot through past the slip cordon pole between it's not really a cordon so much, it's staggered. They're randomly hedging their bets, the New Zealand cordon. The man standing at somewhere between second and third slip in a gully, and Brook manages to find the gap and steers it away for a couple. It's collected by the man sweeping on Devon Conway, sweeping at deep backward point. 264 for 5. England trailing by just 84 now, and we still have just under 55 minutes play, and that one's guided off the back foot by Brook defensively, fielded by O'Rourke off his own bowling. So, I mean, a reminder, we've been mentioning the lives that Harry Brook has been given. Dropped on 18 in the gully by Glenn Phillips, 41 by Tom Latham, and then on 70 by Devon Conway at deep mid-wicket. Nathan Smith, the unlucky bowler on the first two occasions, and Phillips with his off-spin should have had him caught on 70 by Conway. Here is O'Rourke again, down the leg side, and that one is clanged by Tom Blundell, and it's going to go away for 4 byes. Down the leg side, but not a hard take, and Blundell might just have taken that on the end of the finger as well, and he's wringing his hand. He's had the glove off briefly, but that was 4 byes, wasn't it? Yeah, it wasn't 4 wides, surely not. Wasn't that far down the leg side. England just 80 behind now. Remember that they were 71 for 4 before Ollie Pope 77 and Harry Brook took the score to 222. Here is O'Rourke again, and one hits Harry Brook on the pads, and there's a loud but totally unconvincing appeal for leg to 4 wicket. In fact, it sounded more like O'Rourke was shouting in pain, like it accidentally touched a hot stove. not out, says umpire Hassan Raza. There's a certain element of weariness now, finally, about the New Zealand team, isn't there?
Yeah, that's a little, not quite desperation, but a hint of some slight frustration at how it's gone. I actually think, by and large, they've bowled well, New Zealand side, and on another day could have happily picked up another 2, 3, 4 wickets.
O'Rourke is in once again, and Brook flicks nonchalantly off his toes as O'Rourke pitches up, and there'll be 2 more here out to Ravindra, who's been banished to the outfield for the entire innings, as far as I can recall. If there has been only one man on the boundary, it's been him. Do you know if he's got finger or thumb issues? Because I have seen him field at gully, but he hasn't been in a close catching position throughout the entire innings. Maybe he just can't get in.
Yeah, that's it. He's not on the front line of the slippers. He's a youngster as well. Plenty of energy in the tank to run around the boundary all day.
Here is O'Rourke once again. Oh, an inside edge from Harry Brook, and he's got 4 more fortuitous runs. Well, I tell you what, sometimes the cricketing gods are smiling on you, and you have to cash in. But that O'Rourke has bowled, I think, brilliantly. His figures do him a horrible injustice. I mean, he's beaten the inside edge there, and Brook is 4 fortuitous runs, 274 for 5. England now just 74 behind. Change of commentator now. Maybe it'll bring New Zealand a change of luck. After another word from Frankie Mackay, it'll be Garth Galloway.
That is what we're hoping for, and Will O'Rourke will definitely be hoping for that. As you said, I think he has bowled really well. I think he's looked the most challenging of the New Zealand seamers. I think he's bowled with great pace, a lot of venom about him, the ability to move the ball around, and he's just largely been unrewarded. And you have to feel if on another day, you know, talking about the cricket gods and mother cricket, you feel if he turned up and bowled exactly the same on another day, he'd be walking off with 3 or 4 wickets next to his name saying job well done.
Well, hello Frankie, good afternoon. You can also say that he's going to bowl a lot worse at times and have a lot better figures. He's been superb today, and Matt Henry just picking up 1 wicket, 1 for 43. He's going to bowl from the Port Hills end. He's bowling to Stokes around the wicket. Stokes is playing through the offside. Good diving save made in the gully area, and there's a throw at the non-strikers end as Brook had taken off for a run. Stokes sent him back, and a good piece of fielding there by Phillips. You don't take him on.
No, he's the one man, isn't he? He is electric in the field. Always busy throwing himself around.
That catch that he took was just spectacular, wasn't it? I'm sure you've been talking about it in here, but it was unusual to see the crowd standing and acknowledging the skill of a catch. So the people who were on the angle as Henry loses his run-up, all behind it, a cluster of them standing and applauding. A standing ovation for a catch taken in the gully. Just quite brilliant. Pope just couldn't believe it.
Superman. That's what that is.
Yeah, it was. Well, you think he adds a lot with his fielding, doesn't he, Phillips? He's a special as Henry bowls again around the wicket. No shot from Stokes. 274 for 5. So what have we got, Frankie? Another 18 minutes. And how's the over rate going? I imagine we're going to need the extra half hour as usual.
Yep, that's pretty spot on.
So that means what England will be pushing up past 300. If there's still 5 down, they'll feel very much that it's been their day. New Zealand will want to pick up more wickets before the day comes to an end. Here's Stokes just pushing into the gully region. But it's, you know, England having been 71 for 4, terrific fight back this afternoon. And you can just see now, not a cloud in the sky for the first time. It's all gone. We started the day with grey skies and cool conditions. And the grey turned to white, the blue patches opened up, and now all the clouds gone. Different proposition for the bowlers as Henry draws Stokes onto the front foot.
Yeah, well, now you get into the stage where it starts to feel a little bit like hard work. 62, almost 63 overs in. Second new ball, or first new ball in use, and then they get the opportunity to take the new ball. That's still a wee way off, so that's not coming tonight. So there's not that little bit of respite at the end of day's play.
Henry bowls again, Stokes is forward. 17 overs away after this, the new ball.
So whereas England yesterday got to have that little flurry at the end, just a little go with the new ball, means you turn up morning of day two and they had new ball in hand straight away. Whereas New Zealand, there's still quite a bit of toil to get to that new ball stage, and this is where it does get really hard out in the middle.
2 slips in the gully for Matt Henry, bowling to Stokes, forward, pushing off a thick outside edge to Phillips in the gully. A good over from Henry, 274 for 5. Brook is 112, his 7th Test century. Stokes is on 12 from 40 balls. He's been pretty watchful, has Ben Stokes. The figures, Henry, Henry's figures, 1 for 43 from 13 overs. It is hard work. Just looking back on yesterday and thinking, you know, England was slow. We took the extra half hour and they still only bowled 83 overs, and 21 of those were by spinners. Bethel bowled 1 and Bashir 20, and if they got through them a bit faster, they might have had 7 or 8, 9 overs with that new ball. It could have made a difference. We're going to see O'Rourke been so impressive today, and New Zealand desperately searching for a wicket. This time Brook plays comfortably off the front foot, pushing forward. He does like to just push forward, does Brook. He doesn't go a long way there, but he's got terrific hand-eye combination and his head so still. It's such a pleasure to watch him today, and he has, like all great batsmen, an excellent temperament. Now the helicopter flying over above, about to land on the hospital pad here at Christchurch as O'Rourke bowls, and this one is through the defences of Brook. He pushes forward again, and the ball going between bat and pad through to Blundell. Another good delivery. He just seems to be able to get things out of this pitch when everyone else is struggling.
Yeah, and pace is still good. Up over 140 kilometres now. That one's nipping back a long way. That's the length where I think he's really dangerous, as you feel you have to play at it. You're not prepared to be leaving on length because it feels very full, but always also feels uncomfortable because of that bounce.
It's just one of those sort of bowlers that you never really feel in against when he's in this sort of form. Here he is down the leg side, and Brook is just falling over a little bit, losing his balance. It flies through to Blundell, who takes the ball cleanly. It was a very good delivery indeed, which went between bat and pad of Harry Brook. Just when no one else seems to be able to extract anything out of the pitch in these dry conditions now, with the sun baking down on the Hagley Oval, O'Rourke able to produce something special. Almost an unplayable delivery. Here he is again from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to one slipper gully as this ball into the hip of Brook. He turns square of the wicket and they amble through for one more run. So Brook is 113. It's 275 for 4.
Well, that's the thing as well to note with Will O'Rourke, is he's actually bowling those deliveries that we say are almost unplayable to a guy who's now 113 off 137, strike rate of 82.5, 10 fours, 2 sixes. He's been out there for a long time. He's he's scoring at a great rate, and still there are times where he's just getting done all ends up by O'Rourke.
145 Ks at last delivery. Going around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, and Stokes plays an immaculate forward defensive shot, pushing the ball to cover. New Zealand really keen, eager to pick up another wicket. It's at moments or times like this where you feel a specialist spinner might be a useful thing. Bashir bowled very well yesterday. Interesting hearing an interview with him and just talking about how much he feels protected by Stokes, looked after him, how much he values the relationship. And we talked about it on air yesterday, where he bowled a couple of bad balls in one over, and Williamson pulled him away to the boundary behind square, and then he put a player back. he just said that Stokes gives him confidence to bowl. Here is Stokes playing between third slip and gully for 4. Given a bit of width on that occasion by O'Rourke, and a good shot by Stokes. It was at a comfortable catching height, but it bisected the fielders. 279 for 5. O'Rourke's over comes to an end. 16 overs, 1 for 82, and I wonder if that might be the end of this spell from Will O'Rourke. He's bowled, 3 spells? 6, 6 and 4 in this one.
Yeah, have to feel that that's probably it. If they feel the need to roll the dice, it's maybe one more. That's probably the max you're going to get out of him. I just wonder at the moment with the way the fields are being set, they seem very happy to try and keep 2 slips in the 1 gully. A lot of runs going through that slightly squarer area. Is it worth 1 slip, 2 gullies? That of course becomes the question at wherever you put the gap in the slips caught, and the ball generally tends to go there.
I think the England players have been pretty good at finding the gap and playing the ball. We saw earlier in the day Duckett and Pope and co able just to play the ball square of the wicket and run ones, just pushing it, teasing the fielders in the circle. Here's Smith bowling to Brook. Gets a good delivery, which he spars at. Gets a thick outside edge to Gully. I think England's running between the wickets has been good today. It's been a feature of their play.
Again, just a positive way to go about things for mine. You see they're thinking boundary first, thinking space first, wherever there aren't fielders looking to get the ball there, and it becomes the same with the running. Being able to chop and change, get back for the third.
Here's Henry bowling and played into the onside. Well, the run rate 4.29, so by England standards, it's pretty ordinary. Boring stuff, really, but they were forced into that when they were 71 for 4. The ball was moving on. We have got spoiled in Test cricket now by these teams. New Zealand 3.84 yesterday. You know, you wouldn't have seen that very often 30 years ago. It was a very different game, and the expectation is that we will see sides attacking the ball, putting pressure on the bowlers as Henry bowls a good delivery, which sees Brook treating it with respect. Just hear that helicopter noise away to our right. It's sitting just coming off the helicopter pad at Christchurch Hospital. That was put in a few years ago with the new hospital block here. Previously, everything had to stop when a helicopter came in with a patient, and they would land in Hagley Park. The football games would stop, the cricket would stop, and it would take 13 minutes to get a patient on average across into the hospital. Here's Brook going onto the back foot and pulling a ball with no real timing to mid-wicket. I think the best conditions of the day for cricket. We've got 9 minutes remaining until 6 o'clock, and I suspect we'll have to use up the extra half hour. Should see England getting past 300, New Zealand scoring 348 earlier in the day. Henry bowls and Brook again is forward. Latham Fields at mid-wicket. Just getting into those circumstances now where you feel that England almost need, apart from the odd delivery from O'Rourke, relying on a mistake from the batsman, New Zealand.
Yeah, it has a little bit of that feel to it, especially to Harry Brook. 142 balls into his innings. Been very composed.
Here's Brook giving himself a bit of room outside the leg stump and walking towards Henry, and then playing the ball to cover where Williamson fields. Another over comes to an end. 279 for 5. Brook 113, Stokes 16, and Henry 1 for 43 from 14 overs. Crawley out without scoring. Bethel made 10 in his first Test innings. Root was bowled by Smith without scoring, and that brought things to the lunch break. It was 45 for 3 at lunch, and then after lunch we saw Duckett being dismissed for 46. A good partnership then between Pope and Brook. Pope out for 77, and now it's Stokes on 16, and Brook his 7th Test century, 113. He's faced 143 balls, and he's doing a very fine job indeed for his time. You're surprised about the quality of New Zealand's catching today. They've put down 4. Brooke has been put down on 3 occasions. And I know you have those sort of days, but it's been surprising to see Latham missing a couple. And Phillips at gully, and of course Conway on the boundary at mid-wicket. Expensive as we see a change. So O'Rourke taken out of the attack and Smith brought back into it, bowling around the wicket from the Botanical Gardens end. And Stokes is playing to mid-on.
Well, Brooke dropped on 18, 41 and then 70. There'll be a couple of players out in the middle that'll be feeling a little bit ill at the thought of if Harry Brooke continues on. And yeah, I think the fielding side of things is something that New Zealand sides have always prided themselves on. It's one of those slightly more controllable things in cricket.
Smith again, and Stokes walks down the pitch to him, takes a couple of paces towards the ball and turns the ball to Conway at long leg. Stokes is 18, 281.
And no one means to drop them.
No.
No one's meaning to put them down, but it does happen, and it is probably something that's frustrated this New Zealand side a little bit in recent times. I think over the last season or two that, you don't want to say standards are slipping, but there have definitely been a few more drops and uncharacteristic drops.
I think the one that surprised me, Latham I thought was standing a bit too deep, and he got that one that dropped in front of him. That was Duckett. This is a ball which jumps a little bit at Brooke, hits him in the midriff, and that's uncomfortable for him, and again an indication of the sort of special little things that you can see from Nathan Smith. Only at 130 kilometres an hour, but it did climb into the ribs of Brooke. Yeah, I think, and Latham's one off Brooke where it was head height to his right at first slip was surprising. And then Conway on the mid-wicket boundary had to run a wee way, but you just feel that lack of confidence is affecting his game a little bit. Here's Smith bowling to Brooke. How will he respond this time, having got that nasty delivery? He'll respond well by just gliding the ball to Conway down on the third man boundary. Time as Conway has to move about 15 metres to his left for a couple of runs. 282 for 5. Brooke 115.
Yeah, well, Conway will be disappointed with his. He had work to do. It wasn't an easy catch by any stretch of the imagination, but the thing that will annoy him is he did all the hard work. He got a long way around the boundary, got himself there, got settled underneath it. You get 2 hands to it. You feel as though you should be taking them. You've done everything to allow you to take it.
England trailing by just 66 runs now, make that 65 as Brooke turns square of the wicket on the onside and has his 116th run, 283 for 5. 1 ball remaining in this over.
And then the slips catches. I don't think there is such thing as an easy slips catch. I think they're all difficult. There's varying degrees of difficulty, obviously. And I mean, Glenn Phillips, he made up for his. He shelled one, the straightforward one, the straight to him, and then pulled out the Superman later in the day. So you feel those little moments you're able to claw it back to even the scale.
Very special catch indeed to see Pope being removed. And here's Stokes pulling a ball, or hooking it really around the corner. Short delivery from Smith. And Stokes takes it on. He picks up 4 as the ball flies down to the fine leg boundary. 287 for 5 then. England just chipping away at this gap. 61 runs, the difference between the two sides. And Stokes 21, a rare boundary from him. Just 3. He's been very even-tempered and just looking to establish himself and support Brooke as he should. 287 for 5. Brooke 116. Stokes 21. And Smith 2 for 70 from 14.
He's been enough to like. I think Nathan Smith on debut, there's been signs that he's put on a yard of pace, that he's able to nip the ball around. He's got a reasonably slippery looking bouncer.
Here's Henry. They'll pick up a run. Well, Brooke, in fact, he might pick up a couple. He's turned the ball square of the wicket. There's a long chase for Conway, who's had a lot to do on the mid-wicket boundary, and from both ends, really, as he races away to his right. Brooke picks up 2 more, 118. If England can just keep ticking along like this, they're going to knock a fair bit of that lead off today, and they'll start feeling very happy indeed with their work. New Zealand desperate to pick up a wicket or 2. just to try and keep parity in the first innings. If England could go in at 5 down, they'll very much hold the cards at this stage of the game. Good drive here from Brook as he drives into the offside. It's O'Rourke at mid-off, just taking a couple of paces to his left and then throwing at the stumps. Brook 119 with that single, 290 for 5. It all looks very comfortable.
It does, concerningly so. And I think the way that England have played, they've almost earned the right now for it to be comfortable. It was tricky early on, that big partnership between Pope and Brook, where they both looked to take the game on, chance their arm a little bit, find boundaries when they could. It's afforded them now, it's put them a little bit ahead of the game in terms of where they sit, with still 5 wickets in the shed.
Henry to Stokes, who's turning the ball square of the wicket on the onside. Ravindra comes in from the boundary. Stokes runs that first one fast, and Ravindra racing in across this beautiful outfield at the Hagley Oval from square leg, makes sure that just 1 run is taken. Stokes 22, 291 for 5. Yeah, I think that's a lovely way to look at it, that they've earned the right. They've battled away through that difficult period, 71 for 4. And once you've earned that right, you have to cash in.
Yeah, well, that's the big thing, is because batting over the next day and a half should be at its easiest, should be at its best time for batting.
Henry to Brook onto the back foot and playing, I think, into the ground. Phillips diving spectacularly as he does at Gully. Manages to get a left hand on it and manages to keep the scoring to 1. 120 for Brook, 292 for 5.
And so you do feel now that, and maybe it's the way that New Zealand needs to look at it, with basically half an hour left in the day's play, is that if you can pick up a wicket or 2 here, you actually keep things in your favour slightly. This becomes that really key passage of play.
And you just go to stumps feeling happier, and coming back tomorrow morning feeling happier, and you're not chasing the game. This is a wider delivery from Henry, no shot from Stokes. 1 ball remaining in the over. 6:01 here in New Zealand. Lovely, beautiful Christchurch evening, and I'm sure that barely anyone has left the ground. The ground was full yesterday at 10:30, half an hour before play started, and it's been full ever since. Fantastic to see a lot of England supporters over here, to see Mike Gatty and Gladstone Small with various tour parties. Here's Henry bowling, and this is easy from Stokes. Very clever shot indeed, as he just has a little bit of width outside the off stump, waits for the ball to arrive and just plays it down towards third man. He picks up 2 more, 294 for 5. They continue to whittle away at the New Zealand lead. Stokes is 24, Brook is 120, and Henry 15 overs, 1 for 50. And after some more comments from Frankie Mackay, it'll be Neil Mental.
Has been a lovely crowd over the last 2 days. Great news for Saturday is it is a sellout. It's going to be a full house for Saturday, and it's dress-up day, fancy dress. So there will be a lot of people, a lot of interesting outfits is generally what you see. I'm sure there'll be a prize or 2 for the best dressed in the ground, but promises to be another excellent day's cricket on day 3 at Hagley Oval. Still the best part of half an hour left here. The England pair to work through, and for New Zealand to try and chip away, to try and pick up another wicket or 2 before stumps. And so often in these situations, the old saying, 1 brings 2. That's the logic you have to have out in the middle. If you can break this partnership, which is now up to 72, then once you've gotten in, can you take full toll?
John Lord and I had a walking tour around Christchurch the day before the test match began on Wednesday morning, which was illuminating, fascinating. One of the subjects I found most interesting was the clash of ideologies, I think, between preservation and restoration after the earthquake in 2011. Here's Nathan Smith continuing. We've got, as Garth said, half an hour to go. Frankie saying got half an hour to go. That first delivery is an attempted Yorker right up in the block hole. Brook just blocks it defensively to mid-on and remains 120 not out. Stokes has 24, 294 for 5. And there's been deadlock and a whole number of projects. The cost of course, of restoration and preservation is, in some cases, eye-wateringly high, hundreds of millions of dollars. Here is Nathan Smith once more, and Brook drops it down into a gap on the offside and calls for the single. Stokes was expecting it, reacted quickly, and it's another one to the total. Caught in the middle of the two camps of preservation and restoration, and knock it down if it's condemned, and start again, look forward rather than backwards, is Christchurch Cathedral, which remains shrouded in a cloak of scaffolding and tarpaulin as the wrangling continues about the cost of over $100 million to restore it to a level of acceptable safety, or the heartbreaking decision for some people to condemn it. Here is Smith around the wicket to Stokes, who drives gloriously, lovely shot, but straight to mid-off. So no reward for a very, very good-looking shot. But parts of the old city of Christchurch have been beautifully and lovingly restored. We saw the Great Hall, but on the opposite end of the scale, the shining pride of the new Christchurch is the convention centre, which was built at a cost of $500 million, 500 million. Short, pulled, hooked by Stokes, actually. You reckon that's about nose height when he played that. Just a single down to deep backward square leg. Matt Henry does the fielding. Sorry to the risk of boredom, keep going on about the weather, but it's just turned into the most beautiful evening. There's not a whisper of white cloud anywhere. Blue skies, refreshing breeze, nothing like the conditions that were forecast. But we did get a taste of the forecast conditions. Round about lunchtime, it was grey, overcast, cold. Here is Nathan Smith once again. Harry Brook onto the back foot, guides it to backward point straight to Glenn Phillips, and there's no run. It's a thriving city, I have to say. Unless you're on a walking tour and have a guide pointing out all of the visible effects, after effects of the earthquake, you wouldn't automatically think that it was a city in distress. In fact, far from it. It's prosperous and wealthy, and you would have to say that although there are elements of tragedy remaining, it's largely a happy city just 13 years after that tragic event. Back of a length from Nathan Smith to finish the over, and it's nudged away by Harry Brook out on the onside. Steve Harmison has joined me. We're on the graveyard shift once again.
We're on the graveyard shift. We're nearly at the point of looking at close of play and permutations of how many overs we've lost in the game, and getting on our soapboxes and everything like that. It's been another entertaining day. Harry Brook's batted fantastically well, even though he's been dropped 4 times. He's really made New Zealand pay. Ben Stokes has carried on from where Ollie Pope left off, and there's 12 overs to go in the day. There's 12 overs to go till the second new ball. We won't get them all in. Trying to work out on commentary next door on the TV that they'll probably finish with New Zealand bowling half an hour tomorrow before the second new ball is taken. It is a new ball pitch. It has looked at it's dangerous when the new ball's on. But if Ben Stokes and Harry Brook are there when the second new ball is to be taken, then the two England batters will feel as though that's an even better chance to score. Harder ball coming off the pitch and coming off the bat a little bit quicker.
Glenn Phillips with his off spin is back into the attack around the wicket to Ben Stokes, who works it gently for a single down to long on, and removes himself from the strike and hands that over to Harry Brook. 51 is the deficit now, so with 5 wickets in hand and a very, very deep batting tail, I think England really ought to be considering the possibility of a very significant lead. I almost said batting once, so I think that might be a bit ambitious at this stage, but who knows? Harry Brook has got a 100 to his name. He scored 180 last time we were in New Zealand. This is his second century in New Zealand, and it's not beyond the bounds of imagination that Stokes scores 100 and they do actually end up only batting once.
Yeah, I get that. Harry Brook is in, 300 in Pakistan not long ago, a couple of test matches ago. He loves playing away from home.
Here's Glenn Phillips to Stokes. He comes forward and pushes that one gently back to the bowler.
I think the stat we just had up on the TV was Harry Brook averages 91 in test matches away from home. The only person that averages more is the great Don Bradman, and he's a place ahead of Kenny Barrington. Not bad company.
Stokes pushes this one out to extra cover, and there's a misfield by Tom Latham, but Ben Stokes not interested in risking a single on the misfield.
It's not bad when you're second in the stats behind. So to Donald Bradman, it means you're doing very, very well.
Phillips in again. Stokes comes forward and pushes this one straight back to the bowler. Stokes has played, dare I say, a good old-fashioned test innings. Played very much within himself, aware that he's got to play the junior role. Harry Brook going so well at the other end. Blocks the last ball defensively and then retrieves it himself to assist with the fielding. And now England trailing by just 50 at 298 for 5.
I think he's looked absolutely brilliant, Ben Stokes. I'm going to put the mockers on him. Probably going to have commentators curse, but I think it's as good as, from a balance point of view in defensive, it's the best he's been in quite a while. He's in England. He was a bit fidgety. A couple of test matches away from home, we've seen him lose his bat because he's off balance when he's trying to hit the ball. Bowled through the gate, nearly fallen over. He's faced 55 balls in this inning so far, and I think he's been in total control of his movements.
Nathan Smith, the debutant, is running in now from the Botanic Gardens end, and it's a lovely cover drive from Harry Brook. He's pitched it up. He's not going to get very much swing now, certainly not conventional swing. The ball in its 70th over. So he pitched it up anyway, and Brook has just eased it, caressed it through extra cover. Beautiful shot. The applause from the majority England supporters for the 300 on the board now. 301 for 5. My goodness me, that looked a long way away at 71 for 4. If you are joining us for the first time, Zach Crawley just missed for a duck. Ben Duckett dropped on 23, doubled that to make 46. Jacob Bethel on debut at number 3 made 10. And Joe Root was bowled, played on by Nathan Smith for a duck. 4-ball duck, 71 for 4. As Smith is in again around the wicket to Stokes. Guides that defensively out to extra cover once again. But Ollie Pope and Harry Brook took the score from 71 for 4 to 222 before Ollie Pope had a rueful grin, grimace actually, when he was caught in the most spectacular fashion by Glenn Phillips in the gully, diving horizontal, completely horizontal at full stretch, one-handed catch in the gully. Sim Saudi, the successful bowler. Stokes, one of the shots of the day in terms of classical ease and elegance, through wide long off for 4. Such a good shot from Ben Stokes.
Talked about his balance and the way he's been solid in defence at the crease, and that there just highlights the fact that he's in a great position. Bat picked up perfectly, head fully still, foot towards the ball, and nice, easy, caress the ball through the off the middle of the bat, through the extra cover. It's a glorious shot for Ben Stokes.
Nathan Smith continues around the wicket now, and Stokes is back to away, giving himself some room. It's not another drop at extra cover. I fear it is. Another one goes down. That's half a dozen from New Zealand, and the guilty man on this occasion, the captain Tom Latham. It's a third one he's shelled. Oh my goodness me. Stokes suddenly give himself some room outside the off stump, and Well, against the tone of the innings that he's played, has lashed one to Latham at extra cover. Cannot explain how that's gone down.
Yeah, I can't explain how it's gone down. He got his hands in front of his face, in front of his eyes. But I can't explain the shot. It's just come out of nowhere from Ben Stokes.
It really has, hasn't it? That's a bouncer from Nathan Smith, and an element of anger in that. He hasn't played a shot half as aggressive or creative or unconventional as that. I mean, it was the last 10 overs of a 50 over game.
Yeah, I just wonder if he's been stuffed out of sight there by Nathan Smith. I think Ben's maybe given himself some room because he thinks it's going to be a short ball, and I think he's given himself some room to go this side towards us, going over the top of slips, giving himself some room. I think Ben Stokes thinks Schmidt's going to bowl a short ball and he's just going to uppercut it.
Short hook shot from Stokes out to deep square leg. He hasn't got hold of that. I think it may have been a splice, maybe a fraction late on the shot. Nathan Smith has got 2 for 80. He's had 3 catches dropped. He's hit the inside edge. Harry Brook has had a number of false shots played against him. Honestly, he could have had a 5 for easily on any other day, Nathan Smith. 16 overs, no maidens, 2 for 80.
Just watching it again, Latham's got, he thinks it's coming 1 harder than it actually is. And 2, he's got his hands in front of his face. So he's gone up to try and catch a reverse cup. And as he's gone up to try and catch a reverse cup, he's getting his hands in front of his eyes. And I think he's just lost sight of the ball for a split second, which has meant the ball hasn't gone into his hands cleanly.
I think Glenn Phillips has bowled rather tidily. Only 7 overs, none for 28, but I think he's looked the part, and he insists he is the part. On the back foot now, Stokes to Glenn Phillips, the off spinner, and it's punched without a great deal of power to Kane Williamson at mid-wicket. Man at deep backward square leg. Thought if we were going to have a man out there, he might be a little further in front of square. Looks like he's actually behind square at deep square leg. A man sweeping on the cover boundary, long off, long on, not quite on the boundary. Short and wide, not very much of either. Slightly short, slightly wide, and Stokes gives himself some room and increases that width and punches it to the cover sweeper for another single. Stokes 32, Harry Brook 125, England 307 for 5, trailing by 41, with Chris Woakes to come, and then the 2 bowling all-rounders, Gus Atkinson and Bryden Carse. Now back and across goes Harry Brook, turns it with the spin or the angle. Still hasn't been very much spin at all. Wasn't for Shoaib Bashir on day 1, and it hasn't been for Glenn Phillips on day 2. They have to use other skills, the slower bowlers. There's also a man catching on the drive at short mid-on. Brook, though, is happy to take the single. Back and across once more, nudges it to through square leg for a single. Such a different scenario we could paint in our imagination if New Zealand had caught their catches. Harry Brook dropped on 18.
Well, if they took the catches, they'd be batting by now. They would, dropped on 18, 41, 70, 108. Duckett dropped on 23, Stokes on 30.
Forward comes Stokes again and pushes rock solid in defence. I'm still trying to work out where that shot came from Nathan Smith. But you said, so he was anticipating the bouncer.
I think he's trying to uppercut it. He's waiting on the bouncer and going up.
Here is Phillips again, and forward comes Stokes playing defensively, and the over comes to an end. It's probably an element of batting at the highest level that isn't spoken about enough. The element of prediction. I mean, some of the great players. Tell you one particular comes to mind. A.B. de Villiers, at his best, knew far more often than not what the bowler was going to bowl.
Yeah, and that's. But you get into a position. If you get in, a bit like Harry Brook, if you get into a good stable position, and probably the closest person to Harry Brook from not moving as much and a great still head position probably was A.B. de Villiers. And he could react off picks up length very, very well and react accordingly.
Nathan Smith continues now. He's got the graveyard shift, that's for sure. He's the debutant. It's turned away for a single by Harry Brook through square leg. But it's Nathan. Everyone else is puffing a bit, mate.
Yeah, you're going to have to keep going. You know, a bit like what Neil Wagner used to do. But so I perceived that A.B. de Villiers knew exactly what was coming, but I just think because his starting position was so good and his ability to pick up length like what Brook is, I think it always looked as though he was one step ahead. He probably was, because he was a phenomenal player.
Round the wicket comes Smith. Stokes all the time in the world. Tired bowler, flat pitch, old ball. Not a great deal going for the bowlers at this stage. An element of deflation and disappointment and frustration and possibly anger at themselves from the New Zealand fielders. The New Zealand team, they've put a good score on the board, 348, and at 71 for 4 they were primed to put England under massive, massive pressure. But 150 partnership between Pope and Brook was brought England back very strongly back into the Test matches. Smith is in once again, and Stokes defends away into the offside. Deficit is just 39 now. Don't think it makes any material or psychological difference to either team if they well, they're not going to knock that deficit off now before the close of play, are they?
Just getting distracted there. There's one of the parks that you got lost in running around here. Just showed on our replay screen there. There's a great big concert must be going on somewhere.
Here is Nathan Smith, short and pulled by Ben Stokes out towards deep backward square leg. Conway Fields will go through for another single, 310 for 5.
Just showed an aerial shot of above here, so it looks as though there's a concert going on somewhere close by.
They were erecting that massive concert stadium. They were certainly working on it 2 days ago, and I went for a run around the park, and I was told that the concert was tomorrow, Saturday.
It's got something to do with it's a Christmas concert. Single jingle bells in your sleep later on tonight, Manners.
Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport, joining us in the closing moments of day 2 of the first Test match as Harry Brook pushes for a single out through the offside, fielded by Kane Williamson. It's been another absolutely absorbing day in which England were on the back foot under severe, with Bryden Cast taking the last 2 wickets to finish with 4 for 64 to go with Shoaib Bashir's 4 for 69 yesterday. And England then lost Zach Crawley for a duck, his opening partner Ben Duckett for 46. Jacob Bethel, the debutant at number 3, made 10, and Joe Root was bowled for a duck as well. England 71 for 4. Here's Nathan Smith, another debutant, around the wicket to the England captain Ben Stokes. He too takes a single through the offside. But Ollie Pope, batting in his new position at number 6 now that he's the keeper, made 77 in a partnership of just over 150 with Harry Brook. And Brook remains 128 not out. He's been dropped 4 times, first of which was on 18. New Zealand have done themselves no favours whatsoever. They've dropped 6 catches today, but that's not England's fault. And they've recovered brilliantly from 71 for 4 to 312 for 5, trailing now by just 36 runs in glorious Christchurch sunshine at the Hagley Oval. The crowd have been treated to an absorbing day's cricket. Some spectacular moments of batting, bowling and fielding as well, and some poor fielding from New Zealand, poor catching. Glenn Phillips, the off-spinner, continues, and Ben Stokes plays defensively. He's 34 not out from 68 deliveries. It's just going back to that stage. I mean, that the Rolling Stones would be happy on that, and it's a Christmas carol.
I was just about to say it's a huge stage, but yeah.
Here is Phillips again. Stokes drives the off spinner, square of the wicket on the offside. Devon Conway is sweeping on the cover boundary, just a single.
Didn't think it'd be enough people in Christchurch to fill the park to make that stage worthwhile, but hey, we'll see. We'll hear about it. That was closest thing. I've just seen a replay of the ball that Stokes had the one before. He's inside edged it down by his leg and just missed leg stump.
Phillips with a slip and a man on the drive at short mid on. Down the leg side and glanced by Harry Brook. His fortune has certainly smiled on him today, but again, you can't control whether you're dropped or caught as a batter. All you can do is cash in when you are dropped.
Absolutely. All you can do is hit it in the air. If somebody doesn't want to catch it, it's not exactly your fault. And boy, has he cashed in. It's a big 6 minutes this, and I think in the context of the game, never mind anything else, New Zealand desperately need to take a wicket with him tonight.
Brooke comes forward and splays his legs somewhat as he gets that back leg across to cover maybe an arm ball. Plays defensively. It's picked up at slip by Daryl Mitchell, who come as scant consolation, but at least Daryl Mitchell hasn't dropped anything. Most people have today. The captain, Tom Latham's dropped 2, turned away by Harry Brook for another single, which takes England on to 16 for 5, trailing by a mere 32 with 5 minutes to go on the second day.
Yeah. Daryl Mitchell might not have dropped a catch, but Daryl Mitchell, I would say, was equally at fault for the second Tom Latham catch, because he's been at first slip all day and he went off for 1 over to the toilet, and that was the catch that Latham dropped at first slip just above his head.
Short and wide and cut out to again the sweeper on the cover boundary. 317 for 5. I'm not sure how I'd feel if I was Daryl Mitchell and my captain jabbed me in the chest and said, "That's your fault that I dropped that catch. If you hadn't have gone off for a pee."
No, I don't think Tom Latham would say that to him, but I would like to think Daryl Mitchell will come back on and go, not
should
so
have
much
been mine.
it should have been mine. I should have taken responsibility. And the reason why I mean that is that Tom Latham at second slip, he's a lot shorter than Daryl Mitchell, and in their starting positions at slip, he's a lot more crouched than Daryl Mitchell. Daryl Mitchell's a lot more sort of upright when he's standing at slip. So with that in mind, I mean, it would have been a lot easier catch. It was eye level for Tom Latham. It probably would have been just below chin, round about throat height for Daryl Mitchell, and I would have expected him to catch it.
Nathan Smith is in, and it's short, and it's a hook shot from Ben Stokes. That was a no-look hook shot. It may be an optical illusion. He's got a single down to deep backward square leg as Tim Southey fields it, but it looks like, famously, Ian Botham in the early 80s used to apparently be able to play the hook shot without looking at the ball.
Yeah, just because he's got no helmet on, that's why. It's a no-look shot. It's not by skill. That's by smartness of getting the old Barnett out of the way and not getting hit on the head if you miss it. He did play it very well, did the Beef. Lord Botham, he did play it very well, especially you remember in the Ashes, the Bruce Reid bouncing him at the Gabba, bang, no look.
Here is Smith in once again, right arm seamer over the wicket. Harry Brook turns it out to Tim Southey, who's gone from one side of the ground to the other and fields it at long leg to the right-hander. And Stokes moves on to 37. Brook 132. It's 319 for 5. New Zealand resumed this morning, day 2, on 319 for 8. And Glenn Phillips managed to get himself from 41 overnight to 58 not out. Tim Southey was dismissed for 15, and Will O'Rourke, victim of the perfect Yorker from Bryden Castle, bowled for a 13-ball naught. So it's been a run-filled day as Will Smith is in once more to Stokes, who plays defensively. Run-filled day with a regular garnish of wickets. One catch which will live in the mind for a long time, live in the memory for a long time, from Glenn Phillips in the gully. 6 drops, a bit of everything. Crowd finally beginning to thin out. They've had a fantastic day's entertainment, but several thousand of them are now left. You can see some grass patches on the banks that are unpopulated. It's been full for most of the day as Stokes once again plays defensively.
Yeah, I'd say it was very similar to yesterday, a day which has been edgier seats, always been something happening. I wouldn't say it's been I would say there's been passages of non-high quality, as you've explained with the drop catches. I think there's been some very, very good cricket. I think there's been some indifferent bowling, definitely some poor catching. I think in all, I think we've seen another enthralling day of what we expected this series to be. You know, a good test series between two good sides.
Here's Nathan Smith, the debutant. I have to say, really, really impressive. I mean, his speeds are down by 5 kilometres, I reckon. I mean, he's been bowling 135, 136, and now in his 4th spell, he's sort of 131, 130, 131. Although his first ball was 136. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's hot. I mean, he's a huge amount of endurance, great heart, kept coming in, kept banging it into the pitch.
Here he is, a bouncer, and Stokes, I think again, he's left it so easily and so early that you suspect that he predicted that ball was coming, and it was indeed the last ball of the day. Stokes walks from the crease to greet his partner, Harry Brook, from the non-striker's end, and gives them a little glove punch and a little handshake, and congratulates him on a partnership that is so far worth 97. Stokes has been the junior in it, not by a great deal, but he's made 37. Harry Brook's made 58 of those runs, and credit as well to Ollie Pope for the partnership of just over 150, which brought England firmly back into the Test match, and indeed a position now from which they might imagine dominating on day 3. Harry Brook leads the players off the field. Ben Stokes takes a backseat. He applauds, and Harry Brook acknowledges the applause from an appreciative crowd. It's really been a tremendous day. A 7th 100 for Harry Brook, who finishes 132 not out. Ben Stokes 37.